Good morning. How is everyone this Monday? Hope you are well. I am alternate juror, also known as AJ. Um, Today, hello, Alicia. How are you? And Flash Fan, sorry, and Gabby, of course. Oh, hi, AJ. We are going to recap this trial that has been going on in Georgia. Good morning, Kelly. Kelly, if I miss anyone on here, let me know. I don't think I have, but never know. This trial, I think, has been a little bit crazy. It is about a young woman who unfortunately unalived her 13-month-old daughter. I'm not going to play that testimony over and over and over because we know what happened. I mean, we get it. Like she, I think as they say on Baker Channel, stabulated her daughter in the neck and then did it to herself several times. So I believe the defendant is lucky to have survived this. And like I said, unfortunately, the baby Hannah did not. Her motivation, if you listen to the state, is because she was jealous. She was in this cult, which, listen, if we learned anything over the last few weeks, good thing this trial is not happening in Indiana. Indiana does not allow cults. We've learned that. It's been shoved down our throats. There's no cults in Indiana. So, sorry, Georgia. So, so the state saying that Chlor Driver, the defendant, is a jealous wife in this cult where she is one of 3 wives, and that she wanted her husband, who was 38, I believe, when he met her, and she was 16. Gross. That she wanted him and her baby Hannah to only be to be the only wives. And I'm like, why would she off both of them if that's what she wanted? The defense is she had she has a mental health issue, and that she did this because nobody was getting her any help for what was happening to her. She was having episodes of where she was not, in reality. I think we're going to hear one of the guys say that she would come back and forth to reality and then to when she was having these episodes. So, but they don't believe, and we'll hear in the opening statements, they do not believe in white coat medicine, as they put it. And they didn't get her any help. So I've listened to a few of the witnesses here. The crazy one is he's from day 2. So we should at least get to him today. His testimony is quite long because he is a rambling man. He rambles kind of like me sometimes. But so we're going to watch opening statements. And yes, Flash Fan, the judge did reference Law and Crime. Well, first as Law and Order, and then she referenced them as Law and Crimes. And then she kept referencing to them as Law and Order. And it was kind of funny. And the funny thing is, what they did is Law and Crime. Sorry, they filed a motion and then Fox 5, maybe down there in Georgia. They filed a motion and the judge was like, yeah, these were untimely. They were late, basically, which is really funny to me because law and crime is founded by an attorney. There's a ton of attorneys that work there and nobody could get this motion in on time. So the judge said, I'll take it up sometime when I have time. You guys can audio record, take notes, whatever. But it was just kind of funny because this judge is, she was just, Court TV's here, the pool feed is going, pick it up with them. Also, get your motions filed on time. Flash fan. We're not scary. Maybe the ones up north. I don't live up there. I don't live by the high bridge. You're welcome. Kelly, let me get yours. So I do want to thank Flash Fan and Kelly for responding when we reached out to them to see if they would like to be moderators. Because poor Gabby is generally here by herself. Carmen's a mod, but she's sleeping, so she's not always here. But now I've just got blue wrenches everywhere. That's funny. Okay, so let's get started. I do have these guys boosted to 1.25 speed. They do speak very slowly. The prosecutor will start off a little fast, but she doesn't stay that way. And the judge is good about telling them to move to a microphone. So the audio should be okay. I know when it first started, the audio was really choppy, but I do think they fixed it for these opening statements. And so this is the state. This is the prosecutor, her opening, and then we'll do the defense. And then we'll do, there's 3 witnesses from this day that I have. I have the homeowner from the house that this incident happened in. The officer, they play his body cam. We obviously can't see the body cam. And then there's an investigator at the end where they do show some pictures from inside the home, just so we can kind of get orientated to like where they were and what was happening. Obviously, they're not going to show anything graphic or anything like that, so we don't have to worry about that. But all right, let me know how the sound is, and here we go.
Children often suffer the consequences of the decisions of adults. And this case is no exception to that. This is Hannah Nicole Driver.
And this program, I'm Hannah. Can you move the microphone that's on the lectern a little bit closer to you? Yes, I think you can move it. Is it taped down? That'd be good. Thank you.
This is Hannah Nicole Driver.
It is
On
Flash
December
Bang.
8th, 2020, she was 13 months old. This is not the way that you see her.
If it's too fast, let me know. She does slow down, but this is only 1.25, so if it's too fast, I will slow her back down.
In this trial. Instead, you will see her the way that first responding officers saw her, the way that the EMT saw her, the way that the ER doctor saw her, and eventually the way that the medical examiner saw her. You will see this 13-month-old beautiful baby girl who had been brutally murdered by her mother, stabbed repeatedly until every bit of life drained out of her, and she died. But I wanted to start with a picture of what Hannah Nicole Driver was like before that happened. You are going to hear that Chlor Driver was her mother, and Chlor Driver was involved in an alternative lifestyle. You're going to hear, as the week goes on, a lot of distracting evidence. You're going to hear a lot of messy evidence about this group, about their belief systems. You are going to hear a lot of things that take the focus off of Hannah Nicole Driver. And I wanted to start with this photo because what your role is in this case and what your decision is in this case is what happened to Hannah and what the laws are governing the death of Hannah and what your decision is with regard to the murder of Hannah. But you will be confronted this week with a lot of shiny objects, a lot of dramatic, crazy evidence about these people and their viewpoints and their belief systems and their practices. You're going to hear that Chlor Driver was one of 3 wives of a man named Brian Joyce. All of them had alternative religious names that they assigned to each other. Brian Joyce also went by the name Benyamin Ben-Michaeil. Some people call him Z. Chlor Driver went by the name Kuwani. Hannah, the baby, they called Nimsi. The other 2 wives, Jessica and Sarah, they had other religious names as well. But the evidence will be that that group, that core group of 3 wives and the husband, Benyamin, that of the 3 wives in 2020, Chlor had been with Benyamin the longest. Of the 3 wives, she was the longest surviving wife of that group. And then after her came Jessica, who had been in the group for about 2 years. Chlor had been with him for about 3 years. And then Sarah came last. She had been with him for less than a year. But they all lived together as a family. Chlor had a baby, Hannah, with Benyamin. And so it was Benyamin, the 3 wives, and the baby. You'll also hear the evidence that there was another individual that spent a lot of time with them, traveled with them, participated in a lot of their same belief systems. His name's Jason Spillers. You'll see him in this case and hear evidence from him as well. So the belief system. What you will hear is that they had very sort of radical views. They were strict vegans. They only drank purified water. They did not believe in any type of drugs or alcohol, no modern medicine. Hannah never had a birth certificate or went to the doctor. You'll hear that they participated in alternative healing practices like drinking their own urine, sensory deprivation, meditation, that they did not believe in modern medicine. You will hear that they collectively as a group engaged in this sort of thought process that they had a higher consciousness than the rest of the world, that they were called upon to challenge the realities of sort of the traditional worldview. And that was something that they all leaned into and felt pride in. And it was collective as the group. They were all like-minded in that way. Now, you're also going to hear that they were pretty nomadic, that they didn't have strong roots anywhere, that they traveled around a lot, that they bounced from place to place, spent time in different locations. None of them were from Cherokee County. It was a sheer coincidence that this act happened in our jurisdiction. And I'll get into that. On December the 8th of 2020, they were traveling from North Carolina down to Florida. Benyamin, the husband, had previously lived in a residence at 215 Mountain Vista Boulevard in Canton, Georgia, with a man by the name of Gerald Ablin. Gerald Ablin still lived in that residence on December the 8th of 2020. And so in their travels, Benyamin, Jason Spillers, and 3 wives, Sarah, Jessica, Chlor, and the baby, Hannah, were all caravanning from North Carolina down to Florida in 4 different vehicles, a U-Haul and 3 cars. And they were planning to move down to Florida. And they stopped at Jerry Ablin's house in Canton, Georgia, 3 miles from this courthouse, because Benyamin had stuff in Jerry's basement. And so the plan was for Jason and Benyamin to load up the stuff that was in Jerry's basement into the U-Haul and to get back on the road and head to Florida. What happened was when they got there, 2 of the wives, Sarah and Jessica, went to one of the upstairs bedrooms to take a nap. And Hannah and Chlor went to another upstairs bedroom to take a nap. Gerald Ablin, the homeowner, worked from home. He's a software engineer. So he was on a Zoom call working, and the women and the baby went to the room so they didn't disturb him. And Jason, Spillers, and Benyamin went to work moving the things out of the basement into the U-Haul. It was supposed to be a seemingly short stopover, and then they would all get back on the road. And when they were done, and it was time to leave, something happened. This is the residence. You'll hear that when Jason and Benyamin were distracted, moving things out of the basement, Chlor Driver, at some point, went down to the kitchen, got a knife out of the knife block, returned to the room with Hannah, locked the door behind her, and repeatedly stabbed Hannah to death with this knife. She then took the knife and stabbed herself in the neck. This is where Hannah Driver bled to death. You'll hear that Jason and Benyamin were out in the driveway. They were getting ready to go. Sarah and Jessica had come down. They were in the driveway getting ready to go. And Benyamin went upstairs to get Chlor and the baby. And the door was locked. And he heard noises. And he panicked. And he kicked the door down. And he found the scene of his 13-month-old daughter bleeding to death on the bed, and Chlor on the ground with a knife wound to her neck as well. You'll see evidence of him kicking in the door. And you'll hear the witnesses who said they heard the most blood-curdling scream from him. What did you do? What did you do? You will see the body cam footage of the first responders on the scene who rushed in to try to save the baby and Chlor Driver. And what you will see is Benyamin with his hands on Hannah's neck trying to keep her from bleeding to death. And Jason Spillers, the other man that's a part of this group, with his hands on Chloe's neck trying to save her life. You will see these men were in shock. They were desperately trying to help. And you will see the response of first responders, EMTs, and everybody who did everything they could for Hannah and Chloe. You will hear that Hannah died, that she had 4 stab wounds. One of them was a 1.5-inch deep stab wound to her back. The other wounds were 3 stab wounds to the neck, one of which was so deep that it went all the way through her tiny neck, transected her carotid artery, and hit her vertebrae. You are going to hear a lot of evidence about Benyamin, and I don't particularly expect you to like him. I expect you are going to hear that they're not from Cherokee County. But what I want you to remember in this trial is that their belief system and practices are not on trial. We only have jurisdiction over crimes that happened in Cherokee County. And what the evidence will be is that the only crime that happened in Cherokee County was a crime that was committed by Chlor Driver. The evidence will show that the only act committed by Benyamin in Cherokee County was the desperate act to save his baby daughter. And you will see it. Now, the state has the burden of proving that she murdered Hannah and that she intended Hannah's death. And that will be very, very clear from the evidence. The defense is raising the issue of insanity and going to ask you to find her not guilty by reason of insanity. And that is their burden to prove. There is a legal definition of what insanity is, and opening statements are not necessarily the appropriate time for us to get into what the law is and how we apply the law. That will be something that comes at the end of this trial. But what opening statements are for is to give you a roadmap, to help you focus on the important issues and to help you know what to look for when the evidence is coming before you. And so in that regard, the things that I can appropriately tell you is you're going to hear a lot of things in this case about throwing witnesses and evidence, throwing around terms like crazy, mentally ill, insane. And you, as human beings that know the English language, probably use all of those terms kind of interchangeably. The law has definitions for things, and they are not the same. So what I would like for you to pay attention to in the presentation of evidence in this case is the evidence that she understood the wrongfulness of her actions, that she understood the difference between wrong and right. And there will be plenty of evidence presented to you that she did. One of those pieces of evidence is when she was sitting in the hospital bed, one of the first things that she wrote to law enforcement, because she could not speak because she had a trach, was, "How long will my prison sentence be for killing her?" This is the evidence that will come before you that demonstrates that she understood the wrongfulness of her actions. Pay attention. She locked the door. She waited until she was isolated. Those are pieces of evidence that will come before you that are important. The next thing I would like you to pay attention to in the presentation of evidence is why she killed Hannah. There will be evidence about why she killed Hannah. Pay very, very close attention to what motivated her actions. He didn't do it, I did it. I was going insane and no longer wanted to be with his friends, but kept coming back for him. I only wanted my baby and husband, but he refused. The evidence will be she wanted him. She wanted to be with him. She was the first of this group of 3 wives, and the 2 others came after her. The evidence will be clear that she wanted to be with him, and he was never going to give up this polygamist cult lifestyle that they had adopted. This was one of the first writings that she made about why she killed Hannah. Pay attention to the why. Her cell phone was searched, and you'll see evidence of that. She searched killing somebody to save them. Also, a couple of weeks before she killed Hannah, she searched how to snap a neck. The evidence is going to be she was evaluated in the hospital by a psychiatrist shortly after she killed Hannah, and he indicated the patient felt the only way out was to kill her daughter and herself. I couldn't handle being with the group anymore, and you left no alternative with certain threats. This was her note that she wrote to Benyamin. She wanted him and the baby, and she wanted everybody else to know. And that wasn't an option, so she picked a different one. there is going to be evidence in this case that she believed some things that were pretty crazy. And there's that word again, crazy. It doesn't have a legal definition. You're going to be focused more on mental illness and insanity and making your determination. But just in the English language context, there's going to be evidence that comes before you that sounds insane. There is going to be evidence that she believed things that the rest of the group believed too. That the world is fake, that we're living in hell, that they have the ability to, with their minds, control the actions of other people around them. These things were not unique to Chlor Driver. The entire group believed that this higher level of consciousness was something that they were called upon to do to serve the world. And so what I ask you to do when you are assessing these things is, there may be a question about whether these are delusions or whether these are just genuinely held religious views that maybe are untraditional that the rest of the world doesn't agree with. And that's something that you're going to have to parse out. But here's the thing that is very, very clear and will be very important to your determination in this case. None of these bizarre views had anything to do with Hannah. That is of critical importance. I started with a picture of Hannah, and I'm going back to it, because when we talk about the issue of insanity that will be raised in this case, you have to focus on how her belief system, her mind, her thoughts, how those things related to Hannah, her feelings about Hannah, the reason she committed the act against Hannah. You cannot just say she has crazy beliefs without considering Hannah. So in this case, what you will hear and what the evidence will show is not a single witness, not a single doctor that evaluated her, not a single statement Chlor Driver has ever made was that Hannah believed, or she believed Hannah was any kind of a threat to her. There will be no evidence of that. You will not hear that she was ever afraid of Hannah. You will not hear that she ever felt like she needed to defend herself against Hannah. And how she felt about Hannah in her mind and in her actions and informing her intent is something that you need to pay attention to in this case. It will help you solve the legal equation. Whether she had delusions or not is a teeny tiny part of the legal equation you will solve. The evidence that will come before you is none of that stuff related to the reasons why she committed this act against Hannah or her beliefs about Hannah, the baby, the victim in this case. You are going to have to evaluate the evidence that comes before you about whether any of her belief systems were manifestations of mental illness and how that related to the act that she committed. And what the evidence is going to be is that any manifestations of mental illness were completely separate from the motivations for why she killed Hannah. The evidence is going to be that her motivation for why she killed Hannah wasn't her delusions, it was her reality. The evidence is going to be that she couldn't decide if she...
Chrissy's here. Oh my goodness. How you doing? Hope you are well. You're a nice surprise on this gloomy trial day. Good. It's always good to see you. I hope you are getting through your last things, getting everything done. Get that diploma, get that degree. It's going to be awesome. We're going to do a recap of a trial that's going on in Georgia currently. Started last week. I don't remember. I think we were still doing Delphi stuff maybe last week. I don't remember. It is a mom who unalived her 13-month-old daughter and tried to unalive herself by stabulating their necks. She was in a cult, and she was one of 3 wives. The state is saying that she was jealous of the other 2 wives and wanted it just to be her and the whatever his Z. I think we're going to hear him called Z the most. But the state said something, and I don't know if you caught it. She said that Chloe, the mom, said that unaliving Hannah, the baby, and herself was the only way out. That to me doesn't speak jealousy. But I don't know. I just caught that, and it hit me like she's in a cult and maybe she wanted out, and that was her only way out. That's what she's saying. That was my only way out, was to not be alive anymore. And she was maybe looking at it as she was protecting her daughter and herself. I don't know. We haven't seen any evidence yet. But so that's what it is. We're going to watch opening statements. This is the prosecutor. She's almost done. We'll do the defense. And then we're going to do 3 witnesses from this day and at least 1 witness who was also in the cult for day 2. And then we'll recap day 3 and 4 on Wednesday. Day 5 is happening today. I'm not sure how much longer this trial actually will go on. So we may be able to wrap it up at the end of this week. But that's what we're doing. Also, this trial has good audio. So that's even bigger plus.
She wanted to stay or go, so she picked a third option. And the evidence is going to show that that wasn't delusional at all. That was very reasonable thinking based upon the situation she willfully put herself in. I suspect in this case, there's going to be a lot of effort to paint Chlor Driver as the victim instead of this baby girl. You were going to hear that she was held against her will. She didn't feel like she was free to leave. But the evidence is going to demonstrate that that is not true. The evidence is going to demonstrate that as she sat there and stabbed Hannah to death, she had a diaper bag with her personal effects in it, and inside that diaper bag was a cell phone, $1,000 cash, blank checks in the name of Chlor Alexis Driver that connected to a bank account in the name of Chlor Alexis Driver that had $65,000 in it. She had the means to leave. The evidence is going to be she didn't want to. She wanted him. She had supportive parents who she had seen the day before she murdered Hannah. And instead, she chose to go with the group. That is what the evidence is going to be. The evidence will not be that she was held against her will. The evidence will be that she exercised her free will in wanting to be with Benyamin. The evidence will be that at every opportunity, she took the opportunity to maintain her relationship with him, even after she murdered Hannah. The evidence will be that she wanted to have her cake and eat it too. Even after she was arrested and charged with murder, the evidence that will come before you is that she was simultaneously talking to doctors, speaking to lawyers, evaluating her options for a defense in this case, telling them that she was an oppressed victim of this religious cult to shirk responsibility for her criminal actions and placing the blame on Benyamin, saying all those things to the doctors and professionals that were evaluating her, while simultaneously continuing to maintain conversations with him, continuing to maintain a relationship with him, making hundreds of phone calls to him and telling him how much she loved him.
Well, surprise, surprise. It's Bri Bear. Aw, Sue got it. Thanks, Brian. Whoopsies. She is very put together. Thanks, Bri. I appreciate it. Good to see you. Hope you had a good weekend. Hope it wasn't too busy and that maybe you got some rest. Didn't have to, save any lives this weekend. You just saved your own. And rested. Good. I worry about you and my daughter-in-law. Well, most people in the healthcare industry, especially this time of year. But I know you guys get overwhelmed. Yes, she is. And she's not by the pool anymore because it's not summer. Unfortunately. Don't knock it. Don't knock boring weekends. They're great. I like them.
That she placed out. He could not call her. The evidence will not be that she could not exercise free will. The evidence will be that she wanted to be with him. What you are going to hear is probably that this cult lifestyle wasn't great for her mental health. But that is not the issue before you in this case. The evidence is going to be that Chlor Driver was swimming in the pond she jumped in. And she did it willfully. It was the air that she breathed. And she chose that even after she took the life of Hannah Nicole Driver. You will not hear that she was deprived of free will. You will see that she exercised her free will. And the person that suffered the consequences of her choices was Hannah, not Chloe. The evidence will be clear that Chloe murdered Hannah. She did it willfully, she did it intentionally, and she wanted her to die. The evidence will also demonstrate, maybe, that Chloe was a weak-minded person who was particularly susceptible to the cult lifestyle. But that is not the issue before you. The evidence will not demonstrate that she meets the definition of criminal insanity to the extent that she cannot be held responsible for her actions. And once all of the evidence has come before you, and all of the witnesses have been questioned, I'm going to ask you to hold her responsible for the consequences that this child suffered from her choices and her decisions. And I'm going to ask you to find her guilty.
All right, Ms. Trethewey.
Good morning. I want to make one thing abundantly clear from the outset of this case, and that no one in this courtroom is going to stand here and dispute that the murder of a child is a horrific event. This is a tragic and heartbreaking case. There's simply no other way to explain it. There's no rational way to explain that. There is no dispute as to the facts regarding the events that occurred on December 8th of 2020 at 215 Mountain Vista Boulevard here in Canton. Ms. Driver does not dispute that she killed her 13-month-old baby daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver. There is also no dispute that at the same time, Ms. Driver stabbed herself repeatedly in the neck, not once, not twice, not 3 times, 4 times, and then took the knife to her chest. There is no doubt that the evidence in this case and the testimony you're going to hear by the state of the defendant will not only be difficult to see and hear, but as we go through this trial, the only issue in this case that you need to decide is Ms. Driver's mental status and mental state at the time of the crime. Solely focus as we sit here and present all of this evidence about what happened that day, and the state does that, on her mental health. We are not standing here saying that Hannah Nicole Driver is not a victim. That is not the position taken by anybody in this case. Our job is to simply show you how we got here today, and that the law allows you to consider her mental state at the time of the crime. I'm going to give you a little bit more background information about the people involved in this case so you have some sort of context. Today, our client, Chloe, she's 24 years old. She grew up in Florida and in the Knoxville, Tennessee area. Her parents are Eric and Renee Driver. She is one of 3 children, the youngest and only daughter. Ms. Driver did have her ups and downs and bouts with teenage angst, and she, like most teenagers, thought she was ready for the world and knew best at the age of 16. She left home, she left school. She had her first fateful meeting with Benyamin Ben-Michaeil when she was 16 years old at a bus station in Atlanta. Several months after the breaking up with her boyfriend, she had just turned 17. She met up with Benyamin again. He was 38 years old. See, I'll tell you a little bit about Mr. Benyamin Ben-Michaeil. He's not this great character that the state intends to put up here. Not at all. He spends his free time setting up Christian trusts in the name of religion and his wacky beliefs. You will hear that some of these trusts include contracts that he made with his so-called wives. I'm not even going to attempt to try to explain what these trusts are, because quite frankly, we really don't understand what their thought process is involved in that, and I'm sure Mr. Stillers would love to tell you all about it. You will hear that he had 3 wives at this time. He had Jessica, he had Chloe, he had Sarah. He actually knew Jessica prior to ever meeting Chloe, but Chloe was his first wife, and Jessica came back into the picture at a later time because she had money. She had some money stashed away, and Mr. Ben-Michaeil knew that. Sarah Stiles did come along longer. She wasn't involved in this group until after Chloe had her baby. See, he creates contracts with each one of these women and calls them his wives in trust. You will also hear evidence that Benyamin had not only Chloe, but these other wives filed during COVID for the fraudulent EIDL loan money through the Small Business Administration. He had each one of them apply for these under his Alorian Christian Trust, or other pseudo trust that he called a 501c3, a 508c something, under the organization of spirituality and teaching. You will hear that they were able to get $150,000 fraudulently. That's the money sitting in the Wells Fargo account. They traveled all around the eastern United States. Sometimes they were together, sometimes they were not, depending on where he wanted each of these women. They definitely lived what we would consider an alternative lifestyle. This lifestyle didn't involve the things that you and I would normally think would be a partnership or a relationship, or the type of rules that we would necessarily agree with. There were rules of what to eat, what to wear, who they could talk to, when she would have access to her cell phone, when she'd be able to speak to her parents. Same rules applied to all three women. It was a constant indoctrination of an alternative ideology and belief system to an already vulnerable young lady, a 17, 18, and 19-year-old woman with a 38, 39, 40-year-old man. He did assign his wives each alternative name. You'll hear in these calls and interviews, they'll refer to her as Chloe. Chloe, initially, was all in this relationship. She really didn't know any better. She was shocked and awed by his personality. She was young, and she was vulnerable. She became alienated from her friends and her family, and she did. She followed his teachings and belief system. He also manipulated her mind to the extent about her own belief system about her own parents, repeatedly telling her that she could not trust her parents and that they may have done horrible things to her as a child. She couldn't and did not realize that this was essentially a cult environment. Around April of 2020, Benyamin met Jason Spillers, and they immediately became friends. They became fascinated with his trust system, the idea of having multiple women involved, quickly realized that they shared similar beliefs. To this day, they remain very close to each other. Mr. Spillers traveled around as well from place to place and was in a group on several different occasions with them, leading up to December 8th. When he was not with Benyamin or this group, he remained in constant contact via phone, text, or other means. Mr. Spillers saw Chloe in May of 2020. We'll describe her as a loving, caring mom. No issues, no signs of mental illness. In September of 2020, he noted that her mental state had deteriorated and became concerned. We even spoke to Brian about it. There were discussions about her needing treatment and medication. But see, Mr. Ben-Michaeil doesn't agree with pharmaceuticals. He doesn't believe with white coat intervention, as he calls it. He was not going to let her put any medication in her body because she was breastfeeding, and she needed to be pure. He also believed that he could self-diagnose and self-treat Chloe on his own. Now, there were several red flags and calls for help leading up to this event, and the state didn't tell you about it, but I'm going to. Several people who claim to love Chloe and care about her are the same people who refused to get her the help she desperately needed and asked for. Benyamin, his other wives, Jason Spillers, Chloe's own parents. They either all chose not to help her and ignored her cries for help, or they just could not break through to her in those fateful months and get her that help she so desperately needed that she asked for. The responses to her erratic behavior, her expressions of the thoughts that were in her mind to these people were ignored. Rather, in September of 2020, instead of getting her actual mental health, Benyamin convinced her to start taking CBD to help regulate herself and calm her down. You will hear testimony that they continued to feed her this CBD from Mr. Spillers that not only increased the erratic behavior, but led to an increase in her delusions and the continued degradation of her condition. There were two significant incidents that I want you to think about through this trial that show a continued decline of her mental health symptoms and the lack of help for her deteriorating mental state. On November 25th, 2020, this group was in Asheville, North Carolina. Chlor Driver ran out of an apartment, through an apartment complex parking lot into oncoming traffic to escape this group. She was having a major mental health crisis episode. During that time, she was begging strangers to help her get away from him and get help. She was young and she was crazy. I expect you to hear from a lady named Sandra Torres. She is a completely independent witness. Doesn't know Benyamin, doesn't know Jason, doesn't know Chloe, who saw this young lady on that day in the middle of the road, crying and asking for help, being chased by Jason Spillers. She sees him pick her up and drag her back into that apartment. She calls 911. And what is the result of her help? She was hit by a car that Benyamin was driving and punched in the eye by Jason Spillers. He broke her eye socket. She will tell you that Chloe was begging for help, begging to call the police, begging them to call her parents to help. These men put Chloe in a car, put Hannah in a car, and drove away before the police could ever respond. There are police reports about this. You will hear that the next day, Thanksgiving of 2020, November 26th, that Chloe had access to her cell phone. She contacted her parents to please come and get her in Asheville, North Carolina with Hannah and help her get away. That Brian was hurting her, she was afraid, she needed help. Her parents immediately got in the car and started to make that 2-hour drive to Asheville. Benyamin went through her phone, found out that they were coming, and the result was he took the child before her parents or the police could get there. Took the child away from Chloe and kept her away from her child for over 2.5 days. Police reported about that too. When her parents picked her up that day, Miss Driver had a black eye, the remnants of a healing black eye, documented in the police report as well. Chloe went with her parents. She was distraught. She was upset. She was afraid that she was never going to see her daughter again. He kept her away from the baby. Expect you to see the Facebook messages and text messages exchanged between the two that indicate the manipulation of the games he played with Chloe that day and over the course of those 2 days to get her child back. She was even more distraught because she was still breastfeeding her daughter. That was the first time that her parents had ever learned about what was going on with Chloe, both with her mental status and the relationship. Her parents were desperate to intervene. They helped her try to figure out how to get her own bank account, how to obtain Hannah's birth certificate, because they left the hospital shortly after she was born, because Mr. Ben-Michaeil didn't want her in the system and was afraid that DFACS was going to be called. They left without a birth certificate. She feared that they would never see her daughter again. I expect you'll see a video that was taken on November 27th of 2020 with Miss Driver. That video was taken prior to Miss Driver getting in an Uber that Mr. Ben-Michaeil set for her to bring her back to her child. She didn't know where she was going. She didn't know what was going to happen to her. She didn't actually know that she was being brought to her daughter. You will see the choice and the agony in Miss Driver's voice that she had to go back to get her daughter. She feared never seeing her again. You will hear evidence, and the state's already touched on it, about evidence about searches. Miss Driver did search for other things other than how to snap a neck. She did searches that were trying to, how to find a bus ticket for a 13-month-old. How do I travel with a child I don't have a birth certificate to? There are also indications that she was understanding that she was experiencing some crazy things in her mind. She searched for schizophrenia. She searched for other ways to get mental help, things that she was being denied. And things spiraled from there. On December 7th, 2020, the group took Chloe back to her parents' house to get the last of her belongings. They begged her to stay there with Hannah. They couldn't convince her to stay, and her parents thought about calling the police. But they also realized that that might mean that they might never see their daughter or granddaughter again. And they are still living with that guilt today. The group then left and spent the night in a hotel room. The morning of the 8th, they attended a ceremony called the 12 Tribes. They then traveled towards Canton, Georgia. I expect that Mr. Stillers will tell you about a weird incident where Chloe appeared to be hallucinating or having something going on while they were at Whole Foods on the way down here. They did stop at Mr. Adlin's house to pick up some belongings that belonged to Benyamin. Chloe was in Canton for less than 3 hours that day. Throughout this case, you will hear evidence that everyone around her said Chloe wholeheartedly and loved and cared for her child. You will hear evidence that she was a loving and doting mother, that she tended to all of Hannah's needs, that baby barely ever cried because of the love and attention that so you will hear that Chloe considered her an extension of herself, a huge piece of her, had a connection to her, that everything she did for her daughter was because she was an incredible mother. And I'm going to show you some pictures, put this kind of in context for you guys, so that you can see the physical changes involved in Chloe's life during this time. These pictures do not dispute a change in her physically and show a change in her mentally. This is Chloe when she was 16 years old, before she met Benyamin Ben-Michaeil. This is Chloe with Hannah on July 12th, 2020. Pride and joy. August 29th, 2020. Again, showing how prideful she is of her daughter. November 2020. November 27th, 2020. angle from 1127. Now, the state has charged Chloe with killing Hannah with malice and cruel intentions, and along with other counts set forth in the indictment. The evidence in this case, contrary to what the state is saying, is clear and overwhelming. The state doesn't want you to consider Chloe a victim of Benyamin or Jason's stolen. We're not even standing here saying that that is a full piece of what happened. We're not blaming Jason. We're not blaming Benyamin. We're not blaming Hannah. But what it is a bigger piece of this puzzle about Chloe's severe and untreated mental illnesses that she suffered in the months leading up to December 8th. You will also hear testimony that she did have these delusions, that she seemed paranoid, that she reported seeing signs of things that to you and I wouldn't be read that way. But that's all part of mental illness. We are not here to dispute what happened to Hannah. It is truly horrific. It is something that Ms. Driver thinks about every single day. You will hear evidence from witnesses who were with her leading up to this that contradict every aspect that on December 8th of 2020 that Chloe was in any right state of mind at all. You will hear testimony from those individuals who witnessed her day-to-day mental health breakdowns and delusions themselves. You will also hear testimony about how this investigation by the Canton Police Department was conducted from the very beginning as it related to her severe mental illnesses and her delusions. Ms. Driver was evaluated by several experts in this case, which will be presented to you in this case, including one from the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health. We expect that the evidence will show that every expert that comes before you will say that she was severely mentally ill, that she was delusional, and will offer diagnoses of specific mental health disorders. You will hear from experts that will tell you that she was suffering from these severe mental disturbances, paranoia, and psychosis on December 8th, and in the months leading up to the tragic event. They will tell you that they based their information on information they received from the state, from the defense, and from other collateral third parties. They will also tell you that the participation in this group, while initially may have been voluntary, turned into one of an involuntary nature from a psychological perspective. The state is aiming to present this case in such a deliberate manner aimed at eliciting raw emotional responses to what happened. That's it. They want you to ignore the elephant in the room, which is the mental health, which is a huge piece of this puzzle. Despite those initial reactions, we are asking you to think about this. Mothers just do not kill their kids. Ask yourself, what drives someone to do something like this to their baby and to themselves? What drives someone to do something like this who by all reports loved and cared for Hannah in the most amazing way? Listen to the evidence that's presented about what she experienced in this relationship with Benyamin and what delusions compelled her to this tragic event. Listen to what people say about her ability to know what she was doing, living minute to minute, how she'd be fine one minute, and the next thing they would describe her as erratic and crazy. There is absolutely no motive in this case for her to kill her daughter. There is no other reason for her to have killed Hannah but for her psychotic symptoms and delusions that she was under on December 8th of 2020. You'll hear that from experts, but you'll hear that from witnesses too. This is the only explanation as to what happened, and only reason that will be supported by the evidence in this case. We believe that the evidence in this case will clearly lead you to a conclusion that at the end of this case, that she's not guilty by reason of insanity. And that still, because it's provided by law, is a way to hold her responsible for these actions. We expect that that's what the evidence will show, and that will be what we will be asking for you at the end of this case. Thank you.
All right, you can go ahead and.
So I have two questions. One is for Kelly. You've mentioned a couple times, and I keep trying to figure out on my own what it is. What is a GBRI? You said you think she has a GBRI case, and I was trying to figure out if that was a acronym for like mental health stuff, or if it was like Georgia Bureau something investigation. Couldn't come up with that R in there. The other thing that is weird to me that they were able to leave the hospital without a birth certificate. And at first I thought, well, they just left and didn't tell anybody that they left. But I think back to like when my son and daughter-in-law had the baby back in June, and even long before that, the mom and the baby, and I think my son had a wristband on, and you couldn't get in and out. Not guilty by reason of intent. Got it. Got it now, Kelly. Thank you. But you couldn't get in and out of there. Even to get back to the nursery, you had to walk up to the door, put your, hit the thing, you backed up so they could see your face, and then tell them who you were there to see. And the only way that we were able to get back there is if our son came out and, got us to let us in. We couldn't just go up to the door ourselves. So and every hospital is very different, but I would think most hospitals have that kind of system in place to prevent somebody from taking a child. So I'm kind of curious on how they were able to leave the hospital without filling out that paperwork. That was just weird to me. Also, she Googled how to travel with the minor that you don't have a birth certificate for. I was thinking of so many answers that could give people with bad intentions ways to do that. So I was kind of hoping Google would say, I can't answer that question. I don't know. I didn't Google it myself. All right. So there was opening statements. This is the homeowner whose house they were stopping at to grab the rest of their belongings. His testimony is pretty short, but this is that dude. So we'll listen to him real quick. Yeah, she had Hannah in the hospital, but they left without getting a birth certificate. I don't understand. I can't see like where our hospital would say you need to fill. I think so. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't realize you were asking a question. Because that's what she said. They left the hospital without a birth certificate. I'm confused on that. You guys are talking about cookie dough. I ate cookie dough and cake. I still eat brownie batter. In fact, I got brownies to make today, and I plan on eating the batter. I may not eat any of the baked brownies. So far, I am okay. Yeah, Flashman, if it doesn't taste good, get rid of it. But, I mean, I don't know what the big deal is about raw cookie dough. I get it. I know there's eggs, but dang, it's so good.
Can you state your name and spell it?
Gerald Adwin, Ablan.
Okay. And where do you reside?
My address,
Just city and state.
Venice, Florida.
Venice, Florida? Okay. How old are you, Mr. Allen?
59.
And where did you reside prior to living in Venice,
In
Florida?
Canton, Georgia.
Okay. And for what period of time did you live in Canton?
2009 to 2022.
Okay. 2009 to 2022. And where did you reside?
215 Mountain Vista Boulevard.
Okay. Is that here in Cherokee County?
Yes,
All right. And where's that in relation to where we are now? About how far away?
5 miles.
Okay. And that residence, what can you tell me about who lived there, the size of it?
I lived there alone until 2015 when a friend of mine had another friend who needed help, and I offered them to stay, and they stayed for a couple months and then left.
Okay. Let me start with 2020, and then we'll go back a little bit more historically. Who lived in your house on December 8th of 2020?
Me.
Just you. Okay. And what was your employment at that time?
I work for a company called Sharp Spring.
Did you work from home?
Yes.
All right. And on that day, did anybody come to your residence?
Yes.
And who came to your residence?
Brian and another guy, they were picking up some stuff that they left in my basement.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about that. Who is Brian?
He's the friend of a friend who I let stay with me in
All right.
2015.
Do you know his full name?
No.
All right. Does he go by anything other than Brian?
Z?
Okay. What do you call him?
Z.
Z. All right. And so on December 8th of 2020, Brian or Z came to your residence. You said with another guy. Do you know who that was?
Jason, I think.
Jason. Okay. And was anybody else with them?
There were some girls.
Hey, Wow. Good to see you. Your sister was a preemie, wasn't named until well after your mom was discharged. Those hospital social workers hounded my parents until she was named at like 2 weeks. She wasn't discharged until 3 months. So I was thinking, and Chrissy, this kind of jogged my memory a little bit of given a certificate of live birth. But I think we had to fill out the paperwork for the hospital to turn in to get the actual birth certificate before I left, and that was 30 years ago. So I'm wondering if they did that and just never, I don't know. There's something there. It still doesn't make sense to me. And no, don't eat raw chicken, Flash fan. Because it doesn't end well.
And there might have been another guy I don't really remember. I didn't really pay attention to it.
All right. What were you doing when they came?
I was working. I was actually on a Zoom call with work.
Okay.
No.
So you weren't paying a whole lot of attention.
Since
to
I'm
who was
only 28, it's hard to
and
believe.
prior to them coming to your house, who had you communicated with about the fact that they were coming?
Just see.
Just see. Okay. And you mentioned that he was coming to pick up some stuff. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Like what?
Okay. Why did he have things at your home?
They were transitioning to a new place to live when they left, and they had a lot of stuff that they couldn't bring, so I let them keep it in my basement.
Okay.
I had an unfinished basement with lots of space. It didn't affect me to be there.
All right.
It's clothes and stuff.
Okay. So prior to 2020, how much time had you spent with Z or Brian?
2-3 months.
Okay. And how did you meet him?
Like I said, it was a friend of mine. I saw him on a video, and that's a friend of mine had him on a video, and that's how I got involved or met him.
Okay. When was that?
2015.
2015. Okay. So in 2015, a friend of yours had him on a video, and that's how you became familiar with Brian/Z?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the nature of that video?
I don't really remember, to be honest. I
Okay.
can find it if you need it, but
What do you recall? What sort of forged the connection between you and him?
it was spiritual stuff.
Okay.
Consciousness related, nothing, weird.
Okay. Spiritual and consciousness type video. Was it something on like YouTube or on
Yeah,
the
it's on
internet?
YouTube. It's probably still there.
All right. So you saw that video and then you connected with Brian?
The interviewer who I knew.
Okay. So he was being interviewed by somebody else?
Correct.
Okay. So you connected with him through that interviewer who you knew?
Correct.
Understood. And you believe that was in 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And so after you connected with him in 2015, how did your relationship with him develop?
I had invited them to come, they needed a place to stay. I offered them my house.
Okay.
Or
And
a room.
all right. And do you know when that was?
Sometime in 2015.
Okay. And when you say them, who are you referring to?
Z and his girlfriend.
Okay. And do you know who that was?
I think it was Chloe.
Okay. And
But I didn't know her name then.
okay. So how long did he reside in your home?
I think it was around 3 months.
Okay.
I don't really know.
All right. And was that intended to be a temporary situation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how much interaction or observation did you have with them while they lived with you?
Not much.
Not much. Okay. Did you ever see anything that concerned you?
Not at all.
Okay. And what happened that caused them to move out?
I was just sick of having people in my house.
Okay.
It was supposed to be temporary.
Mhm.
Let's make it temporary.
All right. And so was it your decision to have them leave?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any issue or dispute about that?
Not at all.
Okay. So how much communication did you have with Z after he moved out of your residence in 2015?
Get some water? Okay. Could you get him some water, please?
Can you take a break or you want to keep going?
If you need to, do you need to take a break, sir?
I just want to step outside.
Okay. Then we will be in recess in place for a few minutes, but you can step back.
Juror is choking. That's not what we were laughing at. He's just going to go step outside and clear his throat. I don't. All right. I couldn't remember if the seal came up and they actually. All righty. I don't think it's a long break.
I did too, so I'll just.
All right. So, NIDWOW in Virginia. It's not right. Virginia's VA. I just filled out a form for my kids. If the birth certificate existed, someone could order it. The fact that the state is saying it doesn't exist makes me think they somehow left. Yeah, because you think the state would have it if they. I'll have to, and I get it. This didn't happen in my state. I'm very curious on how Brandon and Bree, how they did it. I'll have to ask her and see how it happened here, because now I'm just curious.
Start over. We were discussing them moving out of your residence, and I asked you whether there was any issues or concerns with that. And then my follow-up question was, how much contact did you have with Z after he moved out? Like, did you maintain a relationship?
Sort of, like he calls me every once in a while.
Okay.
Catch up.
All right. And how would you just generally classify the nature of those conversations?
Cordial.
Okay. You indicated that you and him sort of connected under a spiritual or consciousness type video. Was that sort of consistently the theme of your relationship? Were those the types of things that you discussed?
We did at first, but not much after that.
Okay. And how would you describe Z?
It's kind of hard to describe. He's a nice guy, gentle, kind. Never raised his voice at me or anything.
Okay. Have you ever had any conflict with him?
I did, but it was over stupid stuff.
Okay.
Nothing earth-shattering.
Okay.
He left something out, or he's cooking leaks that stink up the house.
Got it.
Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So after he moved out of your residence in 2015, is that when he left things at your house?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated you had an unfinished basement and you just
Correct.
allowed those things to stay in your basement. How often did you see him between 2015 and 2020?
Once or twice.
Okay. And would those have been times when he came to your home?
Yeah, I think I don't remember the timelines exactly. There was a couple times he was passing through and needed a place to sleep at one night as he traveling from A to B. So I let him sleep over.
All right. And you indicated when they came to your home in December 8th of 2020 that it was Z and Jason and you said some girls. How many?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Like I said, I was on a Zoom call. I didn't really pay attention. They showed up, I opened the door, and I went back to my call.
Okay. And when you say girls, are you talking about minors or women?
Women.
Women. Okay.
Sorry.
Were you aware that there was a child there?
Yes.
Okay. And what you observed the child as well?
I don't recall.
Okay. So when they got there, were you already working?
Yes.
Okay. And how much interaction did you have with them when they got there?
Very little.
All right.
I told them to leave me alone and shut up. I'm on a work call.
Okay. So that was expressly stated.
Yes.
All right. And was it surprising to you that he had multiple women with him?
Surprising?
Yes. Let me ask you a better way. Did you know that he had multiple wives or that he was involved in some type of polygamous situation?
Sort of.
Okay. And
I never witnessed it until 2020, but
okay. But you knew generally about it?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you have any idea what time they arrived to your house on December the 8th of 2020?
I believe it was in the morning.
Okay.
But I don't really remember.
All right. Do you know how many vehicles they were in?
I think they had two, like a car and an RV,
Okay.
if I recall correctly.
All right.
A truck and an RV.
All right. And tell me, when they got there, where were you physically located in your
In
house?
my kitchen office. I had an office set up in my kitchen.
Okay. And did you have any appreciation while you were at your office setup in your kitchen where everybody else went in your house? No. Okay. And how long were they there before something significant occurred?
An hour maybe? I don't really know
Okay.
what the time scale was.
Okay.
Time-
When did you become aware that something was wrong or going on?
When I heard a lot of banging,
Okay.
I was on my call And I started hearing a lot of screaming and banging from upstairs, and that's when I went upstairs
Okay.
to see what's going on.
Describe to me more what you mean by the sound of banging.
I heard some. I'm sorry. I heard a bunch of screaming from Brian, and
What was he
then
screaming?
open the door.
Okay.
I think. I honestly don't remember.
Okay.
So I can't say it was open. I don't know what he was screaming. He was going to open the door and banging on the door.
Okay.
And then I heard the crash of the door being kicked in.
Okay.
And that's when I went upstairs.
Okay. And what happened after you heard the crash of the door being kicked in?
So this is the part I don't really remember too clearly. I have read my police report so I can state what I said there.
Okay. Well, if that refreshes your memory, that's okay. But if you don't have an
It
independent
actually
memory,
does not refresh my memory,
Okay.
but what I wrote in the police, what I said in the police report, which I don't actually recall now, which could be because of the trauma, but that I went upstairs, I saw blood, and I went back downstairs
okay.
to call 911, and someone else was already calling them, so I didn't.
All right. After you said you heard him say things about open the door and you heard the door being busted down, did you hear him scream or say anything after the door was open?
I heard, wailing,
What do you mean by that?
like crying, like he was monumentally upset
Okay.
by what had happened.
Okay. And you indicated that at some point you had said that you saw blood and then you went downstairs to call 911?
That's what I said in my police report.
Okay. What do you recall about where you went after you went upstairs and what you did?
Nothing, to be honest. I kind of like wandered in a circle in my house. Kind of in shock.
Okay, in shock. What were you physically feeling at that time?
Horror?
Okay. Do you recall when you looked in the room who all was even in that room? Okay. Do you have any recollection communicating or assisting in communicating with any 911 operator?
No.
Okay. And what do you recall about any response by fire, EMS, or law enforcement?
I remember.
Dill, we've been talking. Answer a question for us. Not that it matters because this is Indiana. This case is taking place in Georgia. So this woman had a baby in probably she was 13 months old. Please don't make me do the math because I don't know when she was born. Let's see, December 2020, she would have been 13 months old. So November 2019, she had a baby. They left the hospital. They never got a birth certificate. We're just kind of talking and, because it's crazy to us that, did you have to have like everything filled out before you left the hospital in regards to like her social security card and getting the birth certificate, that sort of thing? I think you're right, Chrissy, that the confusion is that they left, that they just left. Because like I said here, if Brandon and Bree would have just been like, we're out, peace out, the alarm would have went off. But I get what Nidoa was saying about you can leave against medical advice. So, yeah. Okay, so you had to have everything filled out before they would discharge you. Could you have left, do you think, without having everything filled out, or would they have been weird? Yeah, I don't know that. I know when they first started the alarm system at that hospital, like it was full lockdown. If you did not match, like you could not take the baby. You couldn't take the baby past certain points. If the alarm would go off. So I don't know. You left without a name for your third son, had to get paperwork notarized on your own and send it in. All right. They gave you the documentation, go to the next step to get the actual legal document. Social security card is automatic. Yes, you can leave AMA and refuse to sign anything. Happened recently. All right. Weird. And I'm not saying that it's right or wrong, but poor kids, like you have to have that. I remember I didn't get my when I left the hospital, I didn't have to get a social security card. So I was not born here, but I have my social security number is issued from the state. So sometimes when I tell people I wasn't born here, I remember telling somebody sometime that I wasn't born here. I don't know. We were doing something and they're like, your social security number says you were. Like, no, it doesn't. Shut up. It does say I was born. It is an Indiana social security number. But I didn't have to have it till I think I had to get it when I was 13, and I didn't turn 13 till after I moved here. So it's changed in the last, 28 years. All right, this guy is completely not really believable. He sure doesn't notice a lot of things for being a software engineer in his house. Memory, not great so far. Like Kelly said, very vague. I didn't notice. I don't know if he had multiple wives. Weird. He's almost
The
done.
EMT carrying the baby down the stairs.
Okay.
That's all I remember.
All right. And where were you at?
I was in military.
Okay. And did you have any idea what happened? Did you ever see Miss Driver come down and retrieve a knife from your kitchen?
Yes.
Okay.
Oops.
Did you have a knife block in your kitchen?
I did.
And where would that have been in relation to where you were working?
About 15 feet to my right and behind me about 3 feet. It was next to my stove.
Okay. The position that you were working in, would your back have been
Yes.
to where that knife block would have been?
Really crazy.
You said that you recalled them EMS carrying the baby down. What do you recall next in terms of what you did?
Police showed up. It just kind of spiraled out. Police were there. That's about all I remember. It was just kind of, like
All right.
running around.
Did you have to go anywhere after that?
I had to go to the police station to give a statement.
Okay.
Talk to Detective Cruz, I think was her name. Very nice lady.
Do you know who else had to go to the police station to give a statement?
There were a bunch of people there, like 3 other people, I think.
Okay. Were those people that had been at your house?
Yes.
Okay. And who were those people?
I don't remember. I know Jason was there, the Jason guy. I don't remember.
Okay. Was he there?
I don't remember seeing him there.
Okay. What about the other women?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I was in a waiting room. So
You were in a waiting room at the police department?
yeah, there was like 1 or 2 other people there, so I don't know who all was.
All right. And did law enforcement serve any kind of search warrant or do any
Yes.
work at your residence?
Yes,
And what do you know about that?
they served me a search warrant and searched my house. That's
Okay.
all I know.
Okay. And did you cooperate with their investigation? And do you still stay in touch with Z?
Like I said, we talk every once in a while, but
Okay. Not really.
Yeah.
When you say we talk every once in a while, like how does he call you or do you call him?
he calls me.
Okay. And is the nature just like seeing what you've been up to?
Yes.
How do you classify you and his relationship?
Acquaintances, friends, not close friends, but friends.
Okay. And has he ever shared with you? You said that you were sort of peripherally aware that he had multiple wives. Has he ever discussed with you sort of the?
No.
None of that. Okay. Have you ever inquired?
No.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. I have nothing further this time.
Self-examination.
They muted, not me.
Good morning, sir. You said you've known Z since what year, approximately?
I believe it was 2015.
Okay. You're also aware that there was another female involved with Z prior to Miss Driver, correct?
The prior,
Girlfriend that lived at your house in 2015.
was there? I don't remember.
Well, let's talk about that. You recall talking to the police, correct?
Mhm.
All right. You told the police that in your interview that in 2015 that Z came to live with you with a woman named Gabriella. Do you remember Gabriella?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And that at some point she was pregnant, correct?
Gabriella, what were you doing? Also, You wouldn't remember if your acquaintance or your friend showed up with another woman, like, oh, I don't know, I don't remember. I don't believe you.
Yes,
And that you actually had them leave because you were a single man living there on your own and didn't want a baby at the house.
that's not true.
Well, if you told law enforcement that, you're just saying that now?
I just didn't want people in my house. Baby would be included in
All
that.
right, well, I can show you that.
I believe it.
Okay. And so actually in 2015, it was not Miss Driver then, it was Miss
Hi,
Michael,
Sharon.
correct?
Yes,
Okay. And then subsequently, you said you've met Miss Driver prior to December the 8th of 2020, correct?
yes,
All right, and you told Miss Roper that you didn't recall anything odd about any of your previous interactions with her and Z, correct?
correct.
All right, and on December 8th of 2020, you had very limited interactions with anybody other than Z, correct?
Correct.
You were sitting in your kitchen at your computer desk
Yes.
on what I believe is there's multiple screens on your computer
Two
desk.
screens, yes.
Okay, did you have headphones on?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have any idea of where the women were in the house?
No.
Oh, okay. And your interactions with Z were mainly for him to get his property out of your house, correct?
Correct.
All right. And I know you said today that you didn't have any idea of anything else that was weird or going on that day, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have any specific interactions with Mr. Ryder, correct?
Correct.
Or the baby?
Correct.
Or Jessica, one of the other two women?
Yeah, no.
None of them. Did you have
Other
interactions?
than maybe a hi, hello.
Okay, but nothing that stands out in your mind here
Nothing
today?
else.
Okay. And you only know him as Z, correct?
Correct.
Do you know Miss Driver by a different name?
Not re- I mean, I know she has a different name, but I don't remember what it
Okay.
was.
If I told you it was Kwani, would that ring a bell?
Sure, something like that.
Okay. So nothing stands out in your particular mind at this particular point in time about anything unusual. You just were getting on your Zoom call, correct?
Correct.
All right. And, Z had kept items at your house for several years, correct?
Correct.
And, it was a fairly good sized house.
Yes.
And you have room in your basement to store some of these things. I think you described it being a guitar, among other things.
A what?
A guitar?
Guitar, clothing,
Okay.
books.
Were you kind of happy that he was coming to get his stuff out of your house?
Yes.
Okay. And I know you described him today as, kind, gentle, whatever. Do you remember using other words at the time of your interview?
No.
Do you remember telling the detective crews that you considered him to be a pain in the ass?
No, but he was at times.
Okay. And did you also describe him as, or make the statement that he was kind of crazy?
I may have.
Okay. And you follow that up by calling him a hippie and saying that he's weird, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. But nothing stands out personally about Miss Driver in your mind at all that day. Okay. And you talked about how you call him Z and that you're just more acquaintances, correct? Have you had,
We're friends.
Okay.
We're not besties or anything, but I mean, I consider him a friend.
okay. And nature of your relationship is what? Just talking on the phone or the internet, that kind of thing?
Fun.
Okay. Don't go out and hang out with him socially.
I haven't seen him since 2020.
Okay. And there's been, well, even before that, in 2020, he would just kind of reappear or randomly call you, correct? You have to answer all that for the
Oh, sorry, yes.
Sorry.
Sorry.
That's okay. And there would be long periods of time where you wouldn't hear from him at all, correct?
Correct.
And then he'd kind of pop back up and say he was coming to stop by?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's kind of what happened in this particular instance, correct?
Yes.
You didn't know the day or two before anything that he was coming, he called you the day of?
He may have called me the day or two before and said, we're coming through, I'll pick up my stuff. I don't know when exactly it was, but it was in close proximity to.
But the day that he showed up, you were in contact with him and he was kind of giving you updates about when he thought he was going to arrive?
He may have texted me, I don't really remember.
Okay. Since 2020, what kind of contacts have you had?
Phone calls, like we've spoken a few times, maybe a dozen times since then.
I'm sorry, a dozen?
A dozen,
Okay.
half dozen, between there.
Since you found out when this case was scheduled for trial, correct? Have you had any phone calls with him?
I have
About how many?
2.
And what were the nature of those phone calls?
He called me, I asked if he was coming to the trial because I had to go, and that was it.
You didn't talk about what testimony was or any type of defense information?
No, not really.
Okay. If there was a recorded phone call with Z indicating that he's talked to you about the case, you would dispute
Well,
that?
I did actually talk to him about something that the prosecution told me.
Okay. And what was that?
The part of the defense.
Okay. So you told that to Z directly,
Yes.
and that was based on a conversation you had with,
Yes.
okay. And you were aware that Z is a witness either for the state?
I
or
was
for
not
the-
aware of that.
Okay. He didn't tell you that,
He did not tell me that.
but you did give him that information, correct?
Well, he said he didn't talk to you.
In the state?
Both, the defense and the state.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
Just
just keep that little tidbit of information in mind that they just went over about his little conversation. It's funny how he's like, it's like, oh, would this document refresh your memory? Oh, yeah, now I remember. I remember talking to him about the defense. Good on you, sir. Oh my gosh. Yes. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Oh, you don't look good. You don't look good. Let's see what the US states. Come on, state. This is your witness.
Mr. Ablin, you indicated you talked to Z about something that you and I had discussed. Did you want to come to this trial?
Not really.
Okay. And did I explain to you why your presence at this trial was necessary?
Which is why I'm here.
Okay. And are those the things that you discussed with Z?
Yes.
Okay. Did I tell you that one of the things we need to establish is how everybody reacted to the situation?
Yes.
Okay. And you had information about that his reaction, right? Okay.
He was mortified.
A minute ago, you said that you had told law enforcement that you kind of described him as like a crazy hippie. What do you mean by that?
Just, ultra hippie, love the earth kind of guy.
Okay.
Religious.
Okay. You indicated that you have had discussions with him or connected with him over like higher consciousness and things
Yes.
like that. Do you share all of his belief systems?
No.
And does he respect that in terms of your
Yes.
relationship?
Very much so.
Nothing further. Thank you.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
All right. Then the witness may be excused.
Yes.
All right. So we're going to go to Officer Gary Pruitt. I may not play all of his testimony because we can't see the body cam, obviously, but we can hear it. And I think there is something to be losing my train of thought here, kind of taken from, it kind of helps put it in perspective for you what was going on in that room. Because some of it's a little like hard to hear. You don't hear the baby, so don't worry about anything like that. But you can hear Chloe, like you can hear her. Oh, I do need to play the 911 call? Oh, I skipped it. Good thing it's timestamped. All right. Here it is.
Scale name.
Okay.
At the time, scale is different.
I will slow it down.
Okay. Your former name was different.
Yes.
Okay. And how are you employed?
I'm currently with a marketing company. At the time, I was a 911 dispatcher.
Okay. So when you say at the time, back in December of 2020, what was your employment?
I was a communications officer at Cherokee County 911.
Okay. And what was your primary responsibility in that role?
In this role, I was a call taker and dispatcher working with the 7 agencies that Cherokee County dispatches for.
Okay. And so if somebody in Cherokee County dialed 911, you're somebody that would respond to the call?
Correct.
All right. And we're going to get into the actual calls in question in this case, but I want to ask you a little bit about whether you had the opportunity to review sort of the records that relate to this case.
I did.
Okay. And are you familiar with how many 911 calls were placed?
I believe there was 2. There might have been more, but I can't be sure on more than 2.
Okay. And what was the, do you recall the incident location?
I do.
And what was that?
I believe it was in Canton, 215. Can't remember the street name, but
Okay.
it was in Canton.
All right. And you said that you know that there were 2. What can you tell the jury about when multiple phone calls come in from the same location, how your system communicates with
Sure.
each other?
Yeah, so we are all in the same room. There's about 8 of us, and we all have the opportunity to press answer. So anybody can be on a call at any given time. When this call came in, I was the second one, so we both pressed answer, and both of us picked up the call at the same time.
Okay. And how does the system or your dispatchers, how do they know that 2 different calls are related to the same incident?
So when the first dispatcher took the call, so I was the dispatcher and the call taker for this case. When the first call taker took the call, got the address, put in very little information and sent it to me, where I opened the call, I could see the address, the incident, and like the cross street, the caller, those kinds of things.
Okay. And then when you took this particular call, did you become aware that there was a secondary call happening simultaneously?
Yes,
Okay.
so it pops up and you can see information live as it comes in.
Okay. And so while you were taking the call in question in this case, were you also receiving information that was being provided by a second caller?
Yes,
Are you familiar with who the other dispatcher was?
Yes.
And who was that?
it's Paul McGinnett.
All right. And Your Honor, at this time, we'll tender States Exhibit 1 and 2, which are the two 911 calls. I believe the defense is stipulating the authenticity.
We are. No objection.
Stage 1 and 2 are admitted.
All right. Your Honor, I'd like to publish these calls.
Go ahead.
All right. Going to start with States Exhibit 1.
Chelsea County 911, what's the location of your emergency? 215 Mount Vista Boulevard. 215 Mount Vista Boulevard. 215 Mount Vista Boulevard? Yes. What does that run off of? What does that run off of? Houston? Yes. Houston, Georgia. Okay. I know the city you're in. What's the closest intersection to you? What's the closest main road that you take? 140. 140? What's going on? Highway 140. I think there's a baby that just died, and I think there was a woman responsible for it, and come here. Is it 215? Give me 1 second. 215. What's your name? My name is Jessica. Okay, Jessica, how are you related to that? They're my friends. Where's the baby at? Upstairs. Upstairs. I need to go see if the baby is breathing. Okay. Jessica, what's the mother's name? Chloe. The mother's name is Chloe? Yeah. How old is the baby? I don't know. Jessica, what's your phone number? 757 392 6370. Where's the 9? I don't know that there is one. Okay, so what's going on with the baby? Hold on, let me see. Jessica, I need you to tell me what's going on. Jessica. Is she breathing? Is she breathing? I don't know if she's breathing. Where is the 9? I don't know. I think it's upstairs. Okay. Where is the mother at? I believe upstairs. Where's the baby? I believe upstairs as well. The mother is with the baby? I'm so sorry. Yes. Is there anybody else there with them? Yes, the father and another friend. I don't know what's going on. I need you to tell me what's going on. And if you're not giving me any information, can you go tell me how the baby is doing? I don't believe she's breathing. You don't believe she's breathing? I don't believe you know what happened. I'm not sure. I think that she was slit across the throat. I believe she slit across the throat. I believe so. Do you know why? I do not know why. I'm sorry. mom looks like? You tell me her last name. Her last name is Driver, B.R.I.V. Victor, E.R. She's brown hair, brown hair, and brown eyes. What is she wearing? I do not know. I think she's wearing a sweatshirt, a Hogwarts sweatshirt, and purple pants. Okay, give me one sec. Okay, do you see an officer? No, not yet. Have you seen the baby since you've been there? No, since before the mother went in, no. Okay. Are you outside, Jessica? The ambulance? No, I'm going upstairs. What? Yeah, I'm calling an ambulance. I know there's somebody else on the phone. Okay, we have somebody coming. No, I don't want you to hang up until you're with an officer, okay? She doesn't want you to hang up until there's an officer. Yes, what is Chloe doing? I don't know. Go open the door now. Where is the baby's dad at? What's his name? It's already open. He's here. He's here. I'll let you know. Can I let him in? Yes, let him in the door. She's up there. She's up there.
Ms. McNeely, at some point in that call, you said, where is the knife before
Yes.
she had said anything about there being a knife. Can you explain that?
Yes, so I remember correctly, the very first thing that was sent to me as a dispatcher was mother 48'd her baby with a knife. The 48 is a signal that we use to indicate death. So they would have read mother killed her baby with a knife.
Okay.
So that was the first information that I had.
All right. So when you took the call, that was the preliminary information you were provided?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I want to publish State's Exhibit number 2.
All right, go ahead.
What's the location? What's the address? I'm going to. 215. Just killed the baby. I'm the mother. Please come. What's the address? Vista Boulevard. Vista Boulevard. How did you kill her baby? I don't know, a knife. Oh my God. Oh my God. Do you know who this lady is? Sorry, just come quickly. Put this on her neck. Put this on her neck. Put this on her neck. She still has the knife? Sorry, what? She still has the knife? No, it's across the room. It's okay. Okay. Just put this on quickly. I've got everybody on the way out there, okay? She's 13-month-old. 13-month-old baby? Oh my God. Is she breathing? No, I don't think so. She looks dead. Oh my God. Sarah, I'm sorry. What was your last name? Sarah, what's your phone number in case you get disconnected?
That's them muting, not me. Just so you know.
Killer baby. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, who is this lady? What is her name? Do you know? I don't want to give that to you right now. Please, come quickly. They're coming as fast as they can. I'm just trying to get as much information from my officers before they get there. I know. Is she making any noise? They're coming as fast as they can. Now, where was the baby found at? In the bedroom. I'm on the body. Where at on the body? On the neck, right across the neck. Right across the neck, like she's with the baby's neck? Yes. Are you right there near the baby now? I think there's she's sitting there still like in her position. They're coming as fast as they can, but we're going to try and do something more before they get there. I need you to listen to me and do what I'm asking you, okay? I need you to go in there where the baby is at, okay? Yes. Okay, are you in there now? Yes, he's trying a little air in her mouth. Okay, is she awake? No, I don't believe so. Her eyes are opening. Okay, is she breathing? Her eyes are open. She's still making little noises. Her heart keeps jumping. She's making little noises. Yes, they're coming. They're coming. And they're... Okay, is there any serious bleeding? There's so much blood. Okay. I'll send the paramedics to help you now, and then I'll tell you exactly what to do next, okay? We're going to have to try and stop this bleeding, okay? Okay. Yep, we're going to stop the bleeding, please. Okay, do not stop the bleeding. Okay, do not remove. I'm going to tell you how to stop the bleeding. Listen carefully to make sure we do it right. Get a clean, dry cloth or towel and tell me when you have it, okay? Yes, we got the shirt. Okay, Sarah, place directly on the wound and press down the wound. Okay, there's no blood coming out of the wound, but we're going to have to put the towel on. Do not lift it up and look underneath it. And without lifting the clean cloth and towel, let me know if the bleeding has stopped. Okay. Keep the towel, keep the shirt on there and hold it really tight. Okay. Yep. They're coming. They're coming as soon as they can. Keep blowing air into her mouth. Okay, keep doing that, okay? But you got to keep that bleeding controlled, all right? Okay. I think this bleeding stopped for the most part. Okay. How long did this happen? I mean, like right when you called? Yeah, screaming and I was outside. I heard screaming, came up the stairs and this is what's happening. It's maybe from as far as I know, I last heard her make noise like maybe 10 minutes ago, if not sooner. Sarah, are you okay? I'm bodily fine, yeah. Okay, no, I understand. All right. You guys keep doing what you're doing. Just keep doing what you're doing, okay? You let me know when they're right there with you, all right? The police officer's gonna get there first, and you should have a fire truck or an ambulance right after that. Okay. And she does come here and get to the door. Yes, I mean, make sure the door isn't locked. Just make sure you don't have anything in your hands for me, okay? Yes, I just have my phone. Okay. Make sure you don't have anything in your hands, but go. Make sure the door is open, and when they get here, let them in, okay? I believe there are two of us on the phone with 911 right now. Yeah, they're already coming. It's okay. Yeah. Can you go make sure the door's open now and let them in when they get here? Who's going down to the door now, Sarah? Connie. Can you go to the door, please? Just go open the door. No, downstairs. The garage door, open the garage door when the police get here, let them in. Maybe get Jerry. We're at the house. Yeah, we're at the house of the baby. Okay. You here. There's the other police. Okay.
It sounds like she's telling a child to, like, if they needed a child to go downstairs. All right, so this next fella is Officer Gary Pruitt. He, we'll hear his, I was reading FlashFan's name and I about said, we'll hear his flash cam. We'll hear his body cam.
See? Can you tell me your name?
My name is Gary Pruitt.
That's okay. And Mr. Pruitt, how are you employed?
I'm employed with Allied Universal Security Services, and I'm assigned to Lockheed Martin in physical security.
Okay. And prior to that role, how were you employed?
I was employed with the City of Somerville Police Department. Prior to that, I was employed with the City of Canton Police Department, and my first department that I worked for was, again, the City of Somerville.
Okay. How long have you been in law enforcement?
I was in law enforcement on and off from November of 2017 until June of 2023.
Okay. And for what period of time were you employed with the City of Canton?
I was employed with the City of Canton from February of 2019 until March of 2021.
Okay. And so I want to draw your attention to December 8th of 2020. What was your role with the department at that time?
On December 8th, 2020, I was assigned to the Uniform Patrol Division, and I was doing things such as enforcing municipal and state laws and ensuring the safety of the public in the City of Canton.
Okay. On patrol, in that role you were in at that time, how would you receive calls to respond?
I would receive calls from the Cherokee County Communications Dispatch Center over my police car radio.
Okay. And I want to talk to you specifically about a call that came through to respond to 215 Mountain Vista Boulevard. Do you recall that?
I do.
All right. Where were you at when you received that call?
I was in my patrol vehicle parked in the back of a cemetery that was located off Scott Mill Road in Canton near Marietta Road.
Okay. And do you recall what time you got that call?
Approximately 2:27 p.m.
2:27 p.m. Okay. And what was the information that you had when you were responding?
Well, the call came out. It was that a mother had killed her baby with a knife.
Okay. And when that's being transmitted, is it being transmitted to you over radio or?
It was over the radio in my patrol vehicle.
All right. And at that time when you got the call, did you have any appreciation for who was going to arrive at that residence first, or were there other responders involved?
I was the initial dispatched officer. Sergeant Jose Soto also responded to the scene. It could have been whatever officer decided to respond as well, but due to the priority of the call, as many officers that were available would have decided to respond. Sergeant Soto and I arrived on the scene at pretty much the exact same time.
Okay. And how far was that 215 Mountain Vista Boulevard from where you were at?
From the cemetery, I would estimate it was anywhere from about 1.5 miles to 2.5 miles.
Okay. And what do you recall about the timing of your arrival compared to other officers?
I would say very much the same. Sergeant Soto and I were in different parts of the city, and we were both running with our emergency lights and sirens going, and we arrived there pretty much simultaneously, but Sergeant Soto ended up getting inside the residence before I did, but it was only a difference of maybe 35 seconds.
Okay. And were both yourself and Sergeant Soto equipped with body-worn cameras?
Yes,
Okay. Was that part of your agency's policy?
it was.
Okay. Is that something that you have to turn them on, or do they automatically come on?
You have to physically press the button to record with the body cameras as well as stopping the recording.
Okay. And so tell me about your response when you got there. What did you do and how did you proceed?
Well, when I arrived on scene, I had not initially realized that Sergeant Soto had already entered the residence. I parked my vehicle in front of the house and I went up the driveway and spoke with a Caucasian elderly male that was later identified to me.
Why are they letting him read from his report? Aren't those just to refresh your memory? He's clearly reading. He's looking right down at it.
Is, I believe, Gerald Martin, and he was the homeowner.
Okay.
And, at the time I didn't realize that my sergeant had already entered the residence. So I told him to stay outside where my sergeant could see him. And I asked him, where the woman was at, referring to Miss Driver. And, he informed me that she was upstairs that the people at the house were friends of his, and that she and the baby were upstairs. And, shortly after that point, I entered the residence.
Okay. And did you proceed directly upstairs?
Yes, to the best of my recollection, I started out in the downstairs living room. There was a female that was later identified to me as Jessica Caffrigan, I believe. She was standing in the living room.
I'm just gonna check. He's reading from this report.
You can reference
Nope.
the report if you need to refresh your recollection, but you can't read from it. So,
Sustain the objection. Go ahead.
if you need to look at it to refresh your memory, that's completely fine. Just let us know.
Sure.
So you said you initially encountered the homeowner, Gerald, where was he located?
He was outside the residence in the driveway.
Okay. And then you said you went into the living room and observed someone later identified you as Jessica Caffrigan?
Yes, she was standing in the living room, and I believe she was on the phone.
She was on the phone. Do you know who she was on the phone with?
No.
Okay. And what other people did you encounter at that house?
After seeing Jessica, I proceeded up a staircase that led to the second floor, and there was another female, I believe her name was Sarah Stiles, and after I saw her, I told her to go downstairs. I didn't believe that she was the suspect. She didn't have, to my recollection, she didn't have any blood or anything on her. I told her to go downstairs, and that's when I began to proceed toward where the bedroom where the incident had taken place was at.
Okay. And who was located in the bedroom when you got in there?
Sergeant Soto was in there. He had probably only been in there maybe half a minute at most prior to me getting into the bedroom. It was a man named Jason Spillers who was kind of kneeling over Chlor Driver, who was laying on her back on the floor next to the bed. It was Benyamin Ben-Michaeil. He was standing over the mattress and had his hands near the neck area of Hannah Driver, an infant who was bleeding profusely and covered in blood, as well as the mattress. So it would have been myself, Sergeant Soto, Jason Spillers, Benyamin, Hannah Driver, and Chlor Driver. So 6 people total at that point.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to review yours and Sergeant Soto's body cam video from that day?
Oh, yes,
Okay. And do those truly and accurately reflect the scene as you recall it?
they do.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender states 3 and 4.
No objection.
Admitted.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to publish the first 7.5 minutes of State's Exhibit 3.
No objection.
Your Honor, I'm pausing it at 34 seconds. I just want to make the record clear. I'm publishing Sergeant Soto's body cam video, which is State's Exhibit 3. Resuming at 34 seconds.
She's upstairs?
Upstairs here?
Where you at? Is it her?
No.
All right, where's the weapon?
I may not have a gun.
Please, the weapon.
Please hold her, please.
I got you. We're gonna help her, but is she armed?
No, the knife is on the floor outside them.
It's okay.
Further enough away. He's holding me.
All right, where's she at?
She's right here.
Okay, who stabbed?
She stabbed the baby while the door is locked. She's a woman in the house.
Where's the suspect?
She's
Right there.
She's like,
Go ahead, there you go.
go for it too. Please, I don't think you should be able to help me. Break your
I
neck.
got you. Sergeant Cherokee. Go ahead and send me in, man.
It's just better not gonna be.
Did she stab herself?
She's like,
Okay.
Don't move your hand. Don't move your hand.
Just keep pressure on her, okay? Yeah, I need gloves. You got gloves?
EMS code.
Third to Cherokee.
Oh, dang it. EMS code.
Hey, get a towel. Hey.
So other than just so people don't freak out, it does have some language in there. There's some F-bombs dropped that none of us have ever heard in our lives because our ears are pure. But you can hear, other than that, I don't believe there's anything graphic. I'll put a banner up just in case.
I need a, hey, tell somebody to get me a towel. Third to Cherokee. Fire stand 23. Where's the baby hurt at? Where's he hurt at?
She got a little poke in her neck.
Okay.
Little poke in her neck.
Little poke on her neck? Okay.
I'll move her down.
Hold on. This is the suspect, brother.
Which one? She's the first.
She's the suspect. Well, she's slit her throat. Yeah.
Come on upstairs. Come on. I'm gonna stay here, my baby.
Yeah.
Yo, get them out here. Get their information. I have to get pressure on this. She's slur on throat.
We got. I got a towel. Just give me a towel.
I'm 54 Cherokee.
Just get there 39, bro. Just get there 39. Come on. Take it. Come on, go downstairs. Come on.
Now you must quit now. Come on, quit.
Just relax. They got
Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy.
She's got. He's got.
Relax. Come on, buddy.
Relax.
Hey.
We got. Just.
Come on. Come on.
She stabbed herself in the neck.
Hold pressure.
Yeah.
Where's the cut on it? Where's the cut on it?
Calm down.
Hold that again.
Yeah. Where's the mother? She's right here.
Where's that? Where's the yes?
Sir, out the door now.
Get out of the way.
Get out the door now. Get out the door.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, her neck area. I'm just trying I already called Hamilton. Hey. Yo, I already called Hamilton. Your Koski, Hamilton already knows they're out. Hamilton already knows they're out. That's the first thing I did call them.
Hey, how you doing?
That's a knife right there.
Yeah, no, we're good.
Okay.
Hey, listen, we're just gonna hold you. Are you breathing okay? Yes, I mean, breathe fine, okay. Yeah, where's? No, I haven't seen her yet. Okay. All right. Anything else anywhere? Hey, listen, let's get happy doing. Let's get happy started. Mrs. Mountain Vista?
Yeah, 215 Mount Vista.
No, this is Command Cherokee. What's your last direction on it?
I haven't even seen him. I'm just trying to hold her and see them prevail.
Let me see your hand. Shit, what? Not this is Command Cherokee.
How old is she? I'm not sure. She looks young, 40 something. What? You need
That's the last row.
I dropped it on the floor. Yeah, that's enough. So just keep it. Just stay there for a second with the knife.
And I'm stopping the video at 7 minutes and 34 seconds. And then I'm going to publish the first 8 minutes and 40 seconds of Officer Pruitt's body cam, which is State's Exhibit number 4.
Cherokee, is the caller the one that 51 the child? It's time to take. Oh, fuck. Temple. Give me 78 for the suspect. Temporal, get my sirens off. Temporal. Chlor Driver. It's going to be white, brown hair, blue eyes, wearing a Hogwarts sweatshirt from the band. Shooting upstairs with the baby. It occurred just before the initial caller called 911. 10-4 showed me hitting myself in 313, 1023. 1431.
Come on here. And you brought the baby and the women. And go upstairs. That's where I have my
Okay, stay up here where my sergeant can see it. Who else, how many people's in here? How many people are in here? Who are they to you? Who else in here? Do you live here?
I live here.
Police department? Police department?
You are?
Go downstairs. Go downstairs.
Okay, who's done? She's not the baby, the door's locked. She's going in the house.
Where's the suspect?
She's right there, just now, she's like, go ahead and please, I don't think you should move her without you. She's. Yeah. Sorry for Mary. Go ahead, I mean, not gonna do it. Did she stab herself? She's like.
Where's the? Don't move your hand.
Don't move your hand. Keep pressure on her, okay? I need gloves. You got gloves?
EMS code 1.
Sergeant Charity.
Oh, dang it. EMS code 1. Who else is in this house?
Get us out.
Oh, come on, man. Give me a towel. Somebody give me a towel. Police department. Just give me as many as you can. Hurry. Hurry. Here.
This is the sort of. Which one? She's sitting here. Yeah. You live up there.
Go upstairs, sir. Go upstairs.
I'm gonna stay in my baby.
Okay.
Get them out here, get their information.
Come on. You gotta do this. Go over there.
I wanna see my baby.
Okay, that's fine. Just stay right here for now.
This door down, I got to her.
Just stay out the door. No, we gotta get him. I just wanna see your baby.
See her. I just want to be with her in case she has. She's a girl.
What's her name?
Chlor Driver. Ben-Michaeil. I just want to see. I just want to see her.
What's her birthday? Just step a little bit this way, please. Please, just, I need you to clear the hallway. We're having a mess coming. Stay out here. You got to.
I just want to see her.
What's Hannah's birthday?
10/25. 10/25. 19.
What's the mother's name? Is that the mother?
Chloe Alexis Driver.
CHOLE?
Yes, some typical Chloe stuff.
What's Chloe's birthday?
5/18/29. 5/19/29. Chloe's? Yes, 5/19/2000.
Get out of the way.
Move. 5,
18, 19,
20, 2000.
5, 19, and 2000.
18, 2000. 18, 2000.
What's your name, sir?
My name?
Yes.
Just take my license. I can't do this. I'm locking my baby potentially dinosaurs. You're gonna spend your life in this house.
Sir, back up out the door now. Get out the door, get out.
Let's go downstairs, please.
Go, get out the door, get out the door, get out the door, get out the door. Back up, over there. Now, come on.
Stay in there, stay in there, stay in there. Just try to hold it together for me, buddy. We're gonna do everything in our ability to help you, okay? It's okay, I understand. Just try to breathe, keep slow breathing, okay?
Stopping the video at 8 minutes and 41 seconds.
All right, Ms. Robert, I think this is a good time for
You read my mind, Judge. I was just going to play that. I wasn't going to listen to any of the questions, if you guys are okay with that. I just wanted to just give you guys an idea how chaotic that scene is. Like Kelly said, chaos and move. Last person I wanted to look at on this day before we go into Mr. Spiller, who is the interesting one of the day. Well, he's on day 2. Is this investigator who has he has pictures from inside the home. Let's see if I can get through like him talking about himself. Not that there's anything wrong with talking about yourself, but really just want to get to the pictures. I'll see what he has to say. All right. I might speed him back up, if you guys are okay with that. If it's too fast, let me know.
Met with Sergeant Cromer, who was the Canton police officer there, and with Deputy Coroner Sally Sims. I was brought into the trauma room where I was presented with a 13-month-old white female covered with emergency room style blankets. Obviously, lots of evidence of medical intervention was present on the victim child. Got a very brief overview of presentment at the hospital, and then began documenting the decedent's condition as it was when I arrived in the emergency room. We do that through photography. In this case, we use digital imaging, digital photography. So I began just taking overall photographs of the victim child. From there, we start to remove layers, i.e. we take the blankets back, more pictures, continue to document all angles of the victim. From there, we go into close-up photography of any injuries or defects present on the decedent. In this case, there were several present in the neck area of the victim child. Once all of that photography was done, knowing that the decedent is going to go to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, to the crime lab for autopsy, that concludes my interaction with the decedent, so as not to disturb anything that the crime lab is going to do in their formal setting through autopsy. And so from there, I was released from the hospital to go back to the scene to start that part of our crime scene processing.
When you went to the hospital and little Hannah was there, were there many people around her, or was she by herself?
She was by herself. Well, excuse me. Deputy Coroner Sally Sims was present, myself, and little Hannah.
Did you arrive after all the life-saving attempts had been done?
I did.
Just this time, man, first witness.
Yes.
This states exhibits 29 through 35. See if those are fair enough photographs of Hannah as she was at the hospital. Yes.
They are.
Here, may I approach again?
Yes.
Judge, I tender to others now states exhibits 29 through 35.
Did you say no objection? All right, they're admitted.
And both of you.
Yes.
Charlotte, what do we have here in State's Exhibit 29?
So this is just an overall top down of the victim child as she was when I arrived at Northside Cherokee Hospital.
And where's this room in the emergency room?
I believe their trauma room in the emergency room is right off the ambulance entrance. I don't remember if I was the first or second room, but it's right there off the emergency, where the ambulance is pulled up.
When you first walked in, was anybody with her?
Just the deputy coroner.
State's 30, what do we have?
So after initial photographs, I removed the hospital and ambulance blankets to reflect the presentment of the decedent in the hospital. And so that's what we have here, documenting all of the medical intervention, but also documenting the significant volume of blood.
Hello, Miss Atike. How are you doing? Have you heard anything else from Toxic Orchid? I did see your message pop up right when I was starting. If you guys are familiar with Toxic Orchid, she has When the Gavel Drops. I believe her baby is running a fever, and I have the message. I'm sorry. Let me get it. Let's see. Says she had to call EMS for the baby. The baby has had a temp and started having breathing problems. So just hope that she's all good and okay. We're watching this horrible baby trial. That's what we're doing. we just listened to the body cam, and it's really bad. And now this guy he's got some pictures, and then we're going to go into Mr. Spiller. I wish I knew where the pictures of the house were. And we can go right into Mr. Spiller if you guys want to. Really, just I can describe the pictures of the home for you. It's a nice home from what we saw on the outside. We saw it earlier. It's not so nice inside. I was like, hey, dude, there's a reason you're single. You're messy. You're a hoarder. Little hoarder on the hoarder side of things. And I don't think you can blame this Z or Mr. Spiller or the three wives for the condition of your home. So if you guys want, we can go straight into him. All right. Give me a sec. Because he takes a while and he is a trip. But I will say this. He is a rambler. But listen, Nidawau, do you mean we see some pictures with this guy's testimony? Wait, are we going to Mr. Spill? I'm confused. I'll leave it up. If you just take all the rambling out of what Mr. Spiller says on when he's just rambling, there is a lot of he does make some important points in this as somebody who has a family member who struggles with mental health issues. It was it's hard to listen to because I understand that. I understand what he's saying. And it's not like that out there. And if what he's saying is true, she was in trouble and they were doing nothing. And they had a really bad idea on how to heal her. So Jason Spiller was one of the people involved in this cult. He is currently, you will see, he's in custody. Not for this. Hey, Adair. How you doing? Oh, you know what helps? When I share my screen. You guys, it's Monday. I was in the Twilight Zone yesterday. I had the weirdest day. And I did hear an argument about him bringing back from federal. So I don't want it. I think I'm still in Twilight Zone today. All right, here we go. Now we go. And there's no sound because that's not on me this time.
Sure. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I promise that I will be honest with you.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have some opposition to swearing? Is that
Yes,
the
I do.
concern?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you affirm that you will be honest and tell the truth today?
I just told you that I would be, and I will be. I will be completely honest and transparent in regards to the matter of which we're here today.
Okay.
And my experience with this circumstance.
Okay, great. And can you state your full name?
Jason Allen Spillers.
All right. How old are you, Mr. Spillers?
36.
All right. And you're wearing orange. Are you in custody at this time?
Not in Cherokee County.
Okay. Do you have pending charges somewhere else?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And does it have anything to do with this case?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And the only reason I'm asking you that is, have we made any kind of deals with you or discussed your charges with you in any way?
Actually, you made it very clear that you're uninterested in the charges that I have because it has nothing to do with this.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And I'm not going to ask you anything else about that.
Okay.
So I want to know how you know Benyamin Ben-Michaeil.
I call him Z.
Okay.
And I call Chloe Alexis Driver Kowani. Those are the names of which they were introduced to me as.
Okay.
So just to relieve confusion for the
Thanks,
court and
Adair.
for the jury, these are the names that I still call these people by.
Okay.
So I just want to make that very clear so there's no confusion. And maybe I just want to make that very clear. So Z, I met Z in April of 2020 through an associate. And we met because of an interest in trust law and using trusts to legally incorporate yourself to minimize risk of obstruction by the government, like in the forms of taxes and being able to hold your properties and assets in a trust and making them safer. And there's a whole lot to that. So, I mean, how much would you like for me to talk about that? That's just the nature of how I met him.
Okay, and that's great. And I'll just keep asking small questions till we get to all the information that we need.
Sure.
You said that you had the interest in the trust law, but how did you actually come to know him? How did you forge that connection? Did you meet him somewhere in particular?
What do you mean? Like
how did you come to know he exists?
Through Peggy Schindler.
Okay, so you met him through a mutual contact?
A mutual friend.
Okay.
Yes. I saw Peggy in Whole Foods, and she was telling me about the trust.
Okay.
But she perhaps doesn't have the vernacular or the capacity to explain it.
Mm-hmm.
And so and Z does. So I spoke with Z, and and then Peggy gave me the trust, and I began a relationship with Z from there.
Okay, and you said that was April of 2020?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and so going forward for the rest of this questioning, I'm going to refer to Benyamin as Z.
That'd be great.
Okay,
Yeah, to
that will
avoid
help you.
confusion for everyone.
Okay,
Thank
and
you.
Chloe will refer to as Kuwani?
Kowani, yes.
That's how you
Spell that, please.
Kowani, Ku''A''Ni.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And is that how you were introduced to them?
Yes.
Okay, and is that how you knew them through the entirety of your relationship and still with them?
Yes.
Okay. So in April of 2020, when you met Z,
Yes.
was that an in-person meeting when you first encountered him?
Yeah, it was.
Okay, and where physically were you?
In a park. We met in a park in South Asheville.
Okay, in North Carolina?
In North Carolina, yes.
Was he living there or staying there at that time?
I thought the same thing, Chrissy. They either are or closely follow it. I agree. And let me know. If I need to slow it down, I will.
Yeah, he was staying with Peggy.
Okay. And when you met him, did you become aware of his relationship status?
Yeah,
Okay. And what did you learn about his relationship status?
that he has four wives actually,
Okay.
and that he practices polygamy.
Okay.
Is that the question? Is that the answer you were looking for?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at.
Sure.
At that time, were you in a relationship?
Yes, I was.
And were you, did you exercise any type of polygamy?
No.
Okay. And so when you initially met him, did you come to know his wives?
Not initially, but we did later. I believe I met Kwani briefly in May, but we really spent some time together in late May.
Okay.
When I went out to Florida to visit them with the girl that I was with at the time.
Okay. So you had a girlfriend at the time?
I wouldn't call her my girlfriend, but
Okay.
she was living with me, and I mean, I guess you could say that I have always believed in plurality as well. That that men should have multiple women, but I was never in a committed. I mean, I was with Jen; she lived with me,
Okay.
and I took care of her. I provided her. She didn't work, so I provided her with food and shelter and safety and companionship and love. But it was never in our agreement that I wasn't allowed to see other women.
Okay.
So.
And as it relates to Z and his relationship, who were his wives that you came to know?
So their given names on their birth certificates would be Chloe Alexis Driver, Jessica Lee Kafijian, and Sarah Stiles.
Okay.
But those women will be referred to as Kuwani and Anna Gamliana and Shalig, respectively, because those are their chosen Hebrew names.
Okay. Tell me about Jessica. You said, what did she go by as her chosen name?
Gamliana.
Gamliana?
Yes.
How do you spell that?
Gamiliana, I'm pretty sure. I'd have to look at it.
Okay.
Gamliana, yes.
And you all called her Gami?
Gami or Anna, she prefers now.
Okay.
Because she says that people have a hard time pronouncing Gami and they question her, so she goes by Anna now.
Gami or Anna? Okay.
Yes.
Is that a decision that she made to change that from Gami to Anna?
Yes.
Okay. Because
Like I said, she says that when she introduces herself as Gami, people say, what? Got. And so she just goes by Anna now.
okay. And then Sarah is the legal name. What?
Shaylig.
Shaylee?
Shaylig.
How do you spell it?
Sheilig. It's a Hebrew word.
Shaylig?
Shaylig. It's a Hebrew word. Yes.
All right. So when did you meet Kawani, Gami, and Shaylee?
Like I say, I think I actually met Kawani and Gami in May before they left, like briefly at Peggy's house.
Before they left North Carolina?
They left North Carolina to go to Florida, but
Okay.
I can't remember. It seems like I did. So you're asking me, this is like 5 years ago almost. So, whether I met them before I went to Florida, I can't remember. It feels like I did, but that's kind of irrelevant because we went to Florida. Jennifer and I, this girl that I was with at the time,
Okay.
we went to Florida to visit them and stay with them.
All right. Do you know when that was that you went to Florida to visit and stay with Z?
It
And
was after Kwani's birthday, which is the 18th.
okay, tell me when Kawani's birthday is. 18th of what?
May.
Okay.
Um,
So after May 18th of 2020, you and Michelle,
no, Jennifer.
sorry, Jennifer,
Yes.
you and Jennifer went to Florida.
Yes, we did.
And did you stay with Z and Gami?
No, we stayed in our van.
You stayed in your van. Okay.
Yeah, but we spent all of our time with them though. Like they were staying in a motel at the time
Okay.
in Nokomis Beach.
Where?
Nokomis Beach.
Where's
Florida.
that?
It's by Venice. It's like south of Sarasota.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you mentioned that when you first met them, they were in North Carolina and then they went to Florida, that they were staying in hotels. For the duration of your relationship with them, was that routine for them to kind of move around or travel or stay in different places?
Yeah, they were moving around a lot of the time.
Okay.
From what I understood, but they had been in, I can't recall what they were doing before that, but they stayed in Florida and then they went to Connecticut and they would stay in different places for like months at a time. I know that they stayed in Florida for months. After we left Florida, they stayed there for at least another month, I think.
Okay.
And they would stay in one place, like a singular location for a few months, and then they would go to the next location wherever they decided to go. I know that Kwani and Z had been in Myrtle Beach together for a pretty extended amount of time in Virginia Beach. That's where they met Gamliana. So they stayed in these places for extended periods of time.
Okay. So you're aware of Florida, North Carolina, Connecticut, Virginia,
Yes.
anywhere else?
Gosh, I don't know.
Did they ever spend time in Tennessee?
I don't think any extended time. I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right.
So.
And
So you indicated sometime in May of 2020, you went down to Florida and spent a lot of time with them?
Yes.
Okay.
We spent a week down there.
A week?
Yeah.
Was that the first time you saw Benyamin with all three of the women?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you first met him and learned that he had 3 wives, sort of what was your thought process on that arrangement or situation?
I thought that was really interesting because, usually you only see that with like religious cults like Mormonism. Even though, scripturally, even, old Jewish and Christian tradition promotes plurality. Like it's promoted in scripture that men have multiple wives, like it's written about all through the Bible. But you don't really see it that much anymore, perhaps in Mormonism only. And I had spoken with Z extensively about what was happening with his his wives and his situation. And I found it pretty interesting because he was providing care, all of the things that a man is supposed to provide for a woman. Like I said, and it was kind of like something that I was interested in because, like I said with Jen, I provided Jen with food, a place to shelter. She didn't work. I provided her with companionship and love, and I listened to her and I was affectionate towards her, even though I was never in a committed relationship. But it's like the value of having a wife is profound, like the value of having that intimacy that perhaps couldn't be achieved through a non-marital relationship. And so Z had basically taken what I found to be what I wanted in life was plurality, but also incorporating the deep intimacy of marriage with multiple women. And I thought that was highly interesting. And I was very curious to see how that played out and how that worked. And so was Jennifer. Honestly, she's like, whoa, like multiple wives, really? Wow. Like, that's different. Like we should totally go hang out with them, So we did. So we went to Florida. Sorry, I'm gonna adjust myself.
You're fine.
My niece.
And you said you were kind of interested to see how it played out
Basically, like we're talking about like the social dynamic of a circumstance like that, which I think is really like where most people go with that. When they hear about polygamy, most individuals will question the social dynamic of such relationship and how does that work? Like, what is the social dynamic between the women and the social dynamic between the women and the women and the men? I mean, you can see these types of shows. There's shows on television now that promote polygamy and
like Sister Wives.
Like Sister Wives. Yeah, exactly. And so it's kind of like to see a firsthand perspective of that.
Didn't work out so well for Sister Wives, so I wouldn't use them as an example. There's only one left. Not that I would know or watch it or anything.
Somebody who's really living like that, I thought was highly interesting. I was very interested in what these women had to say and what they were about.
Okay.
So was Jennifer.
Tell me, you said you're interested to hear what the women had to say and what they were.
Well, yeah, I was just curious how they interacted with each other.
Okay.
So.
From May of 2020, when you said that you and Jennifer went to Florida and started spending time with them, how much time did you spend with Z and the 3 women from May until December of 2020?
Oh, well, there was a lot. I mean, so I went to go see them in May, and then I broke up with Jennifer. I broke it off with Jennifer over the summer. So she actually never saw them again.
Okay.
And then I stayed in Connecticut at Z's parents' house at the Joyce home in Connecticut in September for, I think I was there for about a little over 2 weeks.
Tell me about his parents. What do you know about them?
Oh, I love the Joyces. They're good. Mike Joyce is great. He's a good man. They're essentially, Michelle Joyce is they're very powerful people. Like even, they're like really intelligent. They're highly intelligent people, highly well-spoken about their traditions and values. And they're very warm and open and welcoming folks. Like,
are his biological parents still married?
Yes.
Do you know what they do for a living?
Michelle sells real estate and Mike works at a factory.
Works at a factory?
Like a machine shop.
Okay. So you said you went to Connecticut and you stayed at his parents' house?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how much time did you spend at his parents' house?
Like I said, I was there for a little over 2 weeks, I think.
Okay. Was he there with the 3 women as well?
Kawani and Gamiana were staying there, and Shaylig was there sometimes, but her parents also live in Connecticut, so she was at her parents' some too.
Okay, so Shaylig's parents are from Connecticut as well?
Yeah, they live it's like 45 minutes down the road in Southbury.
Okay, so Gami and Kawani and Z and you spent time at his parents' house.
We sure did.
While Shaylig spent time with her family?
Yeah, I was sleeping in my van. Again, I had a van that I stayed in.
Okay.
And so I was sleeping in the driveway in the van.
And was it, from your observations, was it common for these women to go spend time with their families outside of their relationship with Z?
I mean, if they wanted to.
Okay.
I don't think, I didn't really get the feeling that Kawani or Galiana were very like, enthusiastic about going to spend time with their parents.
Okay.
And that they love their husband and they stayed with him.
Okay. But Shaylee wanted to go see her family in Connecticut.
Yeah. I mean, I think it was just like a matter of convenience too, because they're all like staying at the house and, she went back and forth, so.
Did you ever meet the parents of Shaylee, Gami, or
I've met all these people.
Kawani?
I've met them all.
You met all of their parents?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Tell me the circumstances under which you went into their family's homes.
Let's see. I met Phil and Nancy Kafijian in October of 2020. I have actually stayed with Ben and Sharon Stiles at their home in Connecticut. I stayed there for the better part of a month.
At Shaylee's parents?
At Shaylee's parents, yes, I sure did. And I've met Eric and Renee Driver on several occasions. I met them for the first time in the summer of 2020. I met Kawani and Z and Eric and Renee Driver at a river in Tennessee, and we spent the day together.
Okay.
That was the first time I met
So
them.
Phil and Nancy Kafijian are
Jessica's parents.
Jessica or
Gamliana.
Gamliana's
Yeah,
parents.
I try to avoid the confusion.
Where do they live?
They live in Virginia Beach.
In Virginia Beach. Okay.
Yep.
And then you said that Shaylee's parents live in Connecticut.
Yes, they do in
And
South
do
Barry.
you know where Eric and Renee Driver, Kawani's parents, live?
In Knoxville, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I've never been to their house, so.
All right.
But I know that she's from Jacksonville originally, but
Okay.
I think they moved
Okay.
to Knoxville.
Okay. And do you know what the order of the women coming into this marriage was? Like
Yes.
who was first?
Yeah, it was Kawani first.
Okay. Do you
And
know
the-
how long she had been with Z? Like as of 2020 when you met him, how long they've been together?
Gosh, I don't know the answer to that question. Years.
Okay.
Yeah.
And who came next?
The Jessica Gamliana.
Okay. And how long had she been with him?
I think like Kawani and Z had been together since she was like right when she was 18. And then they met Gami a few months later.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. I don't know the answer to these questions
Okay.
exactly.
If you don't know, then
Yeah.
that's fine.
I'm
but
just
if you
like
do know.
telling you what I think it is.
Okay.
It's kind of like I haven't really considered that. I haven't, I'm sure I was told.
I'm sure she wasn't a minor. That's what he's saying. Because we've kind of heard she might have been. He's in federal custody. We don't know for what. Nidawau is guessing maybe tax evasion. But we have no idea. We have no idea. It's just a guess. But he's in federal custody, has nothing to do with this trial. He's, yeah.
Told at some point, but I mean, golly,
And from your understanding, who was the last woman to kind of enter the picture?
Shaylee.
Shaylee.
Yes.
And when you met them, do you have any idea how long Shaylee had been in a relationship with Z?
I'm gonna guess like 6 months or something like that.
Okay, so pretty recent.
Yeah, within the year. It would have been within a year.
Okay. Do you still have a relationship with Z?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you know whether Shaylee and Gami are still with him?
Yes, they are.
They are.
They are very much still with him.
Okay. All right. So when we were talking about the sort of the social dynamic of polygamy and sort of your interest in that when you met Z,
Yes.
what did you observe about sort of his treatment of the women or their interaction and treatment toward him? Like what was that from
I
your
observed a
perspective?
very beautiful, healthy relationship.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
All like they would wake up every morning and talk about feelings, which I thought was really cute.
Talk
And
about feedings?
feelings.
Oh, feelings. Okay.
Like they would wake up every morning. They would be in the hotel, and Z would wake up with these girls, and they'd all wake up and sit around and talk about feelings and how they felt that day and why they were feeling that way. And he would sit and be patient and kind and caring to them, and treat them the way a wife should be treated, with compassion and patience and love. And even Jennifer and I, we both observed this. I was actually a little surprised at the amount, like the absence of like petty argument and jealousy, because you have to kind of expect that. That's what Jen said too. Like we were like, wow, this is really like, they really have a healthy thing here, that they're all interacting with each other. They all share the same type of value for humanness, that like there's a real value here that you don't see in a lot of individuals. Like most people act solely in self-interest, and that's not what you saw with these girls and their man. And it was really sweet, actually. Like Z was always, he was being very kind to them, and they all got along. Like I didn't see, we stayed there for over a week in the van, and, we didn't see any bickering, and we were with them all day, every day, like this whole time.
And that was the week
so-
you spent with them in Florida in May of 2020?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
When you left Florida, I asked you sort of the broad question of how much time you spent with them between May of 2020 and December of 2020.
Sure.
But after that week in May, when did you later spend chunks of time with them and where?
Well, like I said, I met up with Z and Kawani and her parents at a river in Tennessee.
Do you know when that was?
Gosh, sometime in the summer of 2020. I actually cannot remember exactly when that was.
Okay.
And then I stayed with Z. I stayed in his parents' driveway for a few weeks in September. Then I went back home, and then I came to Virginia Beach in the middle of October, and I stayed there for about 3 weeks with Z and Kawani, and Gamliana too. Sarah Shalig was in Connecticut at that time with her parents.
Okay, so in October, you spent 3 weeks in Virginia. Shayla was with her parents.
That's right.
And Kuwani and Gami and you and Z were together in Virginia?
That's right.
Okay. I want to get signed back into this computer. I want to show you, may I approach the witness? Yes. Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 84. Do you recognize who this person is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay. Does this accurately reflect the person you know?
That
you're
is
referring to,
that
Gami?
is Jessica Kafijian Gamliana, who prefers to be called Anna now, and I told her the name change is a little difficult for me.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'm going to tender State's 84.
Okay.
State's 84 is admitted.
Permission to publish.
Hey, Zach, I worked really hard to get. Thank you. It was a lot of work to get my website back. I appreciate it. I think he'll be coming up. Not today. Not today. You'll have to wait, Adair. You're gonna have to wait. But this guy. I want to find scissors to cut that straight hair off.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so this is Gami.
That is Jessica Kafijian Gamliana.
Okay. Do you know how old she is compared to Kuwani?
Jessica's birthday is June 3rd, 1988.
June 3rd, 1988?
That's right.
Okay, so she's older. And this is State's Exhibit 85. Do you know who this is?
Yeah, that's Shaylee. That's Sarah Stiles.
Okay.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would tender State's 85.
It's admitted.
And this is, how old is she?
Shaylee was born February the 8th, 1997.
February 8th, 1997. How do you know all these women's birthdays? Is that something that's
I have a
important?
partially photogenic memory.
Okay. Would that be information that you seek out about people that you care about, or that
No,
you?
I don't even try to remember.
Okay, you just remember it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the nature of my mind.
Are these two pictures the scene that you remember of December the 8th of 2020, being at that residence?
Oh my gosh, that is the inside of Jerry's house, isn't it? Wow. Yeah, I don't know the inside. I was going to say, because I see the picture of Shaylee there and I'm like, wow, that's really messy. Like, because they never kept a messy place, but Jerry does.
Okay.
So I see that there. That is the inside. Because like you see all the dirt and like this, like it's kind of nasty looking. I was just like, where was this picture taken? Like, because they do not keep an unclean house like that.
Okay.
But Jerry definitely does. Jerry's kind of a slob, self-admittedly on his part. So I'm not trying to,
Okay.
he'll admit that.
All
So.
right. Tell me a little bit about that. You said they keep a clean environment. In terms of sort of the dynamics of the group when you were with them, did they have any viewpoints about like diet or like health in terms of?
Oh yes, very much. That's like a part of the way that they live. And it's part of the way that I live too.
Okay. And what were sort of were you all like-minded in that way?
Yes, very much. And that's one of the things that that I liked about Z immediately was that the way that he cared for himself and the way that he cared for his women.
What do you mean by that?
First of all, like there's like a standard of purity, I've been on and off vegetarian for most of my life. I met them and they're vegans.
Okay.
They eat no processed sugar. They eat extremely healthy, like no vegan. And the reason why they don't eat animal products is because of the inhumane treatment of animals. So it's like, it's viewed as like an innocent life. So you have an innocent life in this animal, and Z feels that, we are not entitled to take that life. And that was actually something that I picked up from Z, because before I had just been a vegetarian for my own health purposes. But then he told me about his reasoning for veganism, and I agree with him. It's like one of the things that, I met Z, and when I went down to visit them in Florida, I hadn't been a vegetarian for a very long time, like 2 years. It had been 2 years that I've been on a meat eating diet. And I got back around them, and I was influenced in a positive way, I would say, by being around them and being around their health again. And so I immediately went back to vegetarianism, and I've been a vegetarian ever since.
Okay.
Back to my routine. And Jen did it with me too, for the remaining time that she was with me.
All right.
We immediately switched back to vegetarianism.
Was everybody, during the time you spent with them between May of 2020 and beyond, was everybody a strict vegan?
Yes.
Okay.
And they also used like no drugs or alcohol whatsoever,
Okay.
which is
What was the reason for that?
because it's like toxic.
Okay.
And because it's like it dilutes your mind and your ability to.
Thank you, Zach. I'm very aware how you are about commitment, but I thank you for your super chat. I appreciate it. Sorry, every time this guy speaks, all I see is the poop emoji because he's so full of it. Ugh, he's kind of gross.
Process and be your most pure and able self.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were there any viewpoints surrounding like water, or what kind of water they could consume?
What do you mean?
Just did they have any rules about what water they drank?
I don't know that I can speak to that specifically. Okay. I mean, I know that, but I will say that reverse osmosis water, I know that Z drinks reverse osmosis water, okay. And so do I. Okay. I've been filtering my water reverse osmosis for the past 20 years.
Okay.
Because, you'd like to get there's a lot of particulates in the water, especially, you get the water out of the sink, out of the tap here, it's full of chemicals and fluoride and chlorine and things that are heavy metals that are unhealthy for your brain and body. Okay. That should really be avoided at all costs by everyone. But like I said, very few individuals take the time to care for themselves at this like level of impeccability. And so that's something that I respected about them very much and attracted me to become closer and better friends with them.
Okay. From your perspective, was the observation of these practices something that was inherent in them or something that required discipline from them?
No, definitely not. Like Kawani was the one who was like giving me a hard time about eating meat when I was in, she's the one who's like, she's like, you just don't care about the animals, do you? And I'm like, she's like, maybe you're just an asshole. And I was like, maybe
she said, maybe you were just an asshole?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're talking about
Kawani, the one who's sitting right there.
Okay.
And I said, maybe I am, and maybe I should stop eating meat because of this reason, not for my own health purposes.
Okay.
Because of the taking of life and because, it's better to live that way. Mm-hmm. And so I was like, maybe you're right, young lady, like I see where you're coming from. And so I actually went back to vegetarianism then.
Was she expressive in communicating about sort of her belief system of subscribing to these practices?
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like it was like forced.
Okay.
It's like it's pretty logical, really.
Okay.
It's like, and it's like it makes sense. It's like this is impeccability. This is taking care of yourself in the highest regard. This is eliminating toxic waste from your body. This is living a life that's clean and pure without drugs and alcohol of any type, including caffeine. Okay. No nicotine, no alcohol of any type. They don't drink at all.
Okay.
So it's like, it's really rare to find that level of commitment of care to yourself. And all of these girls were just on board with it. They were like, of course they are, because it makes sense and you feel better and you feel healthier and you're like, representing something that is separate from the regular world of toxicity and negligence to one's own well-being.
Okay. You mentioned that during I've used kind of December of 2020 as like a date just because of the incident that we're here for, but
yeah, we'll get there.
How long did you spend time with the group even beyond that date?
Oh gosh, I'm still friends with Z now. I was in Shayla's parents' house for a month in March of earlier this year. Like,
Okay.
you
So
know,
for the last 4 years, you've
I've been-
maintained constant communication and contact
most
and friendship
definitely,
with them? Okay.
most definitely, and we've all been very hurt by this, and we've worked through this together and as the best we can.
All right.
You know,
So you mentioned that they didn't consume any drugs or alcohol. Are you referring to sort of illicit drugs or just all drugs? What do you mean by the term drugs?
anything that is psychotropic in nature,
Okay.
anything that's like no pharmaceuticals, no alcohol, no drugs of any kind.
Okay.
What do you mean? What drugs are there?
I guess what I'm going to get into is sort of like modern medicine or treatment of ailments or like healing practices. Like, did they have sort of didn't adopt the traditional worldview of like the exercise of medicine?
Yeah, none of these girls really had very many ailments.
Okay.
So, I know, but you mean like ibuprofen?
Sure.
Definitely not.
Okay.
Yeah. I prescribe to these systems myself. Like I don't take those kinds of drugs either.
All right. And was the whole group sort of like-minded in that way?
They're all for it. Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
So were there sort of healing practices or things that you all did for your bodies that were not traditional?
I mean, like what?
Like drinking your own urine?
Sure.
Okay.
I've been drinking my urine daily for 4 years.
Okay. And can you tell me, like, obviously that's not traditional in a broad.
Well, it was in the past when people understood their bodies.
Okay.
Now we've become so deranged and diluted and essentially live in a psychotic society of mental illness and addiction to pharmaceuticals and alcohol and toxic food that we have become so diluted and separate from what it means to be healthy on the deepest and most fundamental cellular levels that we would, describe an attempt to achieve homeostasis in the body.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so urine therapy is non-traditional in today's modern terms of, our deranged society, toxic society. But it's actually written about by medical doctors. It's written about by people all over the world. There's if you go online and look up urine therapy, there's like 15 books available written by allopathic medicine doctors, homeopathic medicine doctors, written by shamans and gurus from the East, written about by regular everyday people who have healed themselves, who claim to have healed themselves of things such as cancer by drinking their urine.
Okay.
And it tells all about, if you want to do your research, urine is from the word orin, meaning light. And basically it's like when you go to an oncologist and they take a urine sample instead of a blood sample, that's because the urine is more telling of the malfunctions in your body. And so allopathic, homeopathic, and people from all types of different natures write about, the photon.
If anybody ever tells me to use urine therapy, I'm out. You're nasty. Oh my gosh, this guy. My head is like spinning. Sorry if you're eating lunch. Yes. We will have no apple juice today. And I'll probably leave cranberry juice out of the mix because, that might just mean they're a little sick. But wow. Wow. He does. I promise. If you have to look past all this stuff, the shiny things that the state was talking about in their openings, the shiny things he's trying to hold in front of your face, because he will say some important stuff. I promise. All right. Don't drink your urine before you go back to bed, Carmen. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Something.
Tonic realignment of your DNA through urine therapy. So urine has like discarded nutrients in it, but those nutrients have passed through your kidney and bladder and are now contained within orin, the light production of your body. And it needs to be understood, and this is just like very common programming in the world, that urine is waste, and it's literally an antiseptic. It's the opposite of waste. Your stool is your waste. Your urine is an antiseptic. It's a true sterilant, and it's antibacterial. That's why Boy Scouts 101, when you have an injury or you have a snake bite or a jellyfish sting or something like that, and you use your urine to sterilize and to act as an antiseptic and act as antibacterial immediately on open wounds in the flesh. So you could think about this as like the same type of thing is happening inside of your body. We're talking about like antibacterial,
How long have you been engaging in that practice as like a,
Gosh,
do you consider it a healing practice or like a health routine?
well, to me, it was a healing practice at first. And I would say that the first year, it took me probably like 6 months to a year, but actually I would say maybe a little less than that. I think for some individuals, they would probably, that would be a healing practice for at least a year, but I was considerably healthier and more fit than the average individual.
Okay.
Like I said, I've been filtering my water, all the fluoride and chlorine out of my water for like 20 years since I was in high school.
Okay.
I started these practices very young. I just realized that, it's like, would you like to have toxic waste and heavy metals in your water, or should we filter these out? It doesn't really take a genius to figure this out. Like, we should be taking these steps to heal ourselves and and not only heal ourselves, but as a health practice. So I'd say, like, for the average individual, I think their first year of urine therapy would be more of like a healing, but I use it to maintain my body still to this day.
And did you start urine therapy practice before you met Z?
No, actually, but I didn't learn about it from Z. I learned about it from Peggy.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I started drinking my urine, and after about a month, Z never even mentioned that.
Okay.
But after I'd been drinking my urine for about a month or something, I was like mentioning it to Z, and he's like, oh yeah. He's like, yeah, we do that too.
Okay.
So I actually know a couple dozen individuals who drink their urine regularly.
A couple dozen? Okay.
Yeah, sure do.
And as far as Z and Kuwani and Shalig and Gami, did they all participate in urine therapy also?
As far as I know.
Okay. Did you ever know of anybody be forced to participate in that practice?
No, I didn't, actually. All the individuals that I've met, or it's kind of like one of those things that's like, oh, I didn't even know about that. Like I didn't know until Peggy told me.
Mm-hmm.
And then I started doing my research online, and it turns out there's a lot more people that do it than, like, there's this guy who I really respect online. His name's Troy Casey. He's a certified health nut. He's like an influencer on Instagram. And so he and like several other individuals, they really promote like urine therapy. They do it all the time.
Okay.
So it's like, it's a little more mainstream than, you would think. And unless you know about it, and then you hear about it, and it's like, oh, this is a lot more mainstream than I thought.
Mm-hmm. You already kind of just spoke about the sort of group's collective views on medicine or traditional medicine.
Sure.
Were there any other types of healing practices to either like center themselves or strengthen their mind or their body that you were aware of?
Gosh, I personally use all kinds of, like, I use Rife machines. I've watched people have miraculous healings from Rife machines.
And what is that?
A Rife machine is a frequency generator developed by Royal Raymond Rife in the early 1930s at the University of San Diego, Southern California. And this man found that, and you can do your research on this, anybody who's interested, this man found that when exposed to certain, that everything has a frequency and vibration, because that's the nature of reality. It's just an atomic structure. And so to understand the fundamentals of science, which we're all taught in school, but it just doesn't seem to sink in to a lot of people, that everything that we're experiencing right now, the air is mostly nitrogen and the matter is it's mostly carbon. So we have a atomic pixelated holograph reality, and these things have been written about from, the 1927 Solvay Convention in Physics and beyond, even to Michael Talbot and Carl Sagan, who write about the nature of reality. And so everything has a frequency and vibration, including illnesses inside of the body. And so this man, Royal Raymond Rife, was able to find that these illnesses, specifically tumors and things like MS and certain other illnesses, have a certain vibrational frequency. And when
I don't know, Baker. I don't know. The most insane thing I have ever heard. And also urine therapy, apparently, is a thing that works. This guy really, really likes the sound of his own voice, and sorry you walked into it. But if you drink your own urine, apparently all is well. Also listen to medicine from 1930s. Oh, good. I'm good. Lord. Yeah. Have a seat, Baker. We'll pass you a cup of urine. Just saying.
exposed to certain frequencies, now we're talking about particles and waves, which is, another foundational cornerstone of science, of the understanding of science, quantum physics, and reality. When you have the particulate matter of a tumor inside of your body, it may be exposed to the wavelengths of certain frequency vibrations, and it destroys tumors. I've watched some pretty miraculous healings. People being on their deathbed to walking around cancer-free.
Were those things that?
No, that's just me.
Okay.
I'm just introducing this to to the world here right now.
Let me ask you about, and I mean, I've got to just keep
but
it.
Z knows about Z knows about Rife machines too.
Okay.
So I'm just curious, like, which ones?
Let me ask a more direct question.
Yeah, please.
Are you aware of them using any type of sensory deprivation or dark therapy?
Dark therapy, yeah, from the teachings of Montauk Chia.
Okay. Can you
Absolutely.
tell me about that?
Okay, so I did dark therapy in September of 2020. I actually did it after I left Connecticut. I had like a small bungalow style house, and so I taped off the bedroom and the bathroom, and I blacked out all the windows, and I retreated into a meditative place for 432 hours.
Okay. And was meditation or sensory deprivation or dark therapy, was that something that Z and the three women also subscribed to and participated in?
Z did dark therapy like 10 years ago.
Okay.
He did dark therapy, but at the time when I met them, none of the women had done dark therapy.
Okay.
Gamliana was the first one to do it, and she did it for 2 weeks at my house in November of 2020.
Okay.
She was the only one to have done that at that point.
What brought about her doing that? Did she want to do that, or was she made to do that?
No, definitely not.
Okay. So
Z never made them do anything like that.
Okay.
I mean, it's like they volunteered because they're interested in the same type of achievement. I know Shayla did the dark therapy for a very long time.
Okay.
She went into the dark for like 2 months.
Okay.
Yeah, and she's will speak highly of it, but she was seeking that. She was seeking. I mean, Z didn't say go be in the dark. It's like that's not the thing.
And in practice of dark therapy or sensory deprivation, do you come out of it whenever you feel ready, or is it something that like you're locked in even if you don't want to do it?
No, what you're asking is like a personal question about the individual who's embarking on their quest for enlightenment. So you're asking me to, speak to the nature of another individual's personal. I set a time. I was like, I'm going in for 432 hours, and when that time was up, I came out.
Okay. And from your observations of the rest of the group, was that personal to them? Did they make choices about whether they wanted to do it and how long they wanted to do it?
Sure.
Okay.
But it was also, it's like, as I was raised in my household, and I know that this culture and society in the modern world has deviated a long way from traditional practice, but my father is the head of my house growing up, not my mother.
Okay.
We lived in a house where my dad set a standard, and that's what we lived by, and my mom was a wife, her dad, like it's a patriarchal household,
So
and my mom was never oppressed, just like these girls were never oppressed.
So you subscribed in that way to more traditional gender roles?
Yeah, more
Okay.
traditional gender roles where the man is the head of the household.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
And Z is the head of his house.
Is that biblically based or what?
No, it's psychologically sound.
Okay.
It's like, men are better leaders. They're better decision makers. They can regulate their emotions in a way that women cannot. And they're just, they're better leaders.
Did you ever
So-
see that manifest itself in the mistreatment of
Absolutely not.
Shayla, Gami?
I've already told you how sweet and kind he was to these women, but also at the same time, he sets a standard. If they wanted to go do drugs and alcohol, then leave. That was the thing. It's like they all lived this life with him by choice. This was not, you have to live. It's like, if you don't want to do this, if you don't want to live your life, and this is the way that I live my life now, and every woman that I've had in my life, in my entire life, has been this way. And the way that I live my life right now, when I'm free again, which shouldn't be too long, I will be, and any women that come into my life now will live the way that I live. We will be clean vegans. We will not use drugs and alcohol in any way. You will be treated with care and respect and love and kindness and listened to. I will appreciate and respect your feelings, just as Z was doing with his wives, just as I've always done with the women in my life.
And
but when it comes to crucial decision making and setting the
If you see young George Carlin here in a few years or months, whenever he's going to be free, run. Or if you think he looks more like Gallagher, whichever way, run, 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 run. Not towards him. Not towards him. Flashman, they'll get there. Oh my gosh.
standard for the household, I am the head of the household.
Okay.
It's pretty simple.
And you said, if any of these women wanted to use drugs or alcohol, they could leave.
They could leave at any time.
Did you ever have any perception that they were not free to leave?
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right. I want to talk to you about, now you said that you spent about 3 weeks in Virginia in October of 2020, and that was with Gami's parents?
October of 2020. No, we stayed in an Airbnb in
Oh, an
Virginia
Airbnb
Beach.
in
Yeah,
Virginia?
that's
Okay.
right.
What was the reason for that location?
Oh, it's where Gami's from.
Okay.
And I mean, it's a beautiful area.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then after October of 2020, when you spent 3 weeks with them there, what time did you spend with them after October?
Gosh, we were together pretty much all the time from
Okay.
that point on.
How did you all spend your days? Did you all work, or like what was the dynamic?
I worked some, yeah, at that time. I have a background in personal fitness training,
Okay.
yoga instruction, private yoga instruction. And like, I'm not a certified nutritionist, but I offer my opinion on nutrition and health. And I work privately in these areas. And like I say, all of my financial partakings and everything is private through my trust.
Okay.
So.
And what about Z and the 3 women? How would you all spend your day to day? Like, what would you do during the day?
Gosh, most of this time from October 4th was caring for Kawani, honestly, and trying to help her find her way back to a place of sanity. I mean, we use these terms insane. I know that these have psychological terms, and I know that these have legal terms. And so I don't mean to in my own ignorance to what is happening here. I mean, I may need you to educate me on which words are acceptable to use and which words are not. And but I would say at this point in time, most of the time that we spent together was trying to help to assist and do correct by Kawani to try to help her with the mental health, the severe mental health issues that she was suffering from.
Okay. So tell me in terms of timeline, you said that in October of 2020, that you spent 3 weeks in Virginia.
Yes.
And then where did y'all go after you left Virginia?
Back to Asheville, North Carolina.
And why Asheville?
That's where I lived. It's where Peggy lives. And it's another beautiful area.
Okay. And where did you all stay in Asheville?
I let them stay at my house
Okay. So,
in Candler,
all right.
41 Oakdale.
Okay.
And I let them stay there. And I stayed either in my van in the driveway, or at my parents.
Okay.
Back and forth. I also stayed with my sister a little bit, but I didn't mind to open up my home to them at all. I let them stay there.
We've talked a lot about the 3 women and Z. During the entire time you knew them, was Hannah a part of that?
Yeah, she was there. She was there all the time. She was always around. There was never any point in time where Nimsi, as I will refer to her, there was never a point in time where Nimsi wasn't around.
Was Nimsi her Hebrew name? That was
Yes.
given? Okay. May I first witness? Yes. Do you recognize what's depicted in States 86?
Yeah, that's her.
Okay. Is this the child that you spent time around?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna publish States 86. And you said that she was always around.
Yeah. She was.
How did they manage the care of Nimsi? Was everybody involved in that, or was it?
I would say it was more predominantly Kawani,
Okay.
but the other girls definitely were there to support, and C definitely was there to support.
Okay, there's dishes there if you need them.
Yeah.
So, all these periods of time where you talked about weeks at a time spending with him and the
Yeah.
women, was Nimsi a part of that too?
100%.
Okay.
That's my little friend right there. We grew a pretty significant bond together.
Okay. What do you mean by that? What was your relationship with her like?
I mean, she was like I said, she was my friend. She would always wave and smile at me, and she would come to me and allow me to hold her, and she wasn't always like that with everyone.
Okay.
I was definitely pretty close with that baby, and all of the individuals in the group recognized that particularly the baby would go to me. But a lot of babies are like that. I'm like that with a lot of babies.
Okay.
I come from a large family. My dad has 5 siblings and my mother has 4. They all have children. All my aunts and uncles have children, except my dad's oldest brother. And so, I'm the oldest on my mom's side. I have 11 cousins, and some of those cousins have kids now, and I've held dozens of babies and been around, family. And I spent a lot of time, I've held a lot of babies, and interacted with a lot of babies. And she was a really bright light and a special child. And we got along. She was, I cared deeply, as I still do, obviously.
All right.
let me go back. You mentioned a minute ago that, in terms of the terminology of mentally ill or insane, and you said, you're gonna have to shoot me straight on that. What I want to talk to you about is just observations.
Yeah, okay. Well, that we can do.
I don't need you to put labels on anything.
Awesome. Well, if you find me some, I'm just speaking freely now, so there may be points in times where, words come where I use words to describe the state, the quantity state, mentally impaired, insane. Like, erratic, manic behavior. I'm using these words because I don't know what other words to use.
Okay.
And so if you would like to direct me in another way, I may, I will use the words that you would like for me to use. So
let me ask you a pointed question. In terms of, do you think collectively as the group that you all maybe had some untraditional worldviews? Or not subscribed to by the masses, I'll say?
Not subscribed to by the masses? Yes, I'll take that compliment.
Okay. And I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm just trying to get to the root of it.
I'll take that compliment, like I said.
The purpose of my question is I want to establish with you, and I will do it through questioning, the difference between an independent delusion that Kuwani might have been having versus belief systems that you all adopted that maybe are a departure from the masses.
Yeah, I hear you. I find that to be rather irrelevant to the whole thing because, we're talking about a woman. And so here's the thing. I'm going to lay it down for you like this. When we went to Florida, me and Jennifer, we had like a real curiosity about this. And we're like, what kind of strangeness is this? Like, I met Z. I think, like I said, I feel like I had met the wives like briefly at Peggy's house, but only for a minute. And I can't remember if that's how it was or not, or if I didn't actually meet them until Florida. But I feel like
I don't mean to be disrespectful or interrupt you, but we have to have whatever your responses are be in response to my question.
Okay, very good.
So let me just ask a narrow question.
Very good.
In terms of the belief systems or the things that you may have discussed amongst the group, was there any type of belief that the world is fake or things are not real around?
Not real?
Mm-hmm.
Well, define real.
Okay. Do you recall having discussions or the group subscribing to some type of a belief that?
No, I asked you a question.
Okay.
I asked you to, or I made it as a statement. Define real.
Okay. Was there any belief system amongst your group that like there is an alternate reality or that what we're perceiving or living is not actually what we're perceiving or living?
So I'm going to answer that with facts. Okay. And we're going to go back to what I was talking about before, that it is fact that atoms, ATOMS, exist, and that atoms are in it mostly just empty space. Okay. And so they are colliding particles that form a visual and materialistic reality that we experience right now. Now, if we are to define what is real, then you are to define what is real by your senses, because these fundamental understandings of factual reality are understood by intellectuals all over the world. Now, whether the common ignorant masses can put them into practical application for their own life and their own ability to strive to understand and comprehend themselves and see reality as it is, I live amongst the inept, but to describe something that is mostly empty space as real is scientifically, logically, and factually repugnant.
Okay.
So real would mean that we have our senses and we are connected to these bodies. And like many tens, hundreds of millions of individuals around the world, I hypothesize, and I would call it to be my belief that that we all have souls, that there is a soul, that there is an energetic manifestation that is participating in this reality in a body. So there's something greater. There is something greater. To answer your question directly, there is something greater happening here than what the inept can perceive or choose to perceive.
Okay. And did Z and Kuwani and Gami and Shayla, did they all sort of share that view? Are those things that you all discussed?
Well, this intellectualism was shared by myself and Z for sure. Like we talked about this immediately.
Okay.
But like I say, I know several individuals who are able to keep up with these types of conversations, and and comprehensions of fact.
Did you all
So-
believe that you had some type of broader consciousness, or I don't know if I'm using the right
I think that
terminology.
everyone has the potential to have a broader consciousness.
Okay.
That did I know it to be factual that I am pursuing that, and that the average individual is not? 100%.
Okay. And was that sort of the tone of the group in terms of like your,
Absolutely.
I guess, broader calling in the world?
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and try to put words into the mouths of these other individuals. Now we have some agreements.
Mhm.
We have some agreements into the matter of what is factual, scientific understanding.
And to your point on that, like, what were the agreements? In what way were you like-minded with Kuwani, Shalig, Z?
I mean, we're not talking about them. We're talking about Z.
Okay.
I don't think
I want to talk about the collective group. And
I think that these are women. They want to run and laugh and be silly on the beach.
Okay.
Me and Z are sitting here discussing
okay.
yes, doctorate level, perceptions in quantum physics. Yeah,
All
but
right.
these women.
Because these are women and they're stupid and they just like want to run and like have fun on the beach while the men are over here discussing quantum physics because the women are stupid and the men are smart. Oh my gosh. I promise you, he will say something. I promise. And when he does, I will point it out to you. That was like really offensive, sir. Shut up.
Don't have these conversations.
Okay.
They play with the baby and they do what women do, and they be,
Okay.
Silly and
Okay. So you,
smile and laugh and do things like that. Like, what are you
Okay.
talking about?
so
Like,
you observed them more to be sort of carefree and fun and playing and laughing.
we're not having these conversations. I'm not having these conversations with these women.
Okay.
Like, I don't even know if they're capable of that.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, like, which is not an
Oh my gosh. Sorry. Oh, Chrissy, I will open the door. I will open the door. Oh my gosh. I don't even know if they're capable of that because they're so stupid. Oh my gosh. No. No. Oh my gosh. I cannot. I'm sorry. He's speaking to a woman and he just tells her, I don't think women are capable of being like having a smart conversation. I thought you went to sleep, Carmen. Did you wake up? Thanks, Flash Me. Oh, yeah. Those are Zach's words, Gabby. Aim the stilettos that away. Wow. Wow. Well, I figured his droning would just put you to sleep, but then he started with this crap. So, I mean, I'm not even sure how I got out of bed and made myself a cup of coffee this morning, let alone two. Yeah, definitely talking to a woman who is more educated than he even thinks he is. I mean, and the judge is a woman. What does he think is going on here? Can you imagine how the women on the jury feel right now? They hate him. They hate him. But out there somewhere is a woman that's like, oh my gosh, he's so handsome. He's so smart. He just talks to me. There's one.
insult. It's just a matter of fact.
It was an
And so
insult.
that's okay. That's not their role anyway.
Okay.
Their role is to be together and, have like fulfillment in their life from their version of reality that they're experiencing, which is for the most part what I saw. I mean, until Kawani started to really have her break, and become what I would call mentally ill, and her suffering and mental illness had completely consumed her.
Mhm.
Before that, it was really just like mostly just a lot of like hanging out and playing with the baby and, laughing and being girls,
Okay. All right.
Like,
So tell me, when and we've talked about like the word insane, the word mentally ill, in terms of things that you saw from Kiwani.
Sure.
And the reason I started by asking you about oral.
Sorry for pausing. That is awesome, Zach. With this tribe, either you're in or you're out. Thank you for the comedy break, because as a woman, I was too stupid to come up with anything. A dare? No. No, dare. No. Oh, he is. And I think he gives them a lot, actually, in the end. Why is she letting? I don't know. I don't know why. Because she's too, Chrissy, she's a woman. She's too stupid to rein him in. She has no idea. She's not on his level. I mean, come on. I think if I hit this triangle over here, that's the play button. But I don't know because I'm a stupid woman.
View is because I was trying to distinguish between things that maybe she was being delusional or having an individual break from reality versus things that the group believed collectively.
Yeah, I mean, I get where you're coming from. And like I say, again, I feel like that's like, irrelevant because we're talking about a woman who had complete breaks in her cerebral capacity to understand, to where she didn't remember what just happened.
Okay.
She did, and I don't think that has anything to do whether she's a Mormon or a Christian or a Scientologist.
And that's not my point, but to your point earlier, the law does have definitions, and it does relate specifically to certain symptoms or things that she exhibited. So what I want to know is, from your observations, was there anything that she exhibited that you saw to be a delusion?
Yeah, I mean, maybe, it's like, so what you're asking me is whether the verbiage and the information that was coming out of a psychologically unwell individual was or was not delusion by my judgment or my standards.
Okay.
That's what you just asked. So I'm not sure that, there is. Okay, so I want to make an example for you in direct response to your question. There are individuals who, and this is documented, there have been massive case studies on individuals with things like autism, or things like there are, other psychological unwellnesses that we could call them, classify them as mental handicaps, as they would be labeled by society, who have these incredible abilities to give us information that is perhaps unperceivable by a mind. So what we're talking about is frequency and bandwidth. So with some of the things that I saw and heard Kiwani say to be delusion, yes, but did I also in her like deranged mental state see, like, it's like, so what is delusion? Like what, like these questions, it's like, yeah, I mean, she was outside of her mind blabbering about complete nonsense sometimes.
Okay. So tell me,
when she would come back.
Let's be specific. What was the complete nonsense she was blabbering about?
Gosh, I can't even remember specific things. I mean, but there's also like, okay, so so we have to really dissect the mind here to understand, because there was an event that happened on November 25th, which involved a woman who pulled off on the side of the road. Kiwani was having an episode, I guess you could say. And this one pulled off on the side of the road.
All right, let me stop you for a second. What do you mean by episode? What did you observe? What did she say?
Okay, so we'll begin there to come back around to what I was saying.
Okay.
Because it was only after that day that I heard Kiwani mention at all the safety of the child.
Okay.
And that was on November 25th. And
Of
it was
2020?
it was because of this woman who had this psychotic, drunk woman who was on drugs and who was threatening us with gun violence.
Let me back up. On November 25th of 2020, where were you guys at?
We were at Peggy's house.
In what state?
North Carolina, Asheville, North Carolina.
Who's Peggy?
Peggy is, who is Peggy? Peggy is Schindler, is someone that I've known for like 20 years.
Friend?
Friend of mine. Yep. I used to work with Peggy's daughter at this sports bar called Hickory Tavern. And
We don't need to get into the weeds. I'm
Yep.
just trying to provide them some context of who Peggy is.
Peggy's a friend of mine for 20 years.
All right.
Yep.
So Peggy's got a house in North Carolina.
Yep, she
You all
does.
were spending time at Peggy's house.
That's right.
Who was there?
Me, Shaylik, Kawani, Peggy, Z, and Nimsy.
Okay. And how long did y'all spend at Peggy's house in around
That
time?
day?
Just that day?
I mean, no. We were around Peggy's house a lot
Okay.
You
And
know?
you specifically referenced November 25th. Why do you know that date?
because that was the day that this woman pulled off on the side of the road. And I feel like I think that was like a real turning point for Kawani, which had massive effects on her psyche, which led to the death of Nimsy.
Okay. So tell me on November 25th, you're talking about this woman, which we'll get into that in a minute. Prior to this woman being involved, what were you observing of Kawani on the 25th?
On that day?
Yes.
Okay, so it was actually a pretty normal day. Like she was being like relatively calm and clear, and like you could tell, like I could always tell it in her eyes when she'd be in a certain place, and then something would trigger her, and she would just lose it. Like her eyes would change, and she would come back, and she would not remember what happened. And
What do you mean she would lose it? What would she do?
gosh, all kinds of things. So this day, she was in it, and she just started shaking and attacking Z and attacking the other girls, and she tried to attack me before, and never the baby though. That needs to be clear. Never the baby, because I would have nipped that shit in the bud. I would have not tolerated that, And and I don't think Z would have either. So we were at Peggy's, and she starts and then she just runs out the door, for no reason, no clear and definable reason whatsoever.
So I want to know, what did you see? You saw her shaking.
Or just being it's like she's just being she would get this look in her eye, she was absent,
So she had an absent look in her eye and she was shaking. Did she say anything?
She'll scream, and she's like, I have to go, I have to get out of here. And she starts screaming, and we're like, Z's like, honey, calm down. He's trying to, was constantly working so diligently with her and being so patient and kind, and working with her because she would come back from these episodes and she'd start crying. She's like, I don't know what's happening, and she'd just completely lose her mind. I don't know how else to describe it. This day she just took off running, and we're on Overlook Drive, which is a really dangerous road because there's been people killed on that road before, literally, and pets, all kinds of, it's like there have been major accidents. People fly on that road, and it's known that people go really fast through there. And so Z was I was probably in a little better shape than Z, probably a little faster on my feet at the time. He asked me to go run her down and cut her off and try to get her to come back, not that we're trying to we're just trying to make sure she doesn't hurt herself, and
What made you think she was going to hurt herself?
because she's running in the middle of a road.
Okay.
She's running like a crazy person down the middle of the road for no specific reason that she made clear that she just had to go suddenly at that point. And she made no specific reason clear why she was doing that. She made no specific, she wasn't trying to go anywhere. She had no real purpose. She's just an endangerment to herself and to others. She's running down the road, just
In traffic?
in traffic,
Okay.
belligerently. And
Okay.
so I'm like, okay, yeah, we probably should try to get her back. And so I ran down and I cut her off, and she ran back towards Peggy's house in the middle of the road now. And I'm trying to avoid cars, and their cars are stopping, and she's just running. And she finally tired out and sat, and then she was sitting on the side of the road, collapsed, crying. And Z asked me to pick her up and carry her back across the street to our house.
You said she was
So,
sitting?
She was sitting on this, almost on the side of the road, pretty much. And the shoulder is very narrow on that road. So we're in the road,
Okay.
towards the white line.
All right. And did she articulate?
What happened?
Clear that she just had to go suddenly at that point. And she made no specific reason clear why she was doing that. She made no specific, she wasn't trying to go anywhere. She had no real purpose. She's just an endangerment to herself and to others. She's running down the road, just
In traffic?
in traffic,
Okay.
belligerently. And
Okay.
so I'm like, okay, yeah, we probably should try to get her back. And so I ran down and I cut her off, and she ran back towards Peggy's house in the middle of the road now. And I'm trying to avoid cars, and their cars are stopping, and she's just running. And she finally tired out and sat, and then she was sitting on the side of the road, collapsed, crying. And Z asked me to pick her up and carry her back across the street to our house.
You said she was
So-
sitting?
She was sitting on this, almost on the side of the road, pretty much. And the shoulder is very narrow on that road. So we're in the road,
Okay.
towards the white line.
All right. And did she articulate anything at that time?
No, she wasn't articulating anything. She was just crying and sobbing, just
Okay.
incomprehensible jargon of like blabbering about, like non-tangible things. I don't even know. I wasn't even really listening to her at that point. It was just kind
When
of.
you say non-tangible, was I'm trying to get at, was she paranoid about something specific? Was
No.
she delusional about
I mean,
something
not that
specific?
day. Not that day. No,
All
she
right.
wasn't.
She was shaking.
She was just,
You said she had some kind of look in her eye.
yeah, the look, the look that she would get when she would be like absent of herself.
Okay.
And like, it's like, and then you ask her about it later and like, she's like, I don't really even remember some of these things, like
Okay.
she's like having a complete break in her like ability to perceive reality, basically.
Okay. And when you first saw her behave that way was when?
When I first saw her behave that way was in September. She was not like that in May.
September.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Kawani has, she's admitted to me a lot about her past, which had led her to have like a really, some psychological unwellness anyway. Being like, this is her words to me. Like we have talked about this as a group, that she was raped by her brothers when she was like 9 years old. That she had an older brother drug dealer who sold cocaine, and she was doing cocaine regularly by the time she was 9 or 10 years old, forced to have sex with her older brother's friends when she was like 10, 11 years old. She talks about how her parents abused her, how she went to her second grade teacher and told her teacher that her parents were locking her in the closet and abusing her.
These are discussions she had with you about her mental well-being?
Her past.
Okay.
Which I think.
Was that in relation to sort of her
Yeah, totally. I think
mental
it was
and emotional
I think
health?
it was the foundation of her breakdown. The foundation of her breakdown and the mental unwellness began in her childhood, not like when she was like, 20 years old. Like these seeds were already sown by the people that cared for her. And, I remember her saying things like, yeah, my brother's penises were really small, so it wasn't that bad being raped by them. Like things like that. She would give details about these circumstances, details about being locked in a closet by her parents,
Okay.
details about using cocaine regularly. So I think that the psychological unwellness and the foundation of mental instability, like she was already, these were demons that were planted in her a long time ago.
Let me ask you, did you ever see anyone in the group or yourself be physically violent toward her?
No. And now I did carry her across the street. That's the only time I ever touched Kawani. It was that one time carrying her across the street to get her out of the road so we don't get hit by a car.
Okay.
That was the only time. Now I saw Kawani be violent towards everybody in the group. I saw her be aggressive, but not when it would be like a total snap like this. And so do you want to finish that? Because I'd like to tell about another day,
Sure. Well, let's, I asked you when the first time is that you kind of saw her exhibiting any behaviors. And you said September of 2020.
Yes.
And then you had referenced specifically November 25th as being, in your mind, some pivotal date
It
that
was a hugely pivotal day
changed things.
from my observation of her.
Okay.
Yes.
So-
And the things that she was saying, like that woman, there was a woman who pulled off on the side of the road to kind of make whatever was happening to her business. She was drunk, belligerent, she assaulted me and Peggy and Z. This was like a very disturbed woman. And she.
Is this when you're carrying Chloe?
No. I was carrying her across the road and a woman who lived in the apartment complex was pulling out at the time. And she was like, is everything okay? And I was like, yeah, she's just having a panic attack. I'm going to carry her back to the house to get her out of the road so no one gets hurt. And the woman who lived in the apartment complex where we were said, she said, I see. And if you need any help, if you need anything, just let me know. Okay. So that was the woman who lived there. Now, this woman who pulled in off the side of the road was just some stranger, who she pulled off on the side of the road and Kawani like ran over to her car and was like, I need to call my mom. I need to call my mom. That's what she started saying. And like, that's just like a random thing. She hadn't talked about calling her mom at all. Like that's just something that came out of her, just like some random thought or memory or whatever it was that was like just random that day. After she decided that she needed to run in the middle of the street, we got her back out of the house and this random complete stranger pulled inside this apartment complex to make this her business, like I say, rudely and belligerently. And Kawani started going to her and saying, I need to call my mom.
Okay.
And so.
Had she asked to call her mom up until that point?
No.
Okay.
Like I said, this was just like something that just started coming out of her. It's like, she's just like, all of a sudden, she's just like, I need to call my mom. I need to call my mom. She's like saying this. And me and C and Shaylee and Peggy are all standing around. Shaylee's holding the baby. We're all like, let her call her mom.
Okay. And
Let
did
her
she?
call her mom. No, she didn't, because this woman started being belligerent and jumping out of the car, and Kawani started to come back into herself. You could see it in her eyes that she realized that this woman was a danger to her. And the woman started screaming about how we're all going to jail. And she's going to call the cops and get the baby taken from her and all of these things. Like, I mean, these completely, just this belligerence, you know, like.
So this was a passerby that intervened when she saw you with Chloe.
The way that he described it was she ran out of the house. The way the defense described it in opening statements was she ran out of the house to get away. And then he describes this woman that stopped to help her as just being belligerent and just interfering and just, you know, a dumb woman again. But the woman stopped to try to help this woman that was on the side of the road. Absolutely, Chrissy. It does. I think she was desperate to get out of the situation. And you can see the, when the camera goes back to her, you can see her scars, some of her scars right here on her neck and in her throat. But that's what, the state said that in their opening statement, that she didn't feel like she had any other way out. I'm like, what are you saying that for? Hey, Squid. It is hard to watch, but this guy is out there somewhere. I don't know where he is, and I don't need to find him. But thank you for stopping by. Yeah, this guy's he thinks we're all dumb, all us women. We can't. We just go play on the beach and play with babies and stuff. That's all we can do. We cannot have conversations. That's what we've learned. It's not been frustrating. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. You have no idea. You have no idea. Yeah. Yes, we are. We are avoiding the baby parts for sure. Because they've kind of forgot about the baby, it seems like. I also think she was fearful for her child to grow up in this environment, to be raised up for him or another man. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. I think she figured out maybe that wasn't a good place for her child. I don't think it was a jealousy thing at all. Like the state's trying to put out there. They haven't put anything out there about her being jealous. All right. Well, run a little for me. But you might run a lot if this guy goes back on his tangent that he was on a little while ago, because you'll be angry. Trust me.
That's
with
right.
Kiwani.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
And so what happened after that?
Gosh, a whole scene happened after that. She was started being verbally abusive to everyone.
Who's she? Who are you referring to?
This woman named Sandra Torres.
That's the woman that stopped?
That's the woman that stopped.
Okay.
Yeah. And she was like threatening us. Like she threatened, I have a gun in my car right now, but I'll shoot you and kill you and all this stuff. Her breath, she was rank of alcohol, So she's just this random drunk lady who apparently had a gun and was, there's like this whole scene that unfolded. But I think that it's the most important thing to take away from that day, and why I mentioned it is because after that day, after she was screaming at Kiwani and Z that she's going to get the baby taken away, so she pulls over on the side of the road, and like her story is to be like this vigilante to help this woman who's being kidnapped and blah, blah. She gets across the road. This woman who's sitting right there was screaming about how she wanted to call her mom. All of the other individuals said, let her call her mom. Simple. Let her call her mom. No one's objecting to this. The only reason why we just had this whole scene is because she's like endangering herself and other individuals. Let her call her mom. Sandra Torres makes this into like, we're all very calm, at this point. Like, we're like, okay, we got her out of the road. That was like our goal. We got her out of the road, and now we're just calm, waiting for Kiwani to calm down. Whatever conversations, whatever care we need to show her to get her back into a calm place, we would do. And this woman is just like aggravating this situation, with her own like, drama. And she threatened to have the baby taken away and that she was going to kill us. And it was only after that day that there was anything in Kiwani's delusional speak. Like I said, we have to define what is, in her delusional speak, in her blabbering when she would go outside of herself, and her eyes would change, and she'd start to be erratic and sometimes violent. That was the first time ever after that day that she said anything in those states about the baby.
And after that incident, what was it that she said about the baby?
It started as, I need to protect the baby.
Okay.
Like the baby's in danger. The baby's in danger. Something's going to happen to the baby. And she was also talking about that woman saying that she was going to kill us. Like that, it got inside of her head somehow from this woman about the baby's in danger and all of this stuff. It was a really dramatic shift.
So as it relates to that dramatic shift that you just described and her feelings about Hannah
Yes.
and the baby,
That's why I mentioned it.
was it always she had to protect Hannah?
Those were the things that I heard her saying, that she needed to. The baby was in danger, and the baby, and then it started to develop after days. Because this, Nimsy died less than 2 weeks after that.
Okay. And so did she ever articulate who she thought the baby was in danger from?
Not really.
Okay.
No.
But in terms of the things she was saying, it was a paranoia of her needing to protect Hannah.
Yeah, and then there was talk about how the baby is going to die. Like
Okay.
I heard her say that. I never heard her say, I'm going to hurt the baby. I never heard her say, I'm going to kill the baby. I never heard her say anything like that. I did hear her say the baby's going to die. I have to protect her.
Okay. And when
So-
she said the baby's going to die, it was in the context of her role to make sure
protect
she
this
did.
child. Yeah.
Okay.
Which it was still coming out in this really delusional, paranoid, schizophrenic, whatever you want to label these things, type of way, manic. Like she was having real struggles, and it was coming out in this way. But before that day, there was never any mention of the baby in her delusions. Like it was about herself, that, evil was after her, and that I heard her talk about hurting herself a lot.
Okay.
I heard her talk about committing suicide. I
So-
watched her injure herself by punching herself in the face many times. And, I've watched her be violent towards everyone else and never towards the baby. And there was never even mention of the baby until that day.
Okay. So you said prior to that day where Sandra Torres said the baby's going to get taken away, then she started having delusions or paranoia about protecting Hannah.
She did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Prior to that, you just mentioned a second ago that she had delusions or paranoia, or whatever word you want to use, related to her.
Sure.
What were her manifestations related to her that you perceived to be some type of mental health related incident? What types of things would she say about herself?
That she was in danger of evil, and there was all this evil in the world. And, but see, there you go. We're talking about things that are coming out of her so it's she wouldn't remember saying these things. She would have these episodes and not remember, but some of the things that she was saying are valid. There is a lot of evil in this world. There's a lot of evil in this room. So it's is that a delusion? I don't think so. Is that delusional to say that? Is she in a delusional state when she's making these proclamations? Yes. Is she in a state where she has no memory of what she's doing and is absent of herself? Because Kawani is a sweet and caring and loving mother. I saw her in May, and that's, when Jennifer and I went to Florida, that was the whole thing. We saw this baby, and there was this bright, happy, joyous, cared for child. I've been around enough babies where I know you can tell when they're not in proper care from their mothers. And there was no sign of that whatsoever. This baby was completely carefree and happy and joyous. And Kawani was an excellent mother. She was attentive. She was warm and nurturing and loving. She would never strike her husband or the sister wives in the way that I saw her later. She would never do these things. It was just very apparent. And that was in the child. You could see that in the child. It's if I had an aunt who was a little on the loud side, it's even when her children were little, they were a little on the loud side. You know what I'm saying? Children imitate their parents. And so you see it in this child, and you're watching Kawani care for this child, and they're all fine and wholesome. There's a lot of wholeness in their group, wholesomeness. And the baby was just fine. I wouldn't have continued a relationship with these people. The foundation, because I like Z. I did. And when I first met him, he's a highly intellectual individual who likes to, and we share a lot of worldviews that are based on fact and science and understanding of teachings and things like that. So we hit it off.
Let me ask you. I don't want to get too far afield of what the original.
Sorry.
That's okay. Sometimes you get going and then we don't remember what the question was.
Full scope.
I get it.
Yeah.
So I want to narrow back in on. You said you had seen her punch herself or injure herself.
100%.
Had you ever seen anybody else restrain her or physically assault her?
Not like that.
Okay.
There was this one time where she tried to jump out of a window in the place where we were staying in Virginia Beach, but and Z like hugged her, like basically put his arms around her and stopped her. But I've seen Z sit there and take licks to the face and do nothing. You know, like I've seen these other girls be abused by Kwani in her delusion. Like I say, she never did that. And when she would come back, she would start crying, and we'd talk about what had happened and how she was attacking people, and she'd start crying, you know, and have like an emotional breakdown. Like she'd just be like, I'm so sorry, you know, and like she's just not that way. Like Kwani's not really like violent like that. Like she doesn't hit. I mean, I had never seen her do that in a clear, and like I only saw her do that when she was like losing her mind, as I say.
Okay.
You know, and this just continued to get more and more intense and severe as time went on.
All right. Now you said, I want to go back a little bit to the incident on the 25th of November.
Yes.
So you said Sandra Torres intervened, that she said things about Hannah's going to be taken away, she's going to
Yep.
have a baby taken away, and that sort of set Chloe on this path where she believed that she had to protect Hannah.
Yes.
How did that incident end on the 25th?
The incident ended so like I say, this woman that, you know, is sitting here, Sandra Torres pulls off on the side of the road to rescue this woman, you know, so she would say, and this woman who's sitting here willingly and knowingly gets into a car with her husband and her child and her sister to leave, to escape this belligerent, seemingly psychotic, definitely drunk and threatening of gun violence individual. And Sandra Torres, like I say, Sandra Torres is trying to block Z from leaving. She's like, we're out of here. Sandra Torres goes into Z's car. Now, this is a random person. You know, keep in mind, this is just some woman that pulls off on the side of the road, decides to make this her business. Kwani's screaming about how she wants to call her mom. We're all standing around. Let her call her mom. No one's trying to prevent her from doing this or do anything except run in the road and cause harm to herself. Please, here's the phone. Like, here's the phone. Call your mom, you know? She never did call her mom. She was just being belligerent. And so is Sandra Torres. And then Sandra Torres gets out of her car and goes over to Z's car and takes the keys out of his ignition. So keep in mind, this is a stranger who pulls off on the side of the road and then goes into a man's car who's being calm and cool and let my wife call her mom if that's what she wants. That's going to make her feel better. Goes into the car, pulls the keys out of his car and says, you're not going anywhere. You're going to jail. We're taking this baby away from you. You guys are disgusting people, like all this stuff. To strangers. She's doing this. Z takes his keys back from her. Ma'am, this is my property. Give me my keys back. She starts slapping him and assaulting him. They get in the car and leave. Peggy stands, like after they had pulled like a 50-point turn to try to get past this woman.
Cherokee County, I believe, Squid, is the county that this is in. I think that's right. Cherokee County. Does that sound right to you? Do you have a Cherokee County? He doesn't like Sandra at all. And I think the defense said Sandra is going to testify. Can't wait to hear her version of the events. I'm not sure exactly what the state is doing with this guy. I don't believe his, I don't believe his, that the events on the side of the road actually happened the way he said they did. That's why I'm really curious to hear Sandra's version, because he's just making Sandra sound like, well, of course she's a woman, so she's stupid and she has no idea what to do. So she can't be believed.
Because she's like moving her car to try to block them from leaving. She pulls over to rescue somebody and then tries to stop them from leaving in their own will and tries to like make a huge scene out of it to try to like hurt them in some kind of way. She pulls off and then she starts, and then Peggy is standing in front of the car and she basically, Sandra Torres started attacking Peggy, beating the crap out of her, slamming her head against the hood of the car. And I sat there and watched that. And now Z and Kwani and Shayla had already pulled away at this point. So I'm just standing there watching Peggy get her ass kicked, pretty much. And I was like, I sat there and I watched for probably like a little bit too long, to be honest with you. That's how I felt about it because of the way she was getting beaten by this woman. This woman's like very tall and broad-shouldered Nordic woman. And Peggy's this 5'0" petite woman who is not a fighter. This woman has a violent history, you know? And so she's, you know, assaulting Peggy and beating the crap out of her. And so I put my body in between Sandra Torres and Peggy. And then Sandra Torres punched me in the face once, and I went like this, and she punched me in the face again. And I picked her up and I put her down on the ground. And I got in my car and I left. And that was the end of that day.
What do you mean you put her down on the ground?
I picked her up and I forced her body to the ground.
Okay. How would you describe a slam, a push?
I picked her up and I dumped her to the ground. Yeah.
You picked her up physically off of
I
the.
physically picked this drunken, belligerent woman who had just assaulted 3 people and was threatening us with gun violence up off the ground, slammed her down on the ground, got in my car, and I pulled off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were the police ever involved?
Yes, they were.
Okay. When you were there, were the police involved?
No, they weren't.
Okay. Did you call the police?
No, definitely not.
Why not?
Because I rarely find that justice comes from these types of circumstances when police are involved. And I mean, I just don't really like you guys.
You've told me that a number of times, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's okay. We don't have to like each other.
That's okay. And that's not personal. I just find that like the legal cult
Sure.
and the legal culture,
Mhm.
you know, we use that word cult to describe culture. It's just a shortened version of that word. I find that the legal cult is, it brings injustice. more often
And
than not.
were you all collectively as a group sort of not call the police type of people?
Peggy was definitely not called police type person. I asked her, I was like, you know, you should really call the cops. You know, like she's got a black eye and she's all busted up and hair pulled out of her head by this woman. And
Mhm.
I was like, man, you should really call the cops. She's like, I'm not calling the cops. She's like, I don't want anything to do with that.
All right.
We'll just let this go. We'll just be gone with her, you know, and like we'll just go about my life.
So you said you got in the car and left. And when did you become aware that the police had been involved?
That's a good question. I can't remember, like days later or something like that. Or I can't remember, honestly, when I became aware.
What happened to your photographic memory, sir, and your top level intelligence? Also, I'm sure he just gently laid Sandra Torres on the ground. Just put her down. It's like, you stay there. Just play around with some rocks or something.
Did you ever get interviewed or spoken to about those circumstances of what happened on the 25th?
No, I never did. Nobody
Okay.
ever asked me about this. This is the first time where I've been able to speak plainly before a court or before anyone involved in that openly about the events of that day.
Okay, so you left. At some point, you became aware that someone else had contacted the police.
Now, when Nimsy died on December the 8th, I gave an interview where I spoke about this circumstance to a woman named Tiana Cruz, I think is her name.
With Canton Police Department?
Yep.
Mhm.
I told her about what had happened
Mhm.
and how, because, you know,
Sorry, Carmen, spawn of AJ, just gifted 5 memberships to Squid Pro Quo. Rachel Lee, Haley Mouse, Megan Florida, and the Boss Lady. Awesome. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you, Carmen. I appreciate it. And yes, we're blaming everything on Sandra today, but we will do this and we will dedicate these to Sandra's honor today. Because poor Sandra. Oh my gosh.
that day was kind of like a breaking point, and it manifested into, I mean, looking at this from like an outside perspective as best I can, you know, without, you know, it's like I'm very emotionally attached to the baby and to, you know, what happened. But it's like that day, Kawani's delusions go from I'm in danger, these things, to the baby's in danger, to the baby's going to die, they're going to take to a dead baby.
Mhm.
You know, like that's what just happened. You know,
Okay.
so I spoke that very clearly as far as I can remember in my interview, because I was just so in shock that day. Like I couldn't even believe this has happened. Like it was just like,
All right. Let me ask just directly, from that incident on the 25th, did you get charged with anything?
I did.
When did you learn that you were being charged with something?
I got charged with an assault on Sandra Torres.
And when did you learn that that was the case?
April of the following year.
April of 2021.
Yes.
Okay.
I had no idea.
Did you have any contact with law enforcement between November 25th when it happened and when you got arrested in April of 2021?
No, I did not.
Okay. So you just find out because you have a warrant for your arrest?
Yeah, I got pulled over.
You got pulled over and you
Yeah.
got arrested from a warrant from the incident on the 25th.
That's right, from
Okay.
6 months earlier.
And what happened with that case?
Well, I wanted to go to trial because I thought that I could win in the name of self-defense, and protection of Peggy Schindler. And Peggy was going to come and testify in my trial that she was being attacked belligerently. Z and Shaylee were going to come and testify that this woman was threatening them and being crazy, and she reeked of alcohol. And she's a known drug user because I know her.
Mr. Spillers, I'm not trying to be
Oh.
disrespectful, but we just got to rein it in. So
Oh.
what happened with your charges?
Oh, I got a misdemeanor.
Okay.
I ended up with a misdemeanor.
Did you plead guilty?
I did plead guilty pursuant to Alfred Law.
And what does that mean?
Alfred Law, I was told, means that I maintain my innocence, but I was being held in jail. Like they were holding me in jail, and I couldn't afford my bond. And so I waited for years for a trial for that. And they never gave me a trial. And so I finally pled guilty to a misdemeanor. And I think that they just gave me a misdemeanor because they knew that they would lose a trial and they didn't want to afford that opportunity.
So you did a time served
Time
misdemeanor.
served, they sentenced me to 75 after 22 months of incarceration.
You were
They
in jail for 22 months?
I was in jail for 10 months, and then I made bond, and then they reincarcerated me after 8 months. They held me in house arrest for 8 months.
Okay,
All
so
over
that's
this.
house arrest.
Yep, all over that.
And then you pled guilty under Alford
Yes,
Which
to
is
be
just-
released from jail,
to a misdemeanor.
do a misdemeanor.
Okay.
That's right.
All right. You mentioned that after that incident, Chloe started having paranoia surrounding needing to protect Hannah. Did you ever witness, perceive, or hear her say anything about ever believing Hannah was a danger to her?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever hear her articulate that she felt threatened by Hannah in any way?
No.
Did you ever hear her say that she needed to defend herself against Hannah?
No.
Okay. Was all of the things that you heard with relation to Hannah, her needing to protect Hannah?
Yes.
Okay. You talked about the sort of response of Shaylig and Gami and Z and you whenever Chloe would have, whatever you want to call them, episodes.
Sure.
What was the response amongst the group in terms of helping her?
Well, I think mostly it was like trying to find patience, and trying to find a way to keep her calm and get her to, at some points, like stop hurting herself. Those are the times where I've seen Z like hold her arms, because she's punching herself in the face, or she's striking somebody else. And I have seen him like hold her hands, be like, honey, calm down, calm down, calm down, and that was pretty much it. Like I've never, we would all respond in our own way. I tried to just be as diligent and patient and kind as I could, and try to talk her, because like I said, she would be, she would come, she's always a pretty open person, like she talked plainly and openly about, sexual assault by her own family members and, all of these things that had led her to be this like fractured person, individual rather. And I would, just be there to listen. That's what I was getting at. Like I'd just be there to listen to her about how she was feeling and if there was anything that I could do and try to avoid, that right hook. She was trying to kick and scream, and but she only did that to me a couple times.
Let me ask you this. You mentioned that incident on the 25th where she ran out in the road.
Yeah.
After that happened, between then and December the 8th, did she go spend time with her parents at her family's house?
No, she didn't.
Was there ever a period of time where
Oh,
she?
whoa. You mean after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Yes. I'm sorry. I thought you meant from October.
No. The incident on
Yes.
November 25th.
Yes.
And she said, I want to call my mom.
Yes, she did.
Okay.
She did say that.
Did she ever go see her mom and stay with her mom?
Yeah, actually,
after that
they came later that day. Eric and Renee. That was like the second or third time that I had met them.
Okay.
They came to pick Kawani up.
On what day? The 25th?
It was either that or the next day.
The 25th or the 26th?
Yeah, right around there. I can't. It's 4 years.
Okay.
So you're at like.
You're
doing
doing
the best I
you're doing
can.
fine. So either on the 25th or the 26th, Eric and Renee Driver came and picked up Kawani.
Yeah.
Okay. Where did they come to?
They came to Peggy's.
To Peggy's house? Okay. And that was in North Carolina?
Yes.
All right. And where were they living at that time? The drivers.
Oh gosh, Tennessee.
Tennessee. So they went from
Knoxville,
Tennessee.
as far as I know.
They went from Tennessee to North Carolina and they picked up Chloe.
That's right.
All right. Did Hannah stay with you guys?
She stayed with Z.
She stayed with you. Okay.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did Chloe go back to her parents' house?
Yeah, she did for like a few days.
Okay. And when and how did she rejoin the group after she went to her parents for a couple of days on the 25th or 26th?
I'm pretty, she kept in contact with her husband, and then I think he went to go pick her up after that.
Okay. And
Yeah.
Were they still communicating? Z and she were still communicating?
Totally.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so he went to go pick her up. Do you know when that was?
Shortly after that, a few days, something like that.
Okay. A few days after
A
Thanksgiving?
few days after Thanksgiving, yeah.
Okay.
I think she got really jarred by that whole thing with Sandra Torres.
Okay.
Like I say, there was like a lot of dramatic shifts in her wording and the things that she would say after that.
Okay.
And yeah, like that was it.
All right. And then tell me about Thanksgiving. Where did you spend Thanksgiving 2020?
Oh, I was there. We did Peggy's, and then I was at my parents' for the rest of the day.
Was Chloe around for Thanksgiving 2020, or was she with her parents?
That was that day. That was Thanksgiving Day.
What was Thanksgiving Day?
The whole event on November 25th.
The 25th was Thanksgiving Day?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. I'm not 100% on that, but I'm pretty sure that was Thanksgiving Day. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it would have been after Thanksgiving that Chloe went to her parents.
That's correct.
All right.
Yes.
And then you said it was a couple of days maybe she was with her parents, and then Z went and got her and she came back to the group?
She came back. Yeah, she did.
Okay. And when she came back, what was her demeanor like?
Pretty much the same, really. I mean, she's a regular Kawani a lot of the time, even though at this point in time she had become kind of degraded. Like she was like, her whole like air had become different. Like she was like really like frustrated with herself. Like she was just like frustrated with what's happening, and she was sad. You could tell. And then there was like this whole different air about her that I think, like I said, was part of the whole interaction with Sandra Torres. Where she just became, I don't know, she just got this idea in her head about Nimsy after that. There was just like a lot of
About protecting Nimsy?
protecting Nimsy. Yeah.
Okay.
And like the danger to the baby, that they're going to take the baby. All of these things that had never really come out of her before that I heard,
Okay.
And I mean, I wasn't with them like 24/7, but I was with them a lot, like a lot. So,
Okay. You said that she first sort of started having those types of, I don't know what to call them, episodes, paranoia, whatever it is, in September of 2020?
Well, no, it was before that, actually. It was really during the summer. Like Z, I was talking to Z pretty regularly. We would just, talk about all kinds of stuff. And he spoke of his lives openly, with me, and how Kawani had really started, it was really in July when he began to, because I think it was in June that I met them at the river that day.
With her parents?
With her parents.
Okay.
And she was fine that day. Like she was, behaving normally, providing excellent care for Nimsy, being an excellent mother. And yeah, I mean, gosh, I just.
And let me ask you this. At any point, did you become aware of her getting any type of like counseling?
No.
Okay.
Definitely not.
Hey, Rachel. That was Carmen Sponavej, my daughter, that gifted some memberships, and you were the lucky one to get one. I have not heard anything about postpartum. I have not. Not from this lady to this man. Can you imagine? Can you imagine him speaking on postpartum? No. We would all explode. We would all explode. Oh.
What's that?
No.
Okay.
She did not.
Did you know about her doing anything on Zoom?
No.
Okay.
I did not know about that.
Okay. And
Was she doing that? I don't know.
if you don't, I have to ask the question.
Okay,
So if you don't know, that's
I don't
completely
know. I
fine.
didn't know that. No.
Okay.
I didn't know.
And we already talked about kind of the group's views on drugs and sort of the holistic approach.
Yeah, Z did not want her to be institutionalized. That's for sure.
He did not want her
He
to be
did not want her to be
institutionalized.
institutionalized, probably for the same reason as like the institutionalization culture probably doesn't offer like, she's just surrounded by 3 or 4 people who really love her and care about her. And instead of just being a patient that gets doped up with medication and spoken to once a day for an hour by some doctor that she doesn't know.
Mm-hmm.
Rachel Lee, this is the smartest man on earth. And women are stupid and inept and not capable of having discussions about, complex things. We just play with babies and play on the beach and play with our hair. He is God, apparently. He was in this this cult, for lack of a better word, with the defendant here, and he likes to talk a lot, but he is talking. Actually, he's finally getting to kind of the meat of the situation, where he's talking about the breakdown that he sees this defendant, Chloe, going through, and the things that are happening to her. He said a lot of just stupid stuff. Yes, he does drink his urine every day. He knows everything. Yeah, he didn't want her institutionalized because she would have gotten help. Chrissy, just wait until you hear what they were trying to do to heal her. Yeah, this guy. We have all wanted to throw shoes at him because we're women. What else would we throw? Axes? I don't know. Just kidding, YouTube.
Z was really trying to do this in more of like a wholesome family way to offer quantity healing.
When she was just her normal self,
Yeah.
what was her relationship with Z? How did she interact with him? How did she treat him? What did you observe during
like
this
I say,
time?
it was like when Jennifer and I went to Florida, it's like there's like a lot of love there.
Talk to me about Thanksgiving time, December. What was the nature of their relationship around that time?
I mean, sometimes she's around and it's the same. Like there's a very loving nature and a very there's like a lot of companionship, and between her and the other girls, I remember we were at my house right before, because they found a house in Florida. Because that's one of the things that Kawani was talking about, especially towards the end in October. She's like, we need to find a house. We need to find a house so I can be better, so I can find a place to be and just be in one place all the time, so I can be in this place and I can heal and I can get better.
Did she want a more stable lifestyle than traveling all over the place?
Before, but no, I think she was just fine with it until she started to really degrade.
Okay.
And then she realized, she would come back from these episodes and we'd tell her what's happening, what had happened. She has no memory of, she's crying and being all apologetic and, troubled by her own mind and how little control she had.
She believed finding a house and putting down some roots somewhere would be beneficial for her?
Yeah, and that really started to come out in October. After we came back from Virginia Beach, I was letting them stay at my house and she started to talk about that, even her incoherently. She's like, we need to find a place. And so they had found a house in Florida that was for sale.
All right.
And they were going to go buy it and live there.
All right.
And Z had already called about it, and it was in Florida, and we were moving there that day on December the 8th.
On December the 8th, y'all were headed from North Carolina to Florida to move into a house.
We were moving them. I rented a U-Haul in my name for them. Okay. And they had all of their stuff packed up in the U-Haul. They were moving to Florida. We stopped by Jerry's house on the way down.
All right. So on December the 8th, how many days, if we start on December the 8th and we track backwards, how many days had you been with them? Had you been with them continuously from November 25th?
No, continuously since the middle of October when I went to go visit them.
Okay, so you spent every day with them?
Almost every day, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, they were staying at my house. Like I said, I went to Virginia Beach in October. In the middle of, I think I arrived there on October 11th or something like that. I stayed there until after Halloween. So it's the better part of a month, because I remember celebrating Halloween or walking around for Halloween down in Virginia Beach. And then we came back to Asheville and they were staying at my house. So, I'd come by all the time. Yeah. Okay. Sometimes I'd stay in the van and I'd come in, I'd walk in and we talk about feelings in the morning, and which I thought was great.
Okay.
And there was a real camaraderie and just family style life there.
All right. And as it relates to sort of the efforts to assist Chloe, did she also believe against drugs and alcohol or things like that?
Totally. I mean, she grew up being, using drugs by her own accord, by her own account. Okay. From the time when she was 9, 10 years old, using cocaine every day. And she was very against drugs.
Did you have any knowledge during this period of time about her desire to try to utilize CBD?
Yes.
And what did you know about that?
So I found that out because she was looking for some kind of medical assistance, and Z was just not having her be on prescription medication.
Okay.
Because And I agree with him in this regard that because she would come back from these episodes, it's not like she was like this all the time.
Mhm.
And this was a recently developing thing.
So when you say it's not like she was like this all the time, what in terms
she
of
wasn't psychotic, losing her mind, but
well, in terms of quantifying how many episodes like that you saw or how often that would happen?
right. Yeah. I wasn't around them all the time at that point, but I know that it really started to get bad in July.
Okay.
So by the time September came around, I saw her behaving erratically. She struck Z for one of the first times she had ever struck her husband when I was there in September.
Mhm.
But Z's perspective was like a more like natural homeopathic type thing where he didn't want to institutionalize her, and he didn't want her to be on drugs. He wanted her to work through this and come to a healing on her own. And she was about that too, but she was also looking for, so they decided on CBD.
Okay.
They decided to try to use CBD, and Kawani had ordered some CBD offline.
She ordered it offline?
Yeah, she did.
Okay.
Yep.
And so you said that they were both kind of about not medicating traditionally, but that they had explored other options and arrived at CBD.
And arrived at CBD, that's right, to
Okay.
try to just give her some assistance.
Okay. And the CBD that she ordered offline, do you know anything about that?
I don't.
Okay.
I mean, I know she just ordered some CBD. She had been taking CBD, and that's a package arrived.
From just like a traditional CBD?
Yeah, just something online that she
Okay.
ordered.
All right.
Yep.
And at any time, did you provide her with anything in that regard?
I did. I had some CBD that I bought from a woman in Asheville, North Carolina, that I had purchased because my dad's cousin had cancer. He was using a Rife machine, and he had become cancer-free by using the Rife machine, and he was interested in taking some CBD. And so I bought some CBD from a woman. I could tell you who it was if you want.
Was it a legitimate CBD manufacturer? Was it some shady,
No,
back alley? What was it?
No, definitely not. This is a woman who worked in the hemp industry. This is a product that was being sold on store shelves that she had in abundance. And so I bought some of it from her, but this is like a legal product that I bought from her.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in which state?
What's that?
What state?
In North Carolina.
In North Carolina. Okay.
Yeah.
So it was a off the shelf, legally manufactured hemp.
That's what I was told by this woman who works in the hemp industry.
Okay.
Yes.
And so you said you bought that for your
I bought that for my dad's cousin.
Your dad's cousin.
It would be my cousin too. It's his first cousin, my
All
dad's
right.
first cousin.
And so you had some left over, or what was the situation?
No, I had some. I was taking some of it.
Okay, you took it.
Yeah, I did.
And what did you take it for?
I was taking it because I have shoulder injuries from jujitsu.
Okay.
And I was trying to, and I had quit smoking weed at that point, and I had been without, I have been clean and sober off drugs for a while. And and that was something that happened before I met Z. Like I quit smoking cigarettes and doing all kinds of things. But before I even met these people, like I said, that was another attraction, that we had, like a commonality that we had, that we were both sober.
So the CBD that you purchased from the woman in the hemp industry that you subsequently gave to Kuwani was
Yeah.
CBD you had also personally used.
I had.
Okay.
Yeah, and I used it because I have a shoulder injury and a neck injury from jujitsu, and I was trying to alleviate some of my pain.
Had you taken CBD before?
Yes, I had.
And anything special about this particular CBD?
No.
Okay.
I mean, it's fairly like non-invasive. It's CBD. you
Okay.
know?
And what is it about CBD that sort of comports with your views or beliefs about?
Well, I was just trying something. I was just trying to take it and just see if it offered me any relief, because I had become really opposed to cannabis marijuana at that point in my life, even though cannabis marijuana had been a part of my life for a while, but I had stopped using it and I had completely turned against it, which I think is, I think it needs to be, I think there need to be stricter laws on marijuana, and it needs to go backwards on this whole legalization thing.
Well, for the jury that may not know, what's the difference between CBD and marijuana?
Okay, so the cannabis plant has, from my understanding of it, the cannabis plant has around 85 different cannabinoids found within it. And cannabis hemp is different from cannabis marijuana in that it's harvested for because it's abundant in CBD. And marijuana is like a hallucinogenic drug, which is heavy in THC. So this CBD that I gave to Z and Kuwani, which I wouldn't have even suggested that, but they had already ordered CBD. Like they were already exploring this. And I was like, hey, I have this here. Would you like some of it? And they talked about it and they decided, yes, we will try this that you have. And so it was made from hemp, not marijuana. And it's like I say, it's a product that, that you can buy on the shelf. I bought it from a woman who works in the legal hemp industry in North Carolina.
Okay.
So.
All right. This is a good time for a lunch recess. So we're going to be in recess for lunch until 1 o'clock.
The jury's probably like, thank you, Judge. We have been sitting and listening to this man for hours. He's like, what? Can you imagine being the transport from the feds to this jail or to this courthouse? They're going to the jail with this guy. I bet he never shut up. Not one time. Christy, did you catch that they wanted her to work through this and come through it on her own and heal? She wanted to go to Florida, so she had a permanent place so she could heal. Which I don't think she came up with on her own. Also, I caught that he said she would come back from these episodes and that she wouldn't remember. And yes, except it was getting worse. Exactly. Because like I've told you guys a lot, my family member that suffers from mental health issues also comes back, also has moments, very lucid, very much like you can be having a conversation with them and you're just like, oh man. And then just for sometimes it's just a second, you see them and they're there. But there's nowhere I could take them to heal themselves. Like that just irritates me because when they do come back, they have no memory. And it gets worse over time. And it is just a never-ending cycle for us because they're an adult and we can't do anything. But there have been times where some situation like exactly what she did could have happened. Fortunately, there's no children in the home, but two adults, like it could have happened to them. Dang it, they saw other adults in the house as not them, not like if I would have been there, I wouldn't actually have been me. I would have been me. Like there would have been something under me, under my skin. That makes sense? So I think she honestly, from just what this crazy man is saying, I think she had a break. I think she needed help and nobody was getting it for her. I don't know that it was Stockholm syndrome, Adair, because I don't think she felt, when they kept asking her if she thought the baby was a threat, I don't understand those questions because there's nothing that ever said that we haven't seen that she thought the baby was a threat. We've not heard anything, even from this all-knowing fella, about any jealousy between her and the other wives. We've not heard any of that. And she gets very emotional when they talk about Hannah. She gets a really funny look on her face when he talks about her brothers doing horrible things to her or them giving her cocaine when she was 9 years old. She gets a different look on her face with that. And I can't tell if it's like, what are you talking about? Or if she's embarrassed. Like she's uncomfortable. We don't know what he's in jail for. He's got federal charges. He has nothing to, what he is being held for has nothing to do with this. Also, when he's like, I only got a misdemeanor for putting poor Sandra on the ground. I'm sure you pled to that, you dumbass. Like, sorry. Absolutely, he is painting a very idyllic scene for their lifestyle. Jason Spiller. Oops. Asked the woman. Well, we wouldn't know. Kelly. Kelly, how would we know? Like, go comb your hair. I think it, Ada K, like, we would know how to make tinfoil hats. One thing we would know how to do with tinfoil is cook. All right, back to this gentleman.
All right, Mr. Spillers, I want to ask you, we were talking about the CBD,
Okay.
and I want to go back to that. I'm handing you State Exhibit 87. Do you recognize what's in this photo?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's like age now.
Okay. And is this truly and accurately reflected in the manner you gave it to Chloe
Yeah,
Driver?
it's a very, very small glass jar.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to tender State's 87.
Any objection?
No.
It's admitted.
All right. All right. And is this the CBD that we're referencing?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And was this the same sample of CBD that you had given to your
My dad's cousin.
dad's cousin
Yeah.
and that you had used yourself?
Yeah,
Okay.
it is.
And then you just gave the remainder to,
I just had some with me that I was taking for my
Okay.
shoulder issues, for my shoulder pain. And that's the jar that I had that I was just using personally. I had purchased this a year before.
okay.
And I still had some left over. And that's, yeah, I just gave the rest of what I had to them after they considered it. Like, I offered it and they considered it. And like the next day they were like, yeah, we'll try it, because it was free.
Okay.
Instead of spending all their money, I just gave it to them.
All right. So
you know.
she had ordered CBD offline
Right.
and then you offered this and they talked about it and accepted it.
Yes.
Okay. In terms of administration of this, do you just eat it? How does that work?
Orally, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And were you a part of the discussions surrounding the CBD or the use of CBD?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I found out that they had come to that they had come to like an agreement, about using CBD to try to help Kawani to find some, without using pharmaceuticals. It seemed like a much softer and more organic approach to some kind of chemical alleviation for her lapses in what we will call sanity, if you will.
Was she interested in that approach?
Yes, she was.
Do you have any knowledge about her ever being involuntarily forced to take CBD?
Definitely not.
Okay.
I mean, it was her who ordered it. I mean, she had to convince Z to let her do that.
She had to convince Z to let her take
Yeah,
CBD.
because that's like, he was trying to do this organically and like have her heal on her own,
Okay.
because there was like I say, she kept coming back into reality or whatever you're gonna call it, back into a place of mental clarity where she would apologize and not remember what she did. But he found it significant that because she wasn't like, it's not like she was like she wasn't like clinical, it's not like she was like that all the time. This was just like something that had developed. Then I say, because of her past and postpartum and, who knows what else was contributing, to like these eruptions, and he was trying to heal her organically. So yeah, she had convinced him to allow her to use CBD and he agreed,
Okay.
as an alternative, as a more organic and softer alternative to pharmaceuticals.
Okay. And you just used the expression, she wasn't like that all the time.
I mean, where she was like losing, I was just trying to make a clear and distinct difference between the woman who was a loving mother and the woman who would violently attack her husband and the other women.
When she was her normal self, that was
Yeah.
with Z for years.
Yes.
Have you ever described her as being a Spitfire?
Totally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was she strong-willed and spirited?
Definitely.
Okay.
Yes.
And you said earlier that, she asked you if you were an asshole who liked to eat animals. Was that?
Yeah. I mean, she was
demonstrative
kind of
of her
snipey sometimes, but that's not like, she wasn't like aggressive or violent. She was just kind of like stern, I guess you could say, and like curt and to the point.
Okay.
You
Was
know.
she, did she speak her mind?
Yeah, totally.
Okay. And amongst the three wives, who was the clear leader of the three?
Kawani, I feel like, but they were all like, I feel like Kawani was like the more like, the more of the leader, I guess you could say. But those other girls, they were very vocal. Like, I mean, there was like all this interaction between them. It's not like Kawani was like commanding authority or, or that she was like in charge of the other women. Let's not put it like that. It's not like she was like the boss over them or anything, but it was very clear that she was like the more like headstrong and, like more iron-willed of the three, I guess you could say.
Did she like things her way?
I mean, doesn't everyone, it's like, no, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that Kawani was like that. Like, she's like, has to have it her way kind of girl.
Was she afraid to speak her mind?
Definitely not.
Okay.
I mean, that's like very much the opposite of that.
Okay.
I want to talk to you about the traveling from North Carolina to Florida.
Sure.
And you indicated that there was an intention to,
We were moving, you're talking about December the 8th.
yes,
Well,
but I
yeah.
want to talk about where you stopped en route.
Totally.
Do you have any knowledge about going to Chlor Driver's parents' house?
We did go to Kawani's parents on the, it was the night before that.
December the 7th?
I'm pretty sure it was the 7th, or maybe it was the 6th. Like I said, these, you know, you're talking about like the differential between a day that I'm trying to remember. Was it the 6th or the 7th of 2020, 4 years ago? I can't remember.
Okay.
But it was not the 8th because that's the day that we were traveling and Nancy died.
And in terms of who was traveling and how many vehicles you had, what did that look like?
It was my van, and it was the U-Haul, and it was their SUV, I think. My head is itching. I can't remember if it was their SUV or their car, but I was driving the U-Haul, and one of the girls, I think Shaylee, was driving my van, and then Z was riding with Kawani and Nimsi in the SUV. I'm pretty sure. I can't remember that.
And what about Gami?
I think she was with one of the others.
Okay.
Like these are details that escape me.
Okay.
You know?
But there were multiple vehicles.
Yeah, we were in. It was. I know that my van was there.
Okay.
And I was driving the U-Haul.
Okay.
So, and then there was at least one more car. Maybe they had both cars. I can't remember this.
Okay. So 3 or 4 vehicles.
3 or
total?
4 vehicles. Yes.
Okay. And you know that Z and Kawani and Nimsi were all in one car?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And you drove the U-Haul by yourself?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did all of those vehicles go to Eric and Renee Driver's house on the way?
Yeah, they did actually. We parked in the. They live in like a condo duplex type townhouse thing, and we drove the U-Haul up the hill to their house to load up all the Kawani stuff, and we let all the other cars in the visitor parking by the pool at the entrance.
Okay.
And Shaylee took a nap in my van.
All right.
While they were there.
And what was the purpose for stopping at Eric and Renee Driver's house?
To get the rest of Kawani's stuff so they could move to Florida because they had found a place to live and be stationary and establish some kind of grounding, which she.
All right, Carmen, I'm not going to ask how you found that. Charged with 14 counts of interstate communication of threats in violation of 18. Is that what? U.S. Constitution? I don't know what but that code, whatever. Rape, tort, unaliving of multiple people by cyber stalking. Well, good for him. He's definitely a winner. Yay. Lord. I need a shower. Just from listening to all his crap all day. Well, Flashman, he's made some great points for the defense, even with, like I said, even with all his ramblings. Great points. They didn't get her help. They knew she needed help, and they didn't do anything. They were going to heal her organically, because that's typically how mental health problems are healed. Organically, through no help at all. I'm not saying you got to take a pill for everything, but some things you just can't heal organically. Also, why can't he remember what date somebody was on? Like a date was on. Too many D's in there. Wouldn't he just have to look at a calendar with his photographic memory and it would just be there? United States Code. See, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't even pretend to be one. I was like, United States Constitution. That was bad.
He initiated this sequence, and we all supported that to try to help her find a place to heal where she could really like be still and not have to deal with like all the stressors from the outside world. The Sandra Torres thing was obviously hugely traumatic to everyone. And so she wanted to find a place to live, and they found a place in Florida.
What stuff were you all retrieving from her parents' house?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I just pulled the U-Haul up and
Okay.
they loaded it up. I didn't even like,
Okay.
I have no idea. I would say like personal belongings, probably like things that she needed.
And do you know if her
close.
parents were there and they
They were
interacted
there.
with her?
They were there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That was the first time that was another time when I met Eric Driver. He came outside and I saw Kyle Driver.
Who's Kyle?
Kyle's brother.
Her brother. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And anything eventful happened while you were at the driver's house?
Nope. It's pretty smooth. We just
How was
rolled up.
Kuwani acting?
She was actually, by this point she had become like even in her normal self, she was kind of like, she's like really dealing with a lot of like mental health issues, and it was really starting to like drive her down.
You described her earlier as like looking sad. Is that-
Sad. Yeah. Just like, like really needing to get like that, like needing some kind of like something, like the stable place in Florida where they could go. And, she was really looking forward to that. And everybody was, like that was.
Do you know who made the decision to go to the driver's house to get Kuwani's things? Was that something that she
Gosh, I
requested?
don't know.
You don't know? Okay, that's fine. How long were you all at the driver's residence?
Probably like an hour and a half or so.
Okay. All right.
We just stopped in, picked up stuff. She had just been there after Thanksgiving and then had come back to Z and her family and with her sisters and her baby. And they had like, things had like mended and they were going to Florida, and Eric and Renee opened their house up and Z was there talking to Eric. Like it was just like, this is all after that. This was December the 6th, right before Nipsey died.
Okay, so December the 6th, in interactions between Z and Kuwani and her parents and her brothers there, did you observe anything that was abnormal?
Not at all.
Tension, conflict, anything like that?
Actually, not at all. Like
Okay.
it was just smooth.
All right.
Like Eric and Renee were, they were there. They're like, here, they opened their home. Z was talking to Eric. He went inside, gathered their stuff with Kuwani, and loaded it into the U-Haul.
At that time, was Kuwani excited about going to Florida?
They were all very like eager to get to Florida, or like, excited, I guess,
Okay.
as excited as a person who's like sad like that could be, I guess.
Okay.
But yeah, they were
Right.
all like ready to get to Florida and be stable. And they wanted to have a garden. She was talking about having a garden and growing food and doing, some self-healing meditations and being stable and being away from stressors of the world. Like, just, they had found a spot in the country, that was kind of like a way, where, she wouldn't have as many triggers to go into these.
Those were the things that she expressed she wanted?
Yeah.
A
Totally.
garden and land and to
That's
be out
it.
in the country?
That's it.
Okay.
Yep.
Was Nipsey with her and Z in the group whenever they were there with
Yeah.
Eric and Renee Driver?
Yes, she was.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you said you believe that was either the 6th or the 7th?
The 6th or the 7th. Yes.
Okay. And then I want to talk about the 8th. You all
Yeah.
went to Jerry's. Did you know Jerry already?
Yeah. I know Jerry.
Okay.
I'd been to Jerry's house a couple times before. I'd spoken to him on the phone. It's kind of like one of those situations with Z. Like I met Jerry. Jerry's a really interesting guy. He's intelligent, and he does like a podcast talk show that's like really, it's like an interesting thing that he does. And so I had spoken to Jerry for hours on the phone. Like I just called him up just to chat, like I do with people that I meet that I'm interested in. Kind of the same thing when I first met Z, just the same thing. Like I met Jerry, I liked him, still like Jerry, and I knew Jerry. Yes.
Okay.
I was just trying to give you just descriptive details into our.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. So you were familiar with his home. You come to Cherokee County with everybody we've already discussed, right?
Yes, on
Okay.
the 8th.
On the
And I
8th.
had been there before several times.
Okay.
Yeah.
So any idea what time you arrived at the house?
Sometime in the afternoon, I'd say like, gosh, I don't know what time that was. Like, what time was that? Maybe like noon or
Okay.
11. Gosh, like I said, these are, because we had woken up early that morning and gone to the 12 tribes.
And what is the 12 tribes?
12 tribes is like a quasi-Jewish, quasi-Christian cult of culture of individuals who, they have like a long-standing foundation of devotees, and they have like delis and stuff like that. And they have like a minha, where they sing and dance in the morning and stuff like that. And
So you all went there that morning?
we went there that morning.
Okay. And did Kuwani participate in that?
Well, we were all there. I mean, participate. We just sat there,
You said there was singing and dancing.
Yeah,
and
no,
stuff.
she wasn't doing that. Neither did we.
Okay.
But yeah,
What were you all doing?
just sitting there.
Okay. Were you
Yeah.
communicating?
We spoke to each other, or yeah, of course.
Okay.
I mean, but-
Anything about her behavior on that day at 12 tribes was she normal, Kuwani?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Was she in a bad mood, good spirits? Just
It seems like she was pretty normal. Like I say, she was pretty disheartened overall in general at that point, like pretty worn down and just tired of dealing with the mental illness that was plaguing her. I'll call it that.
Okay.
But during the 12 tribes, she was, just normal Kuwani. She did have an episode, an outburst at Whole Foods later that day where she'd just have panic attacks and start screaming and, you know, like, she was pretty much in the car while that was happening. I knew it was happening, but I didn't really see it.
Okay.
Like she had gotten like overstimulated on the road or something like that.
Okay.
And some kind of trigger.
Were you interviewed by law enforcement in this case back in December?
Yeah, I was that day. That's the only
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
And is it fair to say that everybody kind of described her as acting like herself on the 8th?
For the most part, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know that she was having like a little bit of a freak out, you know,
Mhm.
episode in the car. But that was it at Whole Foods.
When you
But-
say freak out episode,
Yes.
you know, in the context of what we've already discussed about her being a little bit of a spitfire and speaking her mind, when you say freak out episode,
I'm talking like on a whole other level from, but go ahead. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
is it something you observed? The
What do you-
freak out episode you're talking about, did you see that?
On the 8th?
Yes.
Actually, I knew it was happening. I knew that she was having a hard time because Z was just like, Z got out of the car and he was like, you know, Kawani's like, need some space right now.
Okay.
But no, I didn't actually witness that.
Okay, so let's just talk about the stuff you actually saw.
Okay.
There was an incident with her in the car on that day where he said she needs some space.
Right. And so
Okay.
I just went into Whole Foods by myself and
Okay.
I needed some food. So I went into Whole Foods, got some food, came back out, got in the car, and then we took back on the road to Jerry's.
Okay, and did he give her some space whenever he said she needs some space? Did everybody give her some space?
Oh no, I think he was like doing what he normally does and talking to her and trying to, you know, like guiding her back to, you know,
Calming her down?
trying to get her to come back to him, you know, in like a
Okay.
place of like normalcy, like, you know,
Okay.
wholeness.
You don't know what that conflict was about? You
No.
didn't see her?
No, I
Okay.
don't. But I mean, so I could only make assumptions.
Okay, we don't want you to do that.
Yep.
So on the 8th, when you get to Jerry's house, you said it was around the noontime hour. There's at least 3 or 4 cars and the group of you. What happened when you got there? Where did all of the women go?
Okay, so everybody went into the house,
Mhm.
Except for me. I stayed out in my van and I took a nap.
Okay. And did you assist in moving any of the stuff out of the house?
No, I did not.
Okay. And at what point did you wake up from your nap?
I don't know what time that was.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Is there anything that awoke you?
Sometime, yeah, Z woke me.
Okay. And
Yeah.
tell me about that.
Well, I was sleeping in my van and Z was like, hey, I got all this stuff because I wanted to take a nap and he was cool with that. And he was loading up all of his stuff and he got all of his stuff loaded. He said, hey, go ahead and wake up. And I woke up and I got up and I was standing in the driveway and Jerry was in the garage and Shaylee and Gamliana and I were all standing in the driveway.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what happened next?
I heard Z scream.
Okay. And
Like
what did
this.
you hear him scream?
No, just like this, like at the top, like this terrified, painful scream, like just like a scream. Like it was like shocking, you know, like Z doesn't really scream like that. That's the only time I've ever heard him express any sound that even closely resembled that. It was
Is
like,
he typically quiet?
no, he just doesn't, you know, I mean, the trauma, the pain, it was just a scream of just so much pain was in his voice. And so I didn't even know what had happened. I had no idea what had happened. But I was outside and I told Gami, I was like, you need to call 911 right now. And so she started calling 911 and I ran inside the house. Shaylee was already running back in the house and so did Jerry
Okay.
when we heard him scream like that.
You
But this is how I
previously,
remember. Maybe Jerry wasn't standing outside. I feel like these details are probably more or less irrelevant, but at one point Jerry was standing outside. I don't know if Jerry was still in the garage right there
Mhm.
at the house when I heard Z scream,
Mhm.
but Gami and I definitely were. And I told her to call the cops,
okay.
to call 911 because something was definitely wrong. Like I had no idea what had happened, but it was a scream of pain and like something like bad, you know, like
You previously testified that you're not a call the cops kind of guy, and you're
So-
obviously sitting here wearing orange.
That's
So, tell me what about what you heard made your first instinct be call 911?
you know, I can't really remember. I don't remember. I just remember hearing the scream and perhaps like, I can't even remember what happened in between there. It's like, it's been so long. It's like, I don't know exactly what the sequence of events was, but something compelled me. I said, Gami, you need to call 911 right now. And she did.
Okay.
And I ran inside and then I ran upstairs because that's where the scream was coming from. And then I walked into this like really horrible thing.
Okay. What happened when you walked into the room?
I walked into the room and there was blood everywhere. And Z was, I'm gonna talk through this one. Z was trying to give Nimsy like mouth to mouth. Like she had obviously had some laceration wounds to her neck and there was like blood everywhere. And Kawani was laying on the ground and she had tried to kill herself by stabbing herself in the chest and in the throat. And she was bleeding profusely. And so I was just went into shock, basically. Like I have very little or no experience, especially with a child. Like, I mean, I've witnessed a couple things, but not like this. And So Z's like giving his daughter mouth to mouth, trying to like breathe some life back into her, and she's like gurgling her last breath, and Kawani's laying on the floor, bleeding profusely.
Was Nimsy still alive when you went into the room?
She was on her way out.
Okay.
Like she was gurgling, but she wasn't moving, and she looked very not alive.
Okay. And tell me about your interaction with Kawani, sorry.
I went to the ground, and Z said, keep pressure on the wounds. And so I did. I went down and I kept pressure on the wounds, and I tried to just stop them from bleeding. I was using my sweatshirt and my hands to put pressure on the wound that was on her chest and on her neck until the paramedics got there.
Okay. And how was Kawani reacting to you? Was she saying anything or doing anything?
She was saying that she wanted to see Nimsy one more time, and she was actually trying to push me away. She was, you know what? Earlier I said there was only one time when I touched Kawani, but that was the second time when I was trying to save her life. I was holding pressure on the wound, and she had blood all over her hands, and she was pushing my face away, telling me, stop, I'm supposed to die. And I wanted to see, and then she was like trying to lean up to see Nimsy one more time, but I held her down because I thought that, I just didn't want her to lose any more blood, because there's blood everywhere and all over me and all over our clothes and all over the floor and the bed. It was like a massacre. And I just wanted to try to save her life. So I held her down and kept pressure on the wounds for probably about 2 minutes because the paramedics came really fast.
Okay. So she told you to stop. She tried to push you away.
Yep.
She said, I'm supposed to die, and that she wanted to see Nimsy one last time.
Yes.
Is that what you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that you were attempting to save her life, and that
Yeah.
he was attempting to save Hannah's life.
Yeah, he was.
Did you care about Kawani and Hannah?
Of course.
Do you still care about them?
Yes.
Okay. And after this happened, did you maintain a relationship with Kawani?
Actually, yeah.
After she was arrested, did you all continue to communicate with her?
Yeah, she called from inside jail a lot.
Okay.
And we had a chance to speak a couple times. Yeah.
Okay. And do you know for how long she maintained a relationship with you and Z and the other women after she was arrested for murdering Hannah?
Gosh, I can't remember. I have no idea.
Okay.
A while, more than a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
And were you a part of some of those phone conversations?
I was, yeah.
And what was the tone of those phone conversations?
Pretty like mellow, really. Like just pretty, just, she's in jail, and we were talking to her and just reminded her that we love her, and that even though this was like a horrible thing, and we forgive her, we know that that wasn't her that did that. And we still love her and care about her, and we forgive her for that because we know she would never do that.
And did she continue to express love for all of you?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And have you maintained contact and stayed in contact with Z?
Yeah.
Okay. And have you all discussed that, you still care about Kawani and you don't want anything bad to happen to her?
That's right.
Okay. And have you discussed that it is your desire that she go to a mental hospital and not be in state custody?
I mean, honestly, when it comes to that, I feel like my opinion is that this woman has suffered enough, with all of her, I can imagine having to deal with knowing that something that you lost control of your own mind to the point where you killed your own daughter. Like, women don't kill their babies. Like, that's really rare, and when you do see it, it's usually a case of like the child is unwanted. That's not what this was. This was not an unwanted child. This was some kind of deep thing being expressed through Kawani that started, like I say, the trauma that fractured her, I think, began when she was a child.
Okay, break. Thank you, Carmen. Gifted 5 memberships to Good Tara, Boom Her, Erica 843, RJ NLC, and Chloe's Pig Ear. That name makes me laugh. Thank you, Carmen. See ya. Thanks for stopping by. Hope your system is okay. Yeah, Carmen. It's being rich. I know. Do not eat the Tide Pods. I know it's shocking, but do not. Merry Christmas. Unfortunately, we hear more and more about it, Chrissy, which is sad. You're correct. It's sad. Yeah, But it's telling. I mean, the state's asking him and he's saying, don't put her in prison. She needs help. If you're not, sorry, my stomach's growling. If she needs help, if you're not going to let her go, then like institutionalize her. Now you want her institutionalized. You guys should have done that. Maybe she wouldn't be sitting there right now.
And Z did what he could to help her with that, and so did all of us, and it ended up being this really horrific thing. And I do think that basically, like, I know that, I mean, I just don't think that prison is the place for her. No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't think that I think that she's just gonna degrade, and these prisons are horrible, you know, and they're just like.
Have you stated previously that you think she suffered enough and that you all believe she needs to be free in society?
I mean, that's a question mark. Like, free in society, I think that she should be. I think that it should be acknowledged that in the term of what we'll call, not guilty due to insanity. It's like you hear about people using this as a cop-out plea, and this is actually like one real one.
Okay.
You know,
And we've discussed that you don't know what the law in Georgia is, right?
I don't. I mean, I'm not trying. I'm just trying to speak as much familiarity with it as I have.
And my question is whether you have stated that you think she suffered enough and that she should be free.
Okay, I think that she has suffered enough. Do I think that she needs to be immediately free? I don't know. Maybe. I think that she could be. You know, I mean, I don't think that she's a harm to anyone. I don't think that she's a harm to society, and I don't think that she's a harm to herself. But maybe she is. Maybe she does need to be institutionalized. You know, I think that should be determined by a professional.
When's the last time you spoke to her?
Gosh, it was a while ago, like a couple years ago. You know, I don't know. I mean, do I personally feel like Kawani should be free? Yeah, but maybe not. But maybe I'm wrong. You know, like I say, I think that should be. I do personally feel that.
Okay.
And you have to understand, like, I have zero toleration for abuse of children. I think that the laws aren't strict enough on those who abuse children and, you know, individuals. If it is so the case that Kawani was abused as a child, then her abusers should be brought to justice. And I don't think there should be a statute of limitations on that.
Did you ever tell Detective Cruz in the investigation of this case that woman chose to do what she did today? She took those actions. She made those choices.
I don't remember saying that. No.
Hello. Good, Tara. That was gifted to you by Carmen, spawn of AJ. I don't know if she's still in here or not. But thank you for being a subscriber. I appreciate it. And thank you for popping in.
You don't remember saying that?
No.
And the person that stabbed Nimsy to death, do you see her in this courtroom?
From what I understand, I didn't see her do it, but Kawani's sitting right here in this room.
Okay.
Yeah, that's her.
Over here?
Yep, that's her.
I don't have any other questions at this time.
All right, cross-examination.
Yeah, just making sure it's not a password. Needs to do. Thank you.
Oh, Gabby, you're just such a
Good
little
afternoon, Mr.
woman.
Spillers. Nice to talk to you again. You and I first spoke, I think that was Friday or Saturday while you were at the jail. Yeah, Zoom call, is that correct?
Yeah, we sure did.
Other than that conversation, we've never talked before.
No, we have not.
You never reached out to us to try to speak to us in any way about this case.
Actually, I have.
Did you?
Yeah, I've called several times. I've called your office. I've left messages for you.
Okay.
Over the past few months.
While you were in custody?
Yeah, I was in custody.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Apologize if I didn't get those messages.
Okay. Yeah, I probably called you half a dozen times. I've left messages with your secretary. I was told that you were the person that I needed, the individual that I needed to talk to probably like 4 months ago. I've been locked up since July. And I have called you many times, trying to get in touch with you to reach out and just let you know that I'm here to get to speak.
Fire the secretary. We all know she's just a dumb woman. That's what he's saying. So let me move these since they're going to show at the front of him, but they showed the back of this prosecutor. I'm sure that's going to be in the way in a second.
My perspective.
Okay. But before Saturday, or when we talked by Zoom
No,
at the jail,
this
we
is
had
the
never
first time we've
spoken
spoken.
before.
Yeah, that's right.
We had never talked at one point about what your anticipated testimony was going to be today. before
Absolutely
Saturday.
not. No, your questions for me on Saturday are mostly in the nature of my relationship with the group. We only talked for 30 minutes.
Right.
I mean, I've been on the stand now for 2.5 hours.
Yes, sir.
You know?
Yes,
So,
sir. And I am going to talk a little bit more about your relationship to the group, just to flesh some of that out. Okay.
do it.
But I'm going to start with December the 8th. I know,
Okay.
I know that's a tough day for you. I've seen the emotion on your face about what happened that day.
I care deeply about Kawani and that baby too.
Yeah. I just want to understand a couple of things. When you came into the room at first, Z was already in the room, right?
Yes, it was.
And when you came in, Z was attempting to resuscitate and deal with Hannah, correct?
Yes.
When you first approached Kawani, I'm gonna call her Kawani because that's what you call her. I'm
Sure.
gonna try to keep that consistent. When you first approached her, was the knife still in her chest,
No.
or was she holding that in her hand?
It
Or
was
where,
on the
where
floor.
was the knife?
It was on the floor.
Okay, so the knife was already on the floor beside her.
Yep.
You didn't do anything to touch or move that knife when you walked in, when you came into the room.
Nope.
Okay. And you said that she was saying that she wanted to see her baby. She was moving up to see Nimsy, correct?
Yes.
And she said to you, "I'm supposed to die. I'm supposed to die." That's what she was telling you.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when she was laying there on the floor? Do you recall her reaching out to Nimsy with her right hand?
It's really hard to know. I don't. I remember her like pushing my face away, like she was trying to get me to stop, like she like wanted me to stop trying to like put pressure on the wounds. You know,
Was she also trying to get to the child? Did you think?
no, I don't even think she could get up at that point. Like she said very clearly, I can't even see. Like she says, I can barely move. I can't see. I would just want to see her one last time. And I told her she needed to be still because she's bleeding profusely and the EMS people need to get here.
Okay. I'm not going to make you watch the body cam videos from the officers that came into the scene. The jury's already seen those in this case. If I tell you that one of the prior officers in this case testified that Kawani was reaching out and holding Nimsy's hand, do you have any reason to dispute that could have happened that morning?
Well, it couldn't have been that she was touching her because there's too much distance between them.
Okay.
Like there was too much distance there.
Okay.
Like the baby was on the bed and Z was trying to like breathe into her because she was gurgling blood and there was blood everywhere.
But if an officer says that he saw that, you don't have any reason to dispute what that officer
I
said.
will dispute that.
Okay.
I'll 100% dispute that.
Okay. Have you ever seen the body cam video in this case?
No, I haven't.
Okay. All right. Let me get you back to.
So you're saying, let's be clear one more time. You're saying that Kawani's body was touching Nimsy's body, and that you're saying that if an officer said that, would I dispute it?
I'm not asking you if their bodies were touching each other. I'm asking if you recall her reaching out and touching her with her arm, with her right hand.
Yes, that's what you're saying.
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying, touching the baby with her hand.
Yeah.
No, that's impossible. There's too much distance between them.
Okay. All right.
There's no way that she could have been touching the baby.
Okay. Now, you did say in response to some questions there by Ms. Gropper that she was asking you about what you thought should happen to Kawani from this case.
Sure.
You understand that what your belief is about that doesn't truly mean a lot. The jury gets to decide that, correct?
Sure. But I mean, I feel like it's a fair question.
Sure. Because you
Yeah.
saw her consistently for about 5 or 6 months.
Yeah.
And you have testified to us pretty extensively about a significant change in her mental state from when you first met her in April or May of 2020 until December of 2020, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Your testimony is, and I think I wrote this down right, you know that wasn't her that did that. You know that wasn't Chlor Driver that did this, right?
Yes.
You know that because everything that you ever saw her do with that child was what you would expect for a loving mother, right? You know that because of what you saw in that child's eyes and face when that child saw her mother, right?
Yes.
You described her earlier in your testimony that the child was bright and full of life, right?
Yes.
And she got that personality. She got that as a reflection from the treatment she got from her mother.
From the love of her parents.
Yeah, Z2, right?
Z2.
But from her mother.
Yeah.
You said that her mother was particularly the one responsible for most of the day-to-day motherly things with the child, changing the diapers, right?
Yeah, I mean, Z changed the diapers too, obviously, but yeah, she was.
But she breastfed this child.
Yes, she did.
Right? They did not believe in bottle feeding or
No,
formula.
she breastfed her child.
Right.
Yes, she did.
So she was up all night feeding the child when the child needed to be fed.
She was
right?
an excellent mother. I've already said that.
Yeah. So you know,
She loved her baby.
you know from being with her that, as you just said, there's no good reason why a mother would ever kill her child. You know, in this case, that there was no good reason why she would ever kill her child, right?
No.
Okay. So just taking you back to May when you first met her, the first time that you saw and understood the dynamic of this group relationship that Z was in.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you had met him previously in Asheville, you talked about the trust and that you didn't really understand the group dynamic at that point.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. It was, that's kind of hard to, that's why I was so interested in their group and in their family. And so was Jennifer, this girl I was with at the time. And, it's, you can talk to someone, but you need to see that type of social interaction in person.
You'd never had an experience relationship wise like that, right? You never had a polygamous plurality relationship.
I've had multiple women that I've balanced. I've done that my whole life, really, had multiple like girlfriends, if you will. But no, I had never taken the time to like introduce them to each other and be like, hey, we're a family now. I'm going to actually be devoted to you as a husband and show you that level of commitment and care and love and appreciation and all these things. Even though I was never really like, I always showed those things to the women in my life, but never to the level of calling them my wife.
Right.
So like I say, when I heard that, I thought it was very interesting because it was kind of what I had always done anyway with plurality in women, but actually having the intimacy and the fulfillment of having a wife, which I had always had missing from my life and I really wanted. But I never wanted to just settle for one woman. And Z kind of seemed, it was just like, oh, it just like a light click on in my head. I was like, oh, so you have multiple wives. That's how you do that. Okay.
And like I said, you never had that relationship with multiple women in a wife type setting.
No,
right?
sir. I have not.
So you were curious as to how that existed.
Yes, sir.
And whether or not these people all got along with each other.
Right.
Was the relationship built towards each other, whether infighting amongst some of them, right?
Yeah.
And when you first met them in May, you found that everything was, they all agreed. They got together. They got along.
They really did.
Together, right?
Yeah, it was beautiful. I was inspired by it. And even like when we left, I told Jennifer, I was like, I'm about to like change my perspective on,
Let me show you. We're going to mark this as Defendant's Exhibit 1, Judge. This is a photograph, I believe, that was taken off of Kuani's phone by law enforcement. You see that photograph on your screen there, sir?
Yeah.
Do you recall an instance like that in May, June at the beach?
That was pretty much like their life. Look at how happy Kuani, like look at her face. Look at the baby. Like these are just like, they're just like happy people, like just living their lives.
Does that seem to be a fair and accurate reflection of things that you exhibited with them at that time in May?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, Judge, let me show you. We'll call this one Defendant's Exhibit 2, and I'm going to see if I can.
There's Kuani holding and feeding her baby on the beach. Like
zoom
look at
in
her
on it,
face.
make it a little bigger. Appears in that photograph, she's actually breastfeeding the child. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Same photograph, time frame. They're on the beach, obviously. Does that appear to be a representation of what they would have been like in May or June?
Yeah.
That year?
Yeah. I mean, like I say, when I left, I told Jen, I'm like, I'm doing this now. I'm going to have multiple wives one day. And she was like, I was like, so what do you think about that? And she's like, actually, she was like, okay. She was like, so I told her, I'm like, I'm gonna bring some other women into like this relationship because she was living with me at the time. Even though I told her, and I was very clear about, that it was more of like an open type relationship, that I was not like fully committed to her, that I wouldn't see other women, but she wasn't like fully committed to me either. It was more like an open relationship, kind of that we were both okay with that circumstance. And we did, even though we did live together. And I told her, I was like, man, we should move another girl in. And she was like, if it could work like that, then okay. Like this is a woman who 24 hours before, she's like, I don't know about this. We have to go like see these people and see how this works too. We get down there and we say, she's like, okay.
That ultimately did not work out though with you and Jen.
No, it didn't.
Right.
That's a whole different story. So
Judge, I will move to tender Defendant's Exhibits 1 and 2 at this time.
Any objection?
But yeah, Jen said, if it could be like that, if it could be the way that they are with each other and they're not like jealous, fighting, bickering little women, who have these, like all of this stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like it's like the things that you would expect, like the jealousy and fighting and bickering between them. It was not there.
Okay.
And we stayed for a week and we saw them in and out. And like when you're around somebody for a week straight, like we were really observant of them. So yeah, I mean, I can't say enough about how their family was just working in this beautiful kind of way.
All right. And then your next interaction with them together was roughly in September when you went to Connecticut.
Well, I saw them a couple times. Like I said, I remember seeing them. Saw Z in Asheville. I met her for lunch at the 12 Tribes one time over the summer. I met Kawani and her parents at the river one day in June. Yeah.
But the next extended time that you spent with them was September up at.
Yeah.
Alicia, sorry, I had to wait for my dogs to stop howling. You've missed a lot. You've missed this guy. I'm not even smart enough, according to him, to even explain everything that you have missed because I'm a woman. And that would take intelligence. And I can't have that because I'm a woman. So he's super smart. We're super dumb. The only thing I'll give him credit for is he is explaining the fact that the defendant, he saw a breakdown in her. They were watching it happen, but they, instead of getting her help, they wanted to heal her organically. It didn't work, obviously, or we wouldn't be watching this right now. This is cross-examination. The prosecutor probably questioned him for 2 hours, maybe. It's been a lot. He's been on the stand a very, very long time. But yes. I know. Don't know my place. Yes, you cannot explain this. Not because he's a moron, but because you have a uterus. That's it. I would agree with you, Rachel Lee. But yeah, this guy's a gem. Just a gem. Also in jail on federal charges that are great. Yeah, oh yes, I forgot about that. How in the world? Because I'm a woman. That's why. That's why I forgot, because my brain didn't work. Yes, he drinks his own urine. He's that smart. Is that smart? Oh, it's definitely worth it. If you will get mad. You will get mad. That is true, dear. That is true. He is a cuckoo bird. Flash. when you want me to do it, I can't. But all I can just tell you is that I'm a stupid girl. Okay? Like, oh my gosh. I just like twirl my hair and stuff. That's it. I can't even remember which trial that was from. I can't remember what trial the butt cheeks, the pin in the butt cheeks is from. Yeah, that was like a what you do? He'd probably like a woman that could hold a pin in her butt cheeks. I'm just saying. When he needed one, he could just be like, "Can I have my pen, please?" All right. All right. I'll push play.
Z's parents' house.
Yeah, I need to use this real quick. My nose is not so yes, the next time I was with them extensively was in September at Z's parents' house and Mike and Michelle Joyce's house in Bristol, Connecticut.
I'm showing you now.
I'm sorry. I'm going to object to publishing all the exhibits before they've been admitted. I don't know what else he intends to get into. The state's previously provided an exhaustive list of all of our exhibits, but I have no idea what he has on there.
It's just photographs of her and the child during the time frame that we're talking
We just
about.
review whatever he's seeking to admit before we publish it to the jury.
I just don't have them printed out. They're just
It's the same ones that were used during the meeting.
Oh, okay. No objection to that.
All right. You withdraw your objection?
I withdraw my objection if
All
they're the
right.
same ones during opening.
All right.
this photograph, Mr. Spillers, I believe, was taken in August, so maybe slightly before your visit with them in September. But does that seem to accurately reflect how you would have seen Kawani and Nimsy at that period of time?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I'll mark that as defendant's exhibit 3, and we'll move to tender that, I guess, as well.
No objection. It's admitted.
And then in September, when you were in Connecticut, you were there for about 2 weeks, right?
Yeah.
And I think you said that you stayed in your van for the most part, slept in your van while you were there.
Yeah.
Kwani, Z, Nimsy were in his parents' home.
Yeah.
Right. And at that point in time, his parents knew her, knew the other women that were involved, right? They were well aware of the relationships that he had.
Yes, they were.
Okay. Did he ever talk to you about a time in which he took Kwani back to his house in Connecticut before the child was born, when they first met, and he had her living in his parents' basement?
Yeah, I do remember him talking about that, like briefly, like that's how they met or something like that. That's when they first met.
You recall him telling you that he kept her in the basement because he didn't want his parents to know about her at that time, and he took food down there to her?
Definitely not. And they definitely knew that she was there. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, this would have been not September of 2020. I'm talking about before that.
Oh yeah,
when they
but I
first
mean,
met.
dude, Michelle Joyce is not the kind of lady who has somebody in her house and doesn't know about it. That's impossible.
Okay.
So, you know, like that's just not our thing.
Okay.
You know, like the idea that, you know, that they didn't know that he was keeping someone in her house. Like, yeah, right. Have you met her?
I don't know.
Okay, well then you would know. Like, there's no way that's like,
Okay.
yeah. But no, I never heard him talk about that. But that just strikes me as like, if you knew the Joyce family, like,
You don't think that would have happened?
I don't think that's possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in September, though, in Connecticut, your testimony is that you begin to see her, a change in her personality, a change in her.
Yeah, a radical change.
Yeah.
You know, she struck Z when I was there. And that was just like so like, you know, just out of character. Like,
This is when these episodes were starting in which she would basically zone out or be in a catatonic type state.
definitely.
Is that right?
Yes.
When she was in these states, she would come out of them and not have any recollection of what just happened. Is that right?
Yes, sir. And I witnessed this many times.
Yes.
Especially because it developed even more when I, you know, into October and through November, it was severe. I've never seen anything like it.
Was she telling you the type of things that she was hearing or seeing during these delusional spells? Would she tell you that she was hearing voices?
Well, not really like that. No, she was more expressing it as just like this, like aggressive, manic, like thing. You know, she would talk about all kinds of stuff, but you know, it was like really hard to, you know, and I was listening attentively and with care and respect for Kwani when she was expressing these things. And, you know, it's like certain things that she would say kind of made sense sometimes, you know, like she would talk about like, gosh, I can't even remember these things specifically. Like she would talk about like evil in the world and like, you know, like which there is a lot of evil in the world,
Sure.
You know, so it's not like everything that she said, but some of the things that she was saying were completely like.
But she was expressing to you that this was evil that she felt like was directed at her, right?
Definitely.
Not something that she was just talking about.
But just like an ambivalent force in the room as well, too.
Yeah.
Like not just like an indirect, like just the presence of evil.
Yeah, she sensed this.
Yes.
It's not like she was mad at the war in Israel or something. She was feeling a presence of a body or a presence of an entity that was coming towards her or directed towards her, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, she was.
This was so profound to you when you saw her in September and such a difference in how she was in May. You recall talking to Z about this and telling him that, you know, she needed to get some help?
Yeah, I did actually. I was like, dude, you know, I don't know. But I mean, I was trying to say like, maybe she should go to an institution or something like that. But at the same time, I've never been to one of these institutions.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. And Z has a lot of familiarity with these things.
You said you told us in your conversation we had with you Saturday, your sister has some relation to social work, right?
My sister has her master's degree in social work and behavioral sciences. And she works as a counselor. And, you know, I have a very close relationship with my sister. So we talk about these things. And I pride myself in being an intellectual and having the ability for divergent thinking and to, you know, gain objective understanding for concepts rather quickly, you know. So I've always excelled and been in like, you know, the top of my class kind of guy. So I speak with Chelsea. My sister's name is Chelsea. I speak with Chelsea and I've spoken with her about these things. And, you know, we spoke a lot about Kwani when this was happening with her.
And I'm not going to hold you to an expert in psychology by any means or psychiatric issues, but you believed, and I think you even told Detective Cruz this in your interview, that you believe that, in fact, Kwani was suffering from specific disorders such as bipolar or schizophrenia, that type of thing, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I do think that. I do think that some kind of individual could, but it's like these things came on very suddenly. So it's like I was telling the state earlier in my testimony, And that's why I didn't really push it too far when Z said that he didn't want her to be institutionalized, because this wasn't like how she was all the time. So perhaps I'm incorrect, because to diagnose somebody with schizophrenia means that they have schizophrenia, not that they have schizophrenic like episodes. Do you understand the differential here? It's like, that's how I'm viewing it now. And honestly, at that time, I had just witnessed Nimsy breathe her last breath. And, I'm trying to save Kwani's life. So, it's like, I don't even really remember that interview with Tiana Cruz myself. There was like a lot of trauma.
You were still in shock to some degree about what you just.
I'm still
traumatized
traumatized by this to this day. Yeah. Like this is like a huge thing for me to deal with.
But Z's response to you reaching out to him about what you were seeing and your concerns, he did not want her treated.
He didn't want to put her. Well, his expressions were very clear. He didn't want to put her in an institution where she would get less care and less time and consideration than what she was getting from him and from her sisters.
He didn't want pharmaceuticals.
And he didn't want her to become some brain dead pharmaceutical girl, and
he didn't want that for Kwani, but he also didn't want that for Nimsy, right?
Thank you. Yes, that's where I was going. Like, she's breastfeeding this baby, and he didn't want that, and he didn't want her to be institutionalized because she has this, he was trying to keep their family together, man, and I respected him for that, and I respected him for trying to do it organically and without drugs.
So let's talk a little bit about this CBD here. That was State's Exhibit 87. I think when you testified earlier, I thought you testified that you had bought that from a store, but maybe I misunderstood. You got it from a friend of yours.
I bought it from an individual, a woman who's in her 50s, who works in the CBD industry.
Is her name Kylie Cross?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So this appears like in this jar, it appears to be something that was homemade or manufactured by someone and put in that substance. Is that fair?
I'll tell you what I was told.
Okay.
I was told that was manufactured in a large quantity, and that it was processed in a legal type circumstance, and that it was legal to be sold in stores, but it was excess that she had access to.
Okay. But you don't, that's how you got it, right? In that jar.
That's exactly how I got it.
You were told what it was. You were told it was CBD, but other than that, you have no reason to understand that it's CBD or anything else, correct?
I'm just going by what I was told, yes.
Okay. And you had used some of that yourself.
Yes, sir.
And I think your testimony earlier was you didn't think that it had much of a effect on you.
It really didn't.
Using it for your shoulder, I think.
Yeah, I got a bad, I have a bad neck and a bad rib. I did jujitsu for years and years.
And it didn't really give you any relief.
It did in a way. It did a little bit, but I discontinued my use of CBD.
You didn't have any side effects from it, such as delusions or paranoia or concerns like that, right?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. But you definitely saw what you believe was an increase in paranoia and delusions from Kwani that occurred at the time she was taking this substance as well,
Yes,
right?
sir, I did.
Did you believe that the CBD or whatever this stuff was causing her symptoms to get worse?
Not at first. When she first started taking it, I gave it to him in September. And then that only progressed until that was way later. And she was the one who was saying that, because her delusions, it was like, it's hard for me to differentiate, was this actually, but she was the one who started saying that.
She was telling you that she was having concerns that this substance was causing.
She was telling us, and then Z started to pull it back and stop giving it to her.
Okay. Ultimately, and you talked a little bit about this earlier, the nature of this relationship and the control, and I don't mean control in necessarily a negative way, but the patriarchal structure of this family, right?
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, Z had the final decision about whatever was happening in his family, right?
I mean, yeah, for the most part, but these women were heard. It's not like these were not oppressed, silenced women, and by no means. In fact, very much the opposite. Like I say, he wakes up every day. It's like, we want to talk. He wants them to talk. They were encouraged to speak. They were encouraged to speak their minds. They were encouraged to tell how they were feeling, so he could be a better man.
But if Z felt like the CBD was something he wanted to have her use, he would be the one to say, let's use that.
Well,
right?
He was vehemently opposed to it at first, but she talked him into it.
And he did agree to it.
And he finally agreed to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But if he had not agreed to that, she would not have been able to use it.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much the nature of a relationship, unless two people are in agreement. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think that he would have, just like he didn't want her to use pharmaceuticals, like I said, she's breastfeeding a child.
Did you ever tell him that he needed to stop giving her the CBD?
No, I did not.
Never.
No, I didn't.
Now, again, this time frame of September when you're in Connecticut, October when you're in Virginia with them, despite the concerns you're seeing for her declining mental state, her treatment of Hannah was still 100% top-notch motherly
It
treatment.
really was.
Right?
Like, it really was. Yeah. I mean, there were a couple times where, you know, she was so out of it and having like these like episodes of panic and discomfort and violent aggression, you know, where, you know, I felt like she wasn't her best self as far as like giving Hannah all of the attention that the child needed. But that was uncommon. You know, that was only like a few times. Because, you know, it's like when she's manic and like screaming and pulling her hair out, you know, it's like there's a baby in the room.
When
Like,
she was in that state, she obviously couldn't be a good mother.
there were a couple
to the
times where
child, right?
I had to hold the baby because, you know, she was like, Z was like, here, hold the baby, you know, like, because Kawani's like becoming aggressive and violent and screaming at the top of her lungs in public places. And, you know,
But
like,
nothing that she ever did during those times, nothing that happened while she was in those delusional states or those paranoia states, nothing she did was ever violent, aggressive, or harmful to Lindsay.
no, very much the opposite.
Okay.
Still.
All right. Now, when you were in North Carolina, this is, I guess, late October into November, when you got back to North Carolina where you live, right?
Yeah.
Candler. That's not, it's like a suburb of Asheville, is that right?
Yes.
Peggy, how far does Peggy live from you?
In Candler?
Yes.
South Asheville's like 20 minutes.
Okay, but your house from Peggy's house is same distance, or
What do you mean?
where you live versus where Peggy lived? How far apart do y'all live?
20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Peggy lives in South Asheville.
Okay.
Off Overlook Road.
Okay.
I live in Candler. 41 Oakdale was my address.
Okay.
And I would say it'd take, you know, 15, 20 minutes to get over to South Asheville.
So when y'all were in North Carolina, was the rest of the group primarily living at Peggy's apartment with her, or were they
Actually,
staying in both places?
Yeah, basically like both places, but I let my house out with them. I let them stay at my place.
Okay.
When we came back from Virginia Beach, they stayed at Peggy's for a little while, and then Z asked me, and we stayed there. And then Gamiana started doing the dark therapy there at my house. So at that point, they were staying at Peggy's, and that's where she was during the events that happened on November 25th.
Yeah.
And that's why she wasn't there, because she was doing a dark therapy, like I say, for her own pursuit of, like, you know, a higher vibrational frequency.
We'll come back to that November 25th incident in just a minute.
Okay.
But at that point in time, they were staying at Peggy's house. Is that
Yes.
fair to say? Okay. So let's talk a little bit more about the group dynamic and some of the stuff that we're practicing. And you talked on this earlier. This was a patriarchal driven dynamic, right?
Right. Well, Z's like the center. Z's like the, you know, he's the man of the house, and
He calls himself a prophet, does he not?
a prophet.
Yeah.
I don't know. Does he would use that word to describe himself?
You never heard him call himself a
I've
prophet?
never heard him call himself a prophet.
You never heard him call himself Prophet Elihu?
No.
No? If he told Detective Cruz that when he was giving her his name in an interview, would that surprise you?
Eliyahu?
Yeah.
Eliyahu's his given middle name. That means Elliot. That's a Hebrew name.
Okay. But if he called himself prophet, that would surprise you.
I mean, that kind of would surprise me that he would use that word.
Do you recall him talking about, at times, Z or any of these women in the group? Do you recall them talking about the CIA coming after them and out to get them?
Yeah, there was some talk about that.
Okay. Part of the idea of this trust system, as you talked about, was keeping your property away from the government.
Sure.
You have a, let's say, healthy distrust of the government. Is that right?
Yeah, I'd say.
Yeah.
Sure.
You part of the trust idea is that it insulates your property and your income from taxes.
Yes, it does.
Right.
No, that's a fact.
And at the time that you were with this group from May to December, Z didn't have a job, did he?
No.
Nobody else in the family had a job, right? None of the wives had jobs.
No.
Kawani's job was being a mother to this child, right?
That's right.
Do you know what source of income they were living off of?
I know that all of their finances are private through their trust. I mean,
But you don't know how they got them.
I mean, that's
Do you know anything about him submitting loans to the government during COVID, PPP money?
Yeah, I do remember there being some talk about that, but
setting loans up and
Hamilton. He is not saying anything us stupid women can understand. Definitely some soft stuff in there with the trust. Yeah, I clicked show. I was like, whatever. We're far enough in. We're far enough in. But yeah, Hamilton, he has been going and going and going and going like a freaking Energizer bunny. Yes, Hamilton, I have to say it like this. Hamilton, what time do you want to go run on the beach with me? Yeah, I don't know why, dear. Yes, he does think women suck. I could also make another comment, but I won't. I'd embarrass myself. Oh, yeah. Nailed it. Is all I can say. Yeah, there was no jobs there. They allegedly had the wives file for the small business loans through COVID and that, or vid, whatever, and that's how they got what they say $150,000 in fraudulent loans, basically. That's what they were living on. Yeah, no one. The women's were home doing women's work that I have zero problem with. But unless they don't want to be, then I have, like, don't make them. But yeah. Ugh. We're almost through. We're on cross.
In the name of a religious organization that they got money from.
Okay.
I mean, are you aware of that?
I mean, I remember them doing that, yeah. But I mean, I didn't really know all the details about that, but I do remember that. Yeah, I do remember there being them using the trust.
What about also this belief in this group that there are only 168,000 souls that are alive in the world? Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, that's not unique to them.
Is that something that you hold as well?
Is my belief what's on debate here? How does this relate back to, I'm trying to understand.
Trying to understand the nature of this group.
Okay, the nature of the group in relation to the death of the child, or
in the relation to what they believed.
Okay. What does that have to do with the death of the child?
Mr. Spillers, I get to ask you questions about what I would like to ask you questions about, as long as they're generally relevant.
Okay. I'm
trying to understand how this is generally
this group. Trying to understand how this is generally relevant.
I'm trying to understand why somebody believes that there's only 168,000 alive people in the world.
I personally believe that there's only 500 million bodies in this place, that the population records are all lies, and that there are much less people than there are now, and that there are only about 500 million people instead of 7 billion. So it's like when you go to New York City, and there's like, this is why I believe that. And so when you go to places like New York or San Francisco, or you go to any major city, really, all you have to do is count. So we're talking about a population demographic, and we're talking about a specific number of people that they say there's 2.5 million people on Manhattan Island.
Mm-hmm.
So all you have to do is go and count the people. All you have to do is drive by and look at the traffic. All you have to do is do some mathematical equations, which would really lead you to believe that there are significantly less people than what they say.
Well,
so
let me put
what does that have to do with MC?
It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with MC, sir, but I'm going to ask you questions about it for a reason.
Okay.
Let me put it to you this way. You're from the South. You grew up in North Carolina, right?
Yeah.
Born and raised there. You're familiar with the idea of college football, right?
Sure.
This weekend, there's going to be a football game between the University of Tennessee and the University of Georgia in Athens, and there's going to be about 96,000 people that fill a stadium. Do you not believe there's 96,000 people that are going to be sitting in that stadium watching a football game?
I mean, if you see them, then they're there. That doesn't mean that there's 7 billion people in the world. The population charts and the demographics and the census records, I think, are a lie, much like a lot of other things. There's a lot of lies in the government, sir. So, yeah, I mean, how much of these lies would you like to expose here in this room? How much fact-based information are we going to discuss?
Well, let's talk a little bit more about some of that in a second. When we get to this idea about the polygamy relationships that he had with these 3 women, there was a 4th wife that he had previously. Is that right?
Yes.
You're aware of her named Gabriella Kuykendall?
Yes.
You ever met Gabriella Kuykendall?
No.
Were you aware that when she had a child with Mr.
Relevance is your objection? You want to respond?
I think it's relevant, Judge. He talked earlier about the fact that Z had 4 wives, and we're talking about 3 wives here. And I think it's relevant to his understanding of how this group dynamic works.
He's already testified he never met her.
I'm not asking him to
All
matter.
right, overrule the objection.
You're aware of who Gabriella Kuykendall is, right?
Yes.
You're aware that she had a child with Z, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that she left him in the middle of the night with the child and basically ran away from him, right?
Okay.
Matter of fact, it took place at the same house where this incident happened on December 8th of 2020. Did you know that?
No.
It happened at Jerry's house.
Okay.
Part of what Z was trying to do with this group was to grow this group, right? He was constantly looking for other women to bring into his group here, right?
Are we not all constantly seeking the companionship of compatible individuals?
I'm asking about Z right now.
Okay.
Wasn't he always trying to talk to other women about bringing them into the group as well?
I mean, sure. Yeah.
Part of what he ultimately wanted to do was to have multiple children with multiple wives as well. Is that right?
That's what I want to.
Okay. He, in fact, right now, Anna
there's
just had a child.
There's a beautiful baby in this world that Connie just birthed. Yes, she did.
And Shaylee is pregnant today, right?
Shaylee's about to have one too. Yep.
His mentality is to grow his religious following, right?
You just used the word religion, which I feel like is inappropriate.
Okay. His mentality is to grow his following.
His mentality is to find like-minded individuals to participate with each other, as is mine. And that's what attracts us to each other.
But Mr. Spillers, he and you don't look for like-minded individuals. You and he look for strays, like castaway dogs on the side of the road. Isn't that true?
That's really ridiculous.
Isn't that not what you told him in a phone call with him at the jail just a few days ago?
Is it?
I'm asking you.
I don't know. I mean,
you and he have not talked about treating these women like strays, finding these women that you can bring into your group and treat them like strays. That's not a comment that you made on a phone call?
I don't know, maybe it was made in sarcasm,
Maybe it was.
Like, I don't know. I don't remember every single word of every single thing that I've said. But no, I've never treated women in my life like that.
Well, you definitely treat them as submissive individuals, right?
No, I treat them as...
Women are subservient to you, right?
He can explain his answer.
So, yeah, what's your question again?
I said at first that you treat them as submissive individuals.
No, I don't.
They're subservient to you though, right?
I think that women should be in a place that is sure.
In servitude of the man.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
100%. Yes.
Meaning that Benyamin or Z or Brian Joyce, whoever he is, he controls what they do.
No.
And if they don't do what he wants, they can get out, right?
Of course.
Right? He controls what they wear, right?
So you're asking,
yes or no?
You're asking me.
Yes or no first?
I don't know the answer to this question.
He controls what they eat, right?
We have already discussed that there is a standard, and this is the same thing that it is with me and women that I've had in my life since then. Since I've had in my entire life. When I've been a vegetarian, women who come into my life they're vegetarian, or you cannot be together.
Right.
Yeah. So you're manipulating this into a control thing when it's just a standard that's set that can be avoided at any time.
If Kawani wanted to go have a hamburger at Wendy's, he'd kick her out of the car, right?
That's really a petty and childish way to describe something. And I mean, your rhetoric is utterly offensive. But no, I mean, why would she want to have what would motivate her to eat an animal? She's the one who's telling me.
Maybe she really didn't believe in all of that.
Maybe. I mean, why not?
You testified earlier that she didn't really get to talk to her parents much, right?
Well, she was raped by her parents when she was younger and abused by them, according to her.
My question, sir, is she didn't talk to her parents much, right?
She did from time to time.
Are you aware there were times where Z would take her phone from her and she wouldn't have access to her phone to make calls to people?
Not when I was around.
Never saw that?
Never. I never saw him limit them like that. I mean, Shaylee, like, they still do things, independently, like, if you want to use that word.
His control extended to you too, right? He told you could never touch her.
Yeah, that's a very common orthodox thing, that men do not touch each other's wives, and I respect that.
I'm not suggesting that men should touch each other's wives in any other sexual way. I'm just, a handshake. You couldn't even give her a handshake.
Why would I want to? Why would I want to touch another man's wife?
You started drinking urine because of him.
I started drinking urine because Peggy Schindler told me about it. I did my research online and did some self-edification. Perhaps you should do the same.
But Peggy Schindler, I'm not drinking my urine, sir. Peggy Schindler got that information from him, right?
Did she? I don't know.
I'm asking you.
Told me about it. I don't know.
She knew him.
Yeah, I mean, so what? Like, so there's like millions of people who drink their urine. There's like forums online with, tons of individuals, and this has become way more mainstream. And now there's like all kinds, like I say, I mentioned Troy Casey, and I'd like to drop his name again because he's like a really prominent influencer online. And yeah, so I heard about urine therapy from Peggy. I immediately did my research about it. And I've heard about people, surviving on their urine. So I knew that it wasn't going to kill me. So I tried it. And then
And you said you do it daily.
I did.
You still maintain contact with Z?
Sure do.
Day-to-day contact?
Sure do.
You've called him probably 10 times since you've been in the jail here in Cherokee County, right?
Sure have.
You've talked to him, I guess, beginning in August or September, even through today, about the mental state that you saw from Kwani at that time.
Totally.
And your belief is, and you continue to tell him that your belief is that she was insane. I'm not making it the legal standard of that, but you felt like she was insane.
I mean, yes, I do. I mean, call it insane, call it whatever you want. It's like, this woman was like outside of her ability to discern what was even happening, and her behavior was erratic and out of character. And she would go in and out of these phases. And yeah, I would qualify that as insane from my perspective. I've never seen anything so severe in my life.
Okay. Now, let me back you up to this incident in November in Nashville with Miss Sandra Torres.
Do it.
And I know your testimony from what you told Ms. Gropper is that you believe Ms. Torres was the instigator of an aggressive, violent act here, right?
Most definitely.
Okay. You did acknowledge that you were the one that got arrested based on that incident, right?
Yeah, she was the one who called the cops.
Yeah. And you left, right, before the cops got there.
Yeah, before I got shot by a woman who was threatening me with gun violence.
You could have stuck around and talked to the cops about that, though, right?
So you're saying that I should have put myself in harm's way?
Well, I don't know. Maybe you drove a mile up the road and called the cops yourself. You didn't do that either, did you?
No, I didn't.
You left. Before you left, Z had put Chloe in the car with the baby and took off, right?
Kwani got in the car by her own free will. And it was actually her that insinuated that they needed to leave.
Okay.
Like I said earlier, because she could see the...
But, sir, Ms. Torres called the police because she believed there was an issue going on there, right?
Ms. Torres called the police because, I mean, I don't know why she did. I mean...
She didn't have anything to do with you all.
Right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's so bizarre that someone would go so far out of the way, especially, like I say, when I was carrying Kwani across the road, one of the individuals who lived in the apartment complex was walked out, and she walked by us and asked if we needed any help. And I said, no, we don't.
So maybe that lady just didn't want to involve herself with what was going on with you, right?
Or maybe that's probably what a normal person would do if they, saw some woman having a panic attack and all of the individuals around her trying to help.
Well, calling the police is not necessarily calling to get somebody in trouble. As you know, sir, you called the police yourself on December 8th because you knew there was a problem.
That's more like emergency medical.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's what calling 911 does. It gets law enforcement, it gets medical personnel, it gets EMS people out there to determine what the issue is, right? Mm-hmm. And if they believe that Kwani was having a medical emergency that needed to get attention, they could take her to the hospital. They could take her to see a doctor, right?
Sure.
You didn't want that to happen.
I don't think that my desire has any reflection on the...
Z didn't want that to happen. He was the one directing that they get Chloe in the car and get out of there, right?
Actually, like I said, it was Kwani that initiated the sequence for them.
She was telling Ms. Torres to call the police.
No,
she was telling Ms. Torres to call her parents.
She was telling Ms. Torres that she needed to call her parents. And then Ms. Torres began behaving erratically, like I said, and began behaving belligerently and aggressively and threatening us.
When you left.
So then Kwani said that, she initiated the sequence for them to leave. She could see that this woman was like this drunken, you could smell the alcohol on her, that she was just this, drunken individual who wanted to involve herself and make probably so bored with her own life or whatever that she wanted to cause drama and involve herself in somebody else's business that had nothing to do with her.
You believe that Miss Torres involved herself in someone else's situation so
Yes.
she could get attacked by you and receive a broken eye socket?
Yeah.
Sir, this is a picture that's dated November 25th of 2020.
Okay.
That's a picture that Miss Torres sent to us. That
Okay.
she took of herself that day.
Continue to object to publishing evidence that has not been admitted.
I'm not admitting it yet, Judge.
It's being published to the jury. It's not been identified with an exhibit number. It's not been admitted. Thank you.
So I just told you the story of what happened. And, that was never brought to trial. So your assumption,
Yeah, it was never brought to trial, sir, because you pled guilty to that.
I was never brought
I was gonna say, because he took a plea, dummy. He broke her eye socket, allegedly. Wow, because that's because he gently laid her down. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's right. She was bored with her life. Okay. Ah. Flash fan's always giving us these long, it's like 44 hours, 44 days. He gave this guy 9 days. That's not too long in Flash fan's world. Oh, there's no doubt in my mind, dear. No doubt in my mind. When they talked about their feelings, I am sure if their feelings were out of line, they had, maybe a backhand. I don't know. I don't have any idea. Just my thoughts, my own thoughts. Not accusing anybody of anything. Oh, yes. Remember? Yes, they gave him a deal because they were too afraid to lose to him. That's right. That's right. He is a changed man. Oh, most definitely. I believe he has 44. That's not a fun fact that I want to find out with this guy. No. I know. Should I backhand myself? I'll just do it like this way. Or maybe that way. Too bad I don't have a pair of gloves. I could just like rich people do. Like, no. I could. This guy, man. He's still, I think, helping the defense. Because this guy's cross-examining him pretty well. And he does not like men questioning him. He's like, he wants to stand up to this guy like, I'm smarter than you. Oh, thanks, dear. Thanks. Well, I hope you approved of me, hitting myself in the face. All right, I don't have anything else. I'm good. My one and only thought for the hour.
Trial because they would never give me a trial. Yeah, that's very much what happened. I mean, you can make assumptions, and
Sir, I'm not making assumptions.
You are.
I've seen the documentation of your sentence that you received for that case out of North Carolina.
Yeah, I know.
It says you pled guilty to assaulting and inflicting serious injury as a misdemeanor on Mrs. Torres.
Pursuant to Alfred law.
No, it actually doesn't say pursuant to Alfred law. That box isn't checked at all. It says you pled guilty.
Then that's misinformation. You could pull up the court records.
That's who I got it from.
Well, then you should pull up the court records from August 29th, 2023.
That's the date that you pled guilty.
Yeah, I mean, it says the judge said very clearly before the court that it was pursuant to Alfred law. So perhaps you have some kind of.
So you're saying there's a mistake in the document?
Yes, there is.
Okay. You understand an offered plea is still a plea of guilty, though, right?
Yeah, but the reason why I pled guilty is because they were actually they didn't give me they were refusing to give me bond dates. They were refusing to give me court dates. They were refusing to give me a trial.
They refused to give you those things because you had violated your bond before. Is that right?
Yeah, I was actually framed by and false evidence was submitted against me by Buncombe County.
Really?
Absolutely.
Have you initiated a civil lawsuit against them for them?
Not yet, but I have spoken with some civil rights attorneys, and I have not initiated that sequence yet, but I have spoken with several attorneys.
And sir, you're currently incarcerated by the federal government, right?
Yes, I am.
For threatening a man online, right?
That's an allegation, which
I understand it's an allegation. You haven't been convicted of anything, and you stand absolutely innocent until proven guilty.
Then I think that we should, not talk about that.
I'm not going to talk to you about it. I'm not going to ask you what you did. I'm not going to ask you who it is. I'm not going to ask you any of those questions, but you are currently charged with that, right?
I've currently been charged with a crime.
14 counts of crime, correct?
Is it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Counts 1 through 14.
Okay.
For communicating threats to kill someone.
Yeah, like I say, that's still.
That's not the first time you've been charged with communicating threats to kill somebody either, is it?
Can you specifically?
I can.
No, it's not. I've never actually threatened to kill someone.
Kylie Cross.
Kylie Cross.
The girl you got the CBD from.
Kylie Cross, I had a sexual relationship with her, and I told her that, and she stole $1,600 out of my dresser drawer. And I told her that if she ever came back to my house, that I was going to end her. I didn't say I was going to kill her.
That's what she thought you said, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
that's why she went to the police and had you arrested.
Yeah.
That's why you were charged with threatening her.
I probably should have taken that one to trial because I feel like I would have won.
That's two, I guess. You should have taken a trial, but you didn't. You pled guilty to that one too.
Yeah.
You got probation and 45 days in jail on that case too, right, sir?
It was actually, I'm still trying to figure out what this has to do with Hannah and what your.
It has to do with you.
Okay. And?
I get to ask you questions and it has to do with you.
Okay.
But that's what you did. You threatened her. And you spent time in jail because you pled guilty in that case.
I mean, you know, a lot of the circumstances in my life, if I really would have just like, you know, called the cops, and I should have called the cops on Kylie Cross when I caught her stealing $1,600 out of my drawer, you know, but I couldn't really prove that. And like I say, I mean,
maybe it didn't
just as you're proving right now.
I'm sorry, but he's sounding a little Valley Girl to me. Right, Flash Fan? Do you hear it? Like, I really should have called the cops when Kylie stole $1,600 out of my drawer. Like the most intelligent people I've ever heard speak use like every other word. And totally. Yeah. His, sir, the thing you can say us women are, it's starting to come out of you.
Now that there's like a real sinister nature by your tone and your, I mean, we're here to talk about a baby and all you seem to want to be is obsessed with me. So it's like, I mean,
I'm not obsessed with you, sir.
Then stop asking me questions about myself and let's talk about the crime that happened.
I'm asking you about sinister things because you've committed sinister acts. And I'm asking you those things because of how they have affected this young lady as well.
Saying and doing, these all happened after this incident with Coin. All of these circumstances happened after this incident with Coin.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
So do you want to like, maybe, you know, maybe we should talk about the trauma that I experienced and how that has affected me and, you know, what has led to me being irate with people. And like I say, the Sandra Torres thing, you know, I'm happy to talk about that because, I mean, I want that. I plan to appeal that to the Superior Court of North Carolina. And I've already spoken to civil rights attorneys about the false evidence that was submitted against me in Buncombe County.
So you're testifying, your testimony earlier was that you never struck Sandra Torres in the eye.
No, I didn't. And there's like some evidence that would prove that in the motion of discovery.
So how did she get the black eye that she says she got in those photographs?
Who knows? Like, I mean, there was like...
So I can show you other photographs from her of her black eye that developed over the next 3 days. Would you like to see those?
She went to the hospital and her hospital visit was 4 hours after the event. Maybe it was her son, the one who came and slashed tires. Maybe she had her son punch her in the face.
She might have, but we don't get to know that, sir, because you pled guilty to assaulting her.
Well,
you pled guilty to doing exactly what she says you did to her, which is punching her in the eye.
I had been held for 22 months, and I felt that I had a really strong civil rights case, and that's only been a year ago. Like I say, I've already spoken to civil rights attorneys, so I did. I pled guilty pursuant to Alfred law because I wanted to stop being oppressively persecuted by the Buncombe County government and get out so I could.
You were in jail a lot of that time because you violated your probation and your case with Kylie Cross as well, right?
No, that was not the case with Kylie Cross.
You were on probation for that case from 2022.
No, I was not. That's so I had actually become off probation, and it wasn't a violation of probation that. Can I have some more of this water? It wasn't a violation of probation that got me reincarcerated on the 5th of April 2023 after they had held me for 8 months on 24-hour house arrest. So I did 10 months in jail. I finally made bond, and they held me for 8 months. And I'm happy to talk about this. This is like a really good venue. I appreciate being able to speak this out before a court because this is all factual information that's going to come out later. And so after they held me for 8 months on 24-hour house arrest, there was a document submitted to the court by a DA, a specific DA that was targeting me named Amy Laura Broughton. And there was false evidence submitted to the court. She brought this photo of a Facebook post that she said that I made, but it was right there it was not on my Facebook, nor did I make this post. And so, like I said, there was false evidence submitted to the court in order to persecute me and frame me. And I've already spoken to several civil rights attorneys about this, and they say they have a very strong case.
Okay.
So, we're moving forward with that in due diligence. And I absolutely have every intention of appealing that guilty plea to the Superior Court of North Carolina and making sure that I get a fair trial, because that's the whole thing. They didn't want it. That's why they held me for so long, and they were refusing to give me court dates even by law. But like I say, and so like I say, I pled guilty to that to end my incarceration. But yeah, I came here today to tell my experience with Kawani and give an account to my observation of her and her mental health decline. And I'll say it again, that I do feel like not guilty by reason of insanity would be the correct call from my unprofessional perspective. Perhaps there's something that, I just don't feel like I say, she would never do that to her baby. And this was just like, she was like not herself when she did that. And I want her to know that I care about her and I forgive her and I love her very much. And that's it.
Any redirect?
Just briefly. Mr. Spillers, you indicated that you had multiple conversations with her after she was arrested for murdering Hannah, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And when she called Z from jail.
Okay. And so you indicated the nature of those was communicating how much you all love her and that you forgive her for what she did.
Yes.
Did she ever tell you why she killed Hannah?
No, I don't think she ever really did. I mean, she spoke to Z about it. I remember, and I'm giving you secondhand information here.
Don't do that. I'm asking, did she ever tell, when you talked to her, did she ever tell you?
I don't remember her ever saying anything about that.
Okay. Did she ever tell you that she told the police that she killed Hannah because she just wanted to be with her baby and her husband, but he refused?
What do you mean?
Did she ever tell you that that's what she told the police? That she just wanted to be with him and Hannah, but he refused?
Oh, no way.
Okay. You
No,
never heard that before?
Nothing like that.
Okay.
No, I could tell you something, but I don't know. I mean,
Did she ever tell you that she told doctors that she killed Hannah because she thought it was the only way for her and Hannah to be able to escape the situation?
no, definitely not.
You've never heard that before?
No.
Never heard.
Any further cross-examination? All right, then we are going to let you take a recess, members of the jury, until 3:00. Leave us your notepads. Don't.
God. Heavens. Oh my goodness. Yes, a high school girl was a better way to put that, Rachel. Yikes. Yeah, that was something. That was something. Too bad I'm a woman and I can't come up with words. Ugh. All right, I really wanted to cover this one last dude, but I think I'm going to have to save him because he's another hour. All right, we'll save that guy. It was, wasn't it? Oh my gosh. And like. I started hearing the likes early on, and then I could not hear them. And so then it was really getting annoying because it was like. And totally. All right, you guys. Thank you for everyone that sent a super chat today. Thank you to Bri and Carmen for gifting memberships. I appreciate that. You guys were awesome. Everyone that hung out. No. I do not want a glass of urine. Thank you. No. Whoops. Hang on. Just trying to be a character. Hang on. Carmen sent me a message from this gem. Don't go anywhere. Yes, Gabby. Tap on the whole thing so you can see it. I have to put it to my photo so I can read it. Is he Viceroy Paulus? Ew. All right. I will read this. He commented and said, "You better still have your hymen intact for me like it was supposed to be before I got blocked by your pitiful mother and the demon redacted. If not, then it's 100% the end of redacted very soon. If so, then it is not 100% that violent redacted gets to live." That's one message. Then he said, "I'm on the way. You'll be easy to find. See you soon." Then he said, "Who was this to, Carmen? How could you even give these girls compliments? They are not the cutest or the best at all, and you know it. It's called being fake, which is called being a hateful and violent. Hey, sorry, blank, redacted. You're going to be unalive really soon, and you're going to be, wow, tortured before you pass away." I've changed 2 words. "If redacted is not a virgin for me like she was supposed to be before you got in my way, then redacted is going to be unalive too. I'm on the way right now." Huh. I do not want any of that. Yeah, he was quite the ray of sunshine. Yeah. These are text messages that guy on the stand sent somebody. I don't know. This is one of the messages he sent to the women the lawyer was talking about. Oh, one of his charges. Probably then Kylie. Because he is saying, like, she still better be a virgin. So probably the one he was accusing of stealing $1,600 and ending her, but didn't mean to end her, not permanently end her. Yes, that is a big talk from a man with no job and pee breath. No, I cannot read more slowly for you to write down pickup lines. Oh, well, if that's one of the ones you posted in Discord, I can't wait to see the rest. Also, you guys, my Discord is free to join. You do not have to be a member of the channel. My only suggestion to you is you turn your notifications off because sometimes they go crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, and that was to a teen. Wow. Yeah, I agree. I think he's accused of a lot of things. Whew. Oh, the court page. Sorry. I am going to be doing a members only live. I just have to figure out the day. It is going to be an Ask Me Almost, the keyword being there, Ask Me almost anything. But it should be fun. His spell check got out of control. Oh my goodness. Oh, it will. Yes. I plan on it to be before your membership expires. Flashman. She may need to create a server for this case if you guys have stuff. That's insane. That's channel, server, whatever. Yeah, that's who I'm waiting on to set the date. And it's probably going to be an evening stream too. Not late, because you know me. That witness wanted to come across like a stand-up guy. Yeah. Failed. Uh-oh. Formal wear or business casual? You do you, Bri. You do you. You have questions? I might have answers. Yes, black tie for sure. Okay. That was a very, 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 very long witness. My head hurts. And then now I see that he is just as horrible as I thought he was. What's up, George? I'm really sad that Judge Wolf is not going to be streaming the rest of the trial of the hearing that somebody said something about and is why he's not going to be streaming it. That sucks. Questions about the fight? Oh, he did. He absolutely crumbled. He does not want to be questioned, and he certainly does not want to be questioned by a man. Oh, he's just restricting that one. Okay, well, dang it. Hey, I do know where this pen has been. It's been in my hand. And that's it. This is not a butt pen. I can't. Sorry. You guys are going. Yes, men are smart. All right, guys. I feel another howling session about to commence downstairs with the dogs. They're letting me know that I'm an hour late to feed them dinner, and they're not happy. I will be back Wednesday at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time. I'll listen to the psychiatrist, see if we need to do anything with that one. And if not, then we'll cover day 3 and 4. We'll do that one. And if we do, we'll listen to this guy's an hour. Indiana, why? I am an Indiana woman. I am not scary. All right, my phone is ringing. So I'm going to go, you guys. Have a great night, and I will see you guys all Wednesday. Bye.